the World Tourism Network in cooperation with eTurbo News. Those that are watching us live right now on the eTurbo News screen or in any of our partner publications, welcome. Those that are part of the audience, welcome. And we have a great audience of speakers today. And we're going to be talking about the biggest event, at least here in our state in Hawaii. These are the terrifying fires we had on the island of Maui. Just to give you an update on this, in Maui, the situation, of course, remains serious. There are many people displaced. The number of casualties was lowered to 95, I believe, or 96. What I guess is good news. I'm just wondering how could we have a higher number, and they came back to life. But you can see there is a lot of confusion, but it's good news. Now, hotels in West Maui, and this is, of course, part of our business, travel and tourism, are supposed to reopen on October 8th. Right now, they're hosting mostly local residents that were misplaced. And there is an organization in Lahaina actually protesting against reopening of tourism in West Maui and said we still also need the space in the hotels for our own people. So that is an ongoing discussion, but HTA and authorities here in Hawaii are determined to reopen tourism in West Maui. And this is really some of the subjects I hope our excellent team of panelists can also discuss. It appears to me when this happened, and immediately after this happened, of course, global news was all over the story. It was a big story and it was a terrible story. But I think authorities here really forgot who they were talking to. Used to talk to local media, and it usually stays locally. They forgot there's going to be Al Jazeera, there's CNN, there is DWTV. Everyone in the world is here. And when they came out with a statement to ask tourists to stay home and ask people to leave the island of Maui, and we had hundreds and thousands of people arriving here in Honolulu, and I was here at the convention center where they opened shelter space for tourists because they thought there wouldn't be enough hotel rooms. All of this may have not been necessary. Fortunately, the region affected was West Maui, and 37 or close to 40% of the hotel space is in that area. And obviously, you don't want tourists in an area what is in a disaster zone. But the rest of Maui was fine, and certainly the rest of the other islands were completely okay. But there was a run on leaving Hawaii as a state. There was not one seat on any Hawaii airport to go anywhere in the world. Everything was sold out, long waiting lists. People are fighting to get to the airport. And it was like a panic run to leave the state, what was completely unnecessary. And when authorities kind of caught up with this and say, oh no, everything else is safe, it may have been too late at that point to really understand what is going on. So now there's a lot of damage control. Our governor is in New York. He just spoke at the environmental event at the United Nations. Statements are clear. Hawaii is open for tourism business. On the other hand, we're dealing with a crisis we have never dealt before. The world is helping, FEMA is helping, but also interest of local Hawaiians are becoming more and more important in the decision-making progress, and specifically with a changed leadership in the Hawaii Tourism Authority that had been putting the land and the culture and the local people quite a bit in the forefront compared to tourism and economic interests. This is somehow a little bit clashing here. But right now, tourism, except for West Maui, runs normally. Our numbers are down a little bit from what I understand, but hopefully they're coming back. We have something magically here, what's called Aloha, the Aloha spirit. So this is a short overview, but I wanted to welcome all of you again to the session. The session is by the World Tourism Network. It's for our members. And those that are watching us and know about World Tourism Network, we are an organization that was launched during the COVID crisis on the sideline of a canceled ITB trade show in Berlin, Germany. And we have grown now as an organization to members, a little bit more than 1,400 members in 133 countries. So we're very excited. We have our own first global summit in Bali, Indonesia. Those that happen to be in the area or still wanted to attend, you're welcome. Just go to time2023.com. You can still register. And it's going to be an excellent event. We also have excellent speakers there and a presentation. World Tourism Network is all about the small and medium-sized enterprises and businesses in the world. So our goal is really to get SMEs on the table with the private, with the larger private sectors, the Marriotts and the Hyatts of this world, and the public sector, like government, tourism ministers. And we've been successful to get good participation both on the private sector within our core audience, the SMEs, but also in the public sector, like Montenegro joined us, Jamaica, and so forth. We will hear later on from Jamaica, from the Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, and we've been partnering with them in Bali, and actually we'll be opening our first or their first crisis center in the ASEAN region. Now, I got 2 minutes, and this is basically for everyone. We have very little time, so every speaker has 10 minutes altogether to present. We're going to have a short Q&A, but this is not the end of it. We're going to be rebroadcasting this event live many times over and over, and so we get a lot of people tuning in eventually. We're going to open up for more questions, and we're going to make it part of our WTN advocacy initiatives. So we're going to hear a lot more. So the people here, you're just the pioneers here initiating the discussion, and it's important discussion. Now, David, I don't know if you still want me to introduce the speakers today real quick, or should we skip this and go one by one?
I think we'll go one by one.
David is the main guy behind it. It's not me. He organized this, David Bierman in Australia. So I'm going to ask him.
Yeah. So I think we'll go one by one. So our first speaker, obviously after you, Jürgen, is the distinguished Aaron Ketter from Israel. Aaron, I can give a little bit of background for Aaron. Aaron is a person who's done some extraordinary work, particularly writing about tourism and the media, and also about media marketing and image. So Aaron, it's great to have you, and you're still with Kinneret College, aren't you? So
yeah, no, Aaron and I, we met actually in Nepal. And
right. Yeah,
great guy. Around. Yes, I was quite impressed, and I wanted to Aaron real quick on the sideline, but the reason I didn't follow through in Bali is because we didn't have the airline sponsors, so we couldn't technically make it work. But definitely, we're looking forward working with you in the future. And we have Pankaj joining us actually here on this event a little bit later from Nepal. Thank you, Aaron. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jürgen and David. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm not sure if I should say today, tonight, tomorrow. Maybe I should just say aloha, right? It covers 24/7, all time zones. So aloha, everyone. As David mentioned, I'm a tourism researcher and professional. I have a hybrid background. I wrote and I researched about tourism crisis, and also in the last few years I've been working very closely with the UNWTO, European Travel Commission, Toute France, and other world-class tourism organizations on several topics, including recovery from a crisis you might heard of called COVID-19. So I'll try to bring some of my crisis experience to the table and to the very short time we have. So I think the main question I have on my agenda for today is how to bounce back. Maui has experienced a terrible natural disaster, but thank God the fire is out, and now we're moving from the crisis management stage into the coping stage into the recovery stage. And of course, with all the challenges that Jürgen was mentioning with the local population, so of course, we want to see how we bounce back as fast and as effectively as possible. We need to remember that the physical crisis has ended. So the island of Maui is now safe. Hotels are theoretically can be open tomorrow morning. Infrastructure is working and so forth. Airport is open. However, we still see that hotels are not working full capacity or will not work in full capacity in the coming week. And we still have this image crisis that's going to follow us for weeks, for even months. And our question is to how to bounce back. And I'm going to briefly present 3 media strategies, marketing strategy to bounce back fast and efficiently. First of all, something that David Bierman is, I think, was one of the strategies behind it, is the strategy of reducing the crisis scale. If you were watching CNN during the time of the fire, so you can imagine that all the islands of Hawaii were under fire and that nothing left out of Hawaii. And we can go into the strategy of reducing the crisis scale, limiting the crisis, saying, okay, it's not that entire Hawaii destroyed, but Hawaii has many islands. Only one of them was affected, not the entire island, but just a certain region of Maui. And by limiting and reducing the scale of the crisis, you actually convey a message of business as usual for the other, I don't know, 80–90% of the territory of Hawaii. In the case of Nepal, they did it in a very creative way. Tourists who were in Nepal immediately following the earthquake, or even during the time of the earthquake, were handed out with this kind of postcard, "I'm in Nepal now," with the hashtag Nepal Now, and they were asked to share this image in social media, saying to their friends, "Hey, we're in Nepal now, we're having a great time. It's not all ruins as you might have imagined. Come and join us." And through that, Maui and Hawaii can kind of convey the message that most of Hawaii is still unaffected and that tourism is reopen or back to business. So that's the first strategy. A second strategy, and that put us directly in the field of fire, is a strategy that was put in place in Glacier National Park in the US regarding spinning liabilities into assets. Glacier National Park every few years unfortunately suffered from severe forest wildfire. And one of the strategies they've done through the years is to rebrand or reposition the fire. And instead of fire equals a disaster, so they design a new equation, meaning that fire is a natural process in which the forest regenerates itself. And through that, they were saying, okay, we're not going to attract the same target audience. We're going to look at the sustainable eco-travel market and going to allow them to see how the forest regenerates itself. So in that case, we're going to rebrand this area of Maui that was affected, say, okay, we have here a natural process. You can see how the forest, the natural forest in Maui, in Hawaii, regrows. You can better understand the nature, the ecology. You can come into a place that feels natural again, that doesn't have million tourists, that's natural, that's unique, that has something that's very, let's say, very live, very authentic charm to the story, and create new products for new audiences. And that would be like the quiet, eco-sustainable, natural spot within Hawaii that wasn't yet captured by all the tourists. So that's a second strategy or a second angle to consider. A third strategy to consider is of patriotism. We saw it in few disasters in the United States specifically, either following 9/11 or in this slide, following the Vegas mass shooting back in 2017, the use of patriotic feeling, national feeling, saying to the people of the United States, this is one of the worst natural disaster, worst wildfire in the history of the United States. Come show your love, come show your support, come be part in the recovery. Don't just put emojis of heart, but put your heart or put your wallet where your heart is and come be part of Hawaii, come plant a tree, come support the local economy, come and participate in the wonder or in the magic of rebuilding Hawaii and rebuilding Maui and recreating the unique aloha magic of Hawaii. So to conclude, these are 3 strategies, all been proven, all been used by destinations that were facing crisis in order to recover from this crisis, and using one of these strategies or a combination of these 3 strategies might support Maui in bouncing back in fast and efficient manner and minimizing the image damage and the economic damage to Hawaii and to Maui following the wildfires. I think that was absolutely 7 minutes, David.
No, that's
Fantastic.
wonderful. Wonderful. Aaron, thank you very much for participating. And we're going to go to Bert Walbeck. So David, introduce Bert, please.
Oh yeah, with pleasure. Firstly, thank you very much, Aaron. Bert van Walbeek is well known to a lot of people, particularly in the Asia Pacific area, as a master of disaster. And Bert has been involved in really helping to deal with crises as varied as the Indian Ocean tsunami, which of course hit Thailand as well as many other countries, the Thai floods of 2011. Bert and I actually worked together to produce a book called Bounce Back, which became the Pacific Asia Travel Association's Bible of risk, crisis and recovery. Of course, it was replaced had to be rewritten after COVID by Parta. But Bert has a tremendous record of over 30 years of dealing with tourism risks, crises and disasters. I think one of the most important projects he was involved in, he was the chair of Parta's task force to revive Nepal after the Nepal earthquake of 2015. He's still teaching, he's still active, and I'd rather that we heard from Bert rather than from me. So Bert, over to you. And could I ask other people who aren't speaking to turn their mics off, if you could be so kind? I'm just going to do that too.
Okay, thank you, David, and also thank you, Aaron. I am in Nepal now. Was one of the most cost-effective campaigns that I have ever been part of. It was simply printing a few sheets, giving it to every tourist and ask them to handle that and to post that wherever they could. So let's start with the bottom line of what I wanted to say. It is not what you do after the crisis, but what you plan before the crisis. What should have done before is invest in proactive operation and communication planning. Macau did that after the various crises at the beginning of the century and invested more than $2 million in a crisis center in which I had the pleasure of working very closely during 8 years, getting that organized, getting that planned from zero to a big crisis center. And it is then overcoming the "it won't happen to us" executive thinking. Communication plans need to be discussed before, not during the crisis. Social and traditional media plans and people in charge that can take charge during the crisis appointed way before. A dark website which can be activated within a few minutes. Spreading the news, updating the news, and working with three-dimensional communication. What are you sending and what is being received? Are you verbal or non-verbal? What is the content? How emotional that should be? And once again, before the crisis, simulate, simulate, and simulate. During one of the simulations we did in Macau, one of the highest ranking officials that was part of that simulation made a mistake and said something that would have cost him the job if this would have been happening in a real situation. So again, be prepared before anything else. And then it's a matter of managing perception. As Aaron said already, Hawaiian wildfires, as you can see on the map before, Hawaii was not burning. Maui was not burning. There were a few areas, serious enough, that were burning. But there's managing the perception of what, unfortunately, the press always likes to highlight. The better the crisis, the better the negatives, the more people will look, will click, increase the ratings. So putting the crisis into a perspective during the crisis is something that needs to be, again, discussed, trained before. And then after the crisis, and that's what we did in Nepal, we made recovery the story. It's a great period of time. It's inspiration, change is happening. And by putting less pictures of the devastation and highlighting the energy of the recovery with human stories of reliance, we got a lot of attention, and that helped a lot. What we also should do is stop blaming the climate change. Again, I see it's climate change, climate change, climate change. We should talk about infrastructure. We should talk about lessons learned, zoning, forest management, and in Hawaii or in Maui, the burying of the power lines. It is that prime message that we have to send out. We are open for business. And whatever the press says, we have to encounter that. Give travelers a chance to be part of the game, as I am in Nepal now. Run a YouTube sharing competition where the participants can win something. Give bloggers, the community, the information, and make the most of celebrity visits. The visit of David Beckham in Nepal was a bigger success than any other VIP that came there. So what should be done during or post-crisis? Work with film trips. In Egypt, after the Gulf War, we did a US $99 fem trip for travel agents, travel consultants all over Europe. And in 3 months, we had over 3,000 travel consultants coming to Egypt and then going back and telling the world. Work with newsletters on the road, develop series of positive articles for lifestyle and newspapers, and broadcast new, fresh commercials. So rather than focusing only on the idea that things are going back to normal, that things are bouncing back. And again, that is the booklet David and I wrote in 2011 for PATA, which is still being used by many organizations, where we write in much more detail, as I can tell you today, what can be done and what should be done. It is accentuating the positive and eliminating the negatives. Please remember, it's not over when it's over. Yes, Hawaii, Maui is out of the news. We have Marrakesh, we have other destinations. We have the fires in Greece. It's all over. But what has to be done in a situation is that we keep the story of the recovery in the news. And I know it's difficult to sell positive news, but it's not over. When it's over, you will have to push a long time and a lot more address the recovery, because it will take time for people to get rid of these pictures of Maui burning and of course Lahaina burning, and it will take time. But coming back to my bottom line, it's not what you do after the crisis, it's what you planned before. And I hope that this will be a lesson that Hawaii has learned now too.
I was telling Bert that World Tourism Network is opening our chapter in Nepal next week, and we would invite him to be a guest with Pankaj and Deepak. I'm sure he knows. And we're welcoming now Richard Gordon. Professor Richard Gordon he's the director of the University of Bournemouth in the Center of Disaster Management, joining us from the United Kingdom. Good evening, sir, and thank you very much for joining us. And the next 10 minutes are yours.
Thank you very much indeed. I've even set a little timer to go off when my time is over. So let me just make sure, let me just make sure I've got my slides shared properly.
Yeah, your slide was visible, but now I think it's turned off.
Yeah, there we go. That's it there. So in these short minutes I have with you, I was trying to work out what's the key message I want to bring across as a university that studies disaster management, and much of our time is spent working with national governments and their disaster management agencies. And it's been a privilege working with people like Bruce and David and others, in fact, several others who I've seen online, where we've been brought into the world of travel and tourism. And I remember working on a particular project and discovering that the world of travel and tourism is faced with exactly the same problem as the world of disaster management. It's finding a voice. Where is the voice of tourism in governance? Where is the voice of disaster management? Because the problem that we face is that whether it's a pandemic or an earthquake or a fire or a transportation accident, there are government ministries, all who have a stake in one aspect of it. So where does tourism naturally find its voice? In the same way, where does disaster management find it? Now, from a disaster management point of view, it's very simple to say, well, why don't we put disaster management into a ministry? And then they will have a voice. But one ministry will not get the sheer scope of resilience required for disaster management if it's only in one ministry, because actually it needs to be embedded in the thinking of every ministry. So does tourism. The aims and objectives of national tourism agendas needs to be understood and embedded within every ministry. And indeed, in many cases, the key role of a tourism ministry may be restricted more to the marketing and advertising and sales aspects, as opposed to ensuring that the tourism experience is one in which the infrastructure is safe, the well-being is safe, and the transportation is safe. These are critical issues of tourism in terms of risk reduction. It gets even more difficult for disaster management if the agency ends up being subordinate to a ministry. Now they not only have to ask for permission to speak, but even then they can't even speak across ministries. They are limited to what their voice is. And in some cases, as in my own country, tourism is so often an agency within a ministry, and its voice is muted as a result of that. So one of the things we've been finding increasingly interesting is to see how tourism can find a voice within what we might call policy domains. Transportation crosses multiple ministries. Even though you may have a Ministry of Transport, to cover all the aspects of transportation will require a domain of ministries. And so transportation is a place in which, as a domain, tourism could find its voice. Similarly, the well-being of our tourists, making sure that the food that they eat is there, making sure that the entertainment is there, that their health facilities are there, and so on, that the places where they stay are there. So all the well-being aspects of tourism crosses multiple ministries. It's a domain. And there again, tourism can find a voice. And then again with infrastructure, bridges, roads, the structures that we depend upon, the buildings and so on, the places of entertainment, all of these are places where tourism needs to know that the infrastructure is sound. It's a domain, and tourism there can find a voice. I'll come back to this at the very end of this little talk. So what I'm suggesting is tourism, like disaster management, has to embed itself in multiple ministerial type activity, which we might call domains. Some governments have called them things like delivery units and so on. When we move to response, it becomes even more important, and our previous two speakers have made this abundantly clear. If, for example, I look at one particular aspect that will inevitably come from any major incident or disaster going on in a country, people at home are looking at their televisions, they're seeing the fires or the floods or the earthquakes, they're seeing the numbers that are appearing on the screen, and they're thinking, who do I phone? I think my brother is there, my father is on holiday there, my friends are there, who do I phone? And of course, there are multiple phone calls coming through, thousands, hundreds of thousands of phone calls wanting to be made to find out, are our loved ones safe? So this business of casualty tracking and victim identification is another key voice that tourism needs in the industry. And airlines make sure that they have call centers, so do hotels, so do cruise companies, and so do emergency management agencies and the police. But because there are these multiple regions, multiple ways in which people can call, how do we integrate that? How do we integrate that so that tourism has a legitimate and reliable means of casualty tracking its clients? Because governments create these casualty tracking systems for their own people, and mixed amongst their own people are the very tourists we're seeking to identify. So multiple calls and multiple duplications because of different systems being run by different people. It's vital that for reputational purposes, we get tourism's voice into casualty tracking. Similarly, in response, we've got to get tourism's voice absolutely clear in the national strategic communication that comes out from a country when it's afflicted by a disaster. Now, we already know that the typical government information service media strategies are often slow to be able to respond to the sorts of crises that are happening because of all the governmental ministerial checks that need to go. Meantime, social media has completely dominated the story. We've got to improve tourism's voice there. And we've got to make sure that national travel advisories, government foreign offices are saying it's now safe to go when it's safe to go. Sometimes the travel advisories are much slower at releasing their tourists than the host nation saying it is now safe to come. I can't praise enough Patter's document on strategic crisis communication. I think it is one of the best documents to have been produced in this subject. And then on this last little issue on response, we have the issue of multi-agency exercises. We've got to practice as an industry more and more to ensure that our senior leadership teams within the tourism industry can quickly become crisis management teams. And that's why I fully support what Bert was saying earlier. Finally, in my last 30 seconds before you'll hear a duck make a funny noise, in the area of recovery, I find it fascinating that nations, when they talk about national recovery for disasters, they don't talk about ministries, they talk about critical national infrastructure. We must get that sorted out. That is cross-ministry. There you go, there goes the duck. And they talk about environmental impacts. They talk about clearing the rubble of landslides and road blockages and bridges and harbour channels. This is all multiple cross-ministry activity. Similarly, the human and social impacts. They talk about the duty of care so that we have tracked our victims. We've issued death certificates. We've made sure wills and legacies are being sorted out. Schools and shelters and warehousing. All of this because we don't want people to be displaced. We don't want people to leave the country. All of this is multi-ministry and also economic and business, ensuring that the international reputation of the country is maintained and the importance of public and private partnerships. When we're in recovery, we don't think as ministries, we think as domains. And this is where I believe tourism can find its voice. Duck notwithstanding, that's me finished.
Thank you so much. This was fascinating. And I think this time, David, we're going now from London
Okay.
to Washington, DC.
We are indeed. Just before we go to Washington, I just wanted to thank Richard, because Richard's organization, the Centre for Disaster Management, is arguably one of the leading centres in the world. And I think from what you've just heard from Richard, you can now really see why. So thank you very much. We now go from Europe to the Western Hemisphere, and Charles, I will be very happy for you to introduce yourself. But the interesting thing, of course, the United States is 50 states, and Charles, of course, has a responsibility for one of those states, actually the District of Columbia, to be precise, rather than a state. But it's really fantastic to have you here, Charles, and I shall shut up and let you get on with it. Thank you.
All right, David, thank you. Can you see my screen?
Sure can.
Yes.
All right. Well, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, everyone from Washington, D.C. As David said, my name is Charlie Gademi. I work for the District of Columbia's Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency, where I serve as the statewide interoperability coordinator. In the United States, each state or territory is supposed to have a statewide interoperability coordinator. I oversee all major projects involving voice, data, and video in the nation's capital to help ensure real-time situational awareness. I'd like to talk a little bit about what communications interoperability is. It refers to the ability of emergency responders to communicate on demand in real time when needed and as authorized, resulting in an effective shared understanding and situational awareness among responders and the command structure. So 2 things I want to leave with you before my presentation is over is, number 1, communications is a lifeline. Number 2, you can't worry about communications related issues, either voice, data, video, when you need them and you no longer have them available. At that point, it's too late and you're going to end up in an after action report. My primary responsibility as the DC Statewide Interoperability Coordinator is to ensure a healthy and robust emergency communications ecosystem. The ecosystem that you see on the slide has 4 key components that I support. The first one is the public to government piece. This allows the citizen, the tourist, the business owner, the ability to call for help, report something, or interact with the government. In the United States, it's known as our 911 system. Other parts of the world have different codes for it. It's your emergency communication centers where they could call for that help. We are currently migrating to next generation 911, which is getting beyond voice calls, that we're also able to send text messages to our 911 center. Even now we're accepting video to our 911 centers. The next piece is the government to government piece. We get information from the public, and now we could coordinate what our response is going to be among the government entities. And that could come over the form of a dispatch to radio for the first responders. It could come from the computer-aided dispatch to their mobile data terminals in their vehicles. If we need mutual aid from other surrounding jurisdictions, it could come from computer-aided dispatch from one emergency communication center to another emergency communication. That's how the information is shared. Once the government has this information, sometimes we need to notify the public. In this case, when it comes to wildland fires or natural disasters, what information do we want to give the public? Stay away from this area, safe haven or shelter in place, evacuate to this location. That comes in the form of notifications, alert, and warnings. We have a lot of local apps that we utilize, and those are usually subscriber-based. When we run special events, we advertise what these apps are so we could contact the individuals. but we also had the wireless emergency alert, where by pinging everybody's cell phone in a geographic location that we could target, geo-target locate, we could send the specific message that we wanted the public to get to. The last part of the ecosystem is perhaps the most important, and that's the public-to-public piece. Everyone is usually involved in this in some form or another. It has to do with social media, emailing, texting. It gives the government a way of monitoring the heartbeat of the community and an opportunity to gather information, either through their public information people or some of their intel and infusion centers. And this form of communication comes in the way of social media, Facebook, Meta, TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, Google, TripAdvisor, OpenTable. These are all the ways that communications happen. In this key function, this is where the tourism industry and business will thrive, from information sharing, advertisements, special deals. This is how the competition sees how they're doing against others, how the reviews are being written, whether it's through Yelp or some other online services. This is also, unfortunately, the fastest way to spread misinformation and disinformation. And after a disaster, what we see most often are the scammers come out and they prey on the people that need help the most, or those that are willing to give to support the cause. Another part of what I do is also to create connectivity, coverage, and capacity, not only in open spaces, but also in building coverage and then subterranean. And subterranean mean by parking garages or metro or subways. Also maritime and aviation. All of this has to be coordinated so we could have a robust emergency communication system. A key factor in ensuring this operational success is to ensure that the ecosystem remains healthy, robust, and more importantly, available. We work very closely with our federal, state, and local government agencies, as well as the private sector. The most important private sector for this ecosystem is the cellular industry. As a society today, we have an over-reliance on our cell phone. Many of us don't even know our own phone number, but that's the way we bank. That's the way we get a share ride. That's the way we unlock the door to our front door. For tourism, this is critical from a point of sales perspective. Credit card transactions, reservations, spa bookings, concierge services all rely on this form of communications. For tourism and businesses, in an emergency or after a catastrophic event, the ability to call for help, report information, or reunite families will become essential. You heard the previous speaker, Richard, talk about call centers. If we don't have that infrastructure, those call centers don't exist. Today's threat centers are not only around man-made events, but also from those from fire and extreme weather, as hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes, and flooding. Fires and extreme weather can take away your critical infrastructure, the same critical infrastructure that supports your communications lifeline. Usually during these extreme weather fire occurrences, you lose electricity. When power is the first thing to go. What happens when you lose your battery backups? You lose your solar panels, you lose your generator. Communication services have proven to be significant for emergency and disaster response and recovery. And lastly, I'd just like to say we teach PACE planning. PACE planning is a military concept to ensure that you have a primary, alternate, contingency, and emergency capability. Your primary is your everyday method, your alternate is your backup method, your contingency is your fallback method, and your emergency or your last resort methods. In a catastrophic event, usually you're facing the E, and that is the one thing that we practice the least. So it all comes back to training and putting our people in an environment that when an emergency happens, they'll know how to respond. So we often take the P and the A away in some of the exercises we do, and we start with the C and see how people react to working with the contingency and emergency type event. The last major event we had here in the district was a man-made event. You may remember January 6th of 2021 was the insurrection at the United States Capitol. That tested our communication system, that tested our resolve, that tested our response capability. So with that being said, I'd like to conclude, David, my presentation. I'm certainly available for any questions by email, and I'll turn it back to you, sir. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And this was a really good presentation. David, if I can suggest a change, we have Professor
Yes.
Lloyd from Jamaica. He's in a crisis in trying to sort out a flight situation. Can we have him on now, and then we switch around?
Professor Lloyd Waller, you mean?
Yes,
Oh, yeah. I don't. Are you happy with that, Peter? And
Yeah,
and
yeah,
also
Peter
too,
can
and
probably-
with Bill.
Yeah,
And-
I thought that maybe.
Yeah,
Al-
I'm fine with that.
Hold on, just one
No problem.
price, just one bit. Because of the back, I'm having some issues with the background noise and the audio, because I'm still here trying to resolve this issue. Can you give me 20 minutes? Let me try
Yeah,
to
then
see if
you're
we
on
can
your
find
regular
some.
spot. You're on your regular spot then. So we just. put-
Okay,
Yes.
Okay,
sure. All right,
okay,
good.
perfect,
Okay.
Okay, so David, maybe you introduce our
Yeah,
next
yeah,
guest. I'm sorry about that.
for sure. But also too, I just wanted to thank Charles for a terrific presentation. In fact, it was a good link between the presentation made by Richard from the UK to the practical work that you're actually doing in Washington DC. So it was great, and so thank you very much. Our next speaker is Lieutenant Colonel Bill Furs. And what's interesting about Bill is that Bill is going to be talking about a very important aspect of dealing with crises, and also to the challenge of the military working with the tourism industry. So Bill, it's great to have you here, and it's really great to get your specialist military insight, because quite often we think of tourism as, Hawaiian shirts and good times, but also too, at the background, really, the military play a critical role in all areas of emergency management. So thank you very, very much. And over to you, sir.
Thank you, David. Are you able to hear me okay? And you can see the screen?
Yeah,
Hear you
great.
great. Yes.
Great.
Oh, sorry. Oh, hang on. That was me.
No, we're fine. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you muted him.
No. I
Can you hear
didn't.
me now?
Yes, we
Yes.
can hear you. Yes.
All right. Somebody was muting me and I just clicked
Oh.
it. Okay. No problem. Let me introduce myself again. As David said, I'm a retired lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army. I spent 27 years in the military at various levels, and I'll kind of go through what the military's capability is. You can see the young picture of myself there on the screen, which is a bit dated, but I thought I'd share that with you all. I would like to just quickly also introduce that the basics of what I do now. I'm the Director of Security and Safety Services with an architectural and engineering firm. And a lot of the stuff that you're talking about, disaster recovery and preparedness, is a lot of stuff that I do in my practices. I have a cybersecurity practice, a physical security practice, an emergency management practice, and a transit safety and security practice. But today I'm here to ask and talk to you a little bit about what the military does in a natural disaster and recovery aspect of it. My first exposure to actually being in the military was in the National Guard. And the National Guard's primary mission is to effectively support the state in which they operate. The state does provide them the ability to call on them in an emergency and depend on them to help with disaster response, helping with the public evacuation, helping with recovery operations. And what happened in Maui is no different. The National Guard, both the Air National Guard and Army National Guard, was called to support in the recovery operations there. The primary focus, though, that the military does provide is the ability to provide available resources, both manpower and logistical support, to help with emergency needs of the community and the public, as well as operational services to help reestablish civil order and social arrangements within the local jurisdictions and law enforcement in order to effectively reestablish itself. The primary thing that you have a tendency to see that the military will do is provide portable sanitation, help with the evacuations, and effectively support the recovery of schools and hospitals. I'm going to try share a quick video. It won't last long, but what the National Guard does. So let's see if it works.
The National Guard mission, in my opinion, is unique because the soldiers not only serve their country, but they serve their immediate community. So that's from combat missions overseas to domestic incidents within the states. Military assets are called upon by civilian authorities to assist in domestic response. And some of the incidents could be man-made disasters, a public health pandemic, or natural disasters.
Feels like we're actually doing the job that we're signed up for, really. Our mission is to provide support for the personnel and the volunteers and the local law enforcement, to making sure everybody's where they need to be. And we also patrol areas they're not supposed to be in, make sure they're not there.
With that background in the military, most soldiers, when we run towards the fire, we go to the fight, people come first, right?
Hopefully you were able to hear that. I wasn't sure if oh, good.
Yeah. It was terrific.
Good. All right. I'm going to change a little bit. So we talked about the National Guard and the intent of what the National Guard does here in the United States. But there's another key element within the active duty arena that is critical towards supporting our disaster recovery efforts here in the United States. That's the United States Army Corps of Engineers. It's comprised of engineering teams, active duty military that predominantly support, at least from a disaster recovery standpoint, FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, who directs all federal recovery efforts here in the United States. And the Army Corps of Engineers is their primary tool in order to effectively execute various types of specialized recovery and engineering services support. The Corps of Engineers can be mobilized either on their own authority as directed by local district commanders under a National Emergency Preparedness Program Act or as at the request of FEMA. The Public Works, which is the Army Corps of Engineers, is broken into two parts, has one part that specifically supports the military and the Department of Defense operations, and then the other part, which is a Civil Works program. And the Civil Works program predominantly focuses on civil structures here domestically in the United States, navigable waterways, flood control, emergency management support in support of the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Another unique element that the Corps of Engineers does is also, real quickly, I'll go to the next slide, focus on temporary emergency power, which I'll show you here in a minute. When a disaster strikes, one of the first things we all have a tendency to experience is a loss of power. And so from that perspective, they have a specialized unit that focuses on supporting power and emergency power recovery efforts. The Corps of Engineers supports debris removal and management. For those that unfortunately had the experience of seeing and witnessing 9/11, the debris removal of the Trey Towers, the two Twin Towers, was led by the Army Corps of Engineers to pull that debris and remove it from the city of New York. Temporary housing and critical public facilities, temporary roofing, infrastructure assessments, technical assistance in water wastewater response, and the report and support for urban search and rescue operations. So I have one more video to show you, and this has to do with what the 249th Engineering Battalion does for the Corps of Engineers.
Through assessments for PRASA, we're working on their lift stations, their pump houses, basically their water treatment facilities, to ensure in the future if another event happens like Hurricane Maria and they lose power, they can quickly have access to backup emergency generation. The facility we're standing on right now is a freshwater dam that they use to pump raw water to their treatment plants to supply drinking water to the population here. When we assess these facilities, we're looking for the large users of electricity, large motors, large pumps, the larger systems in the facilities to ensure that we put a generator capable of carrying the facility. This is between a 6 and 8 megawatt facility. So the challenges there are going to be bringing in a power plant large enough to supply 8 megawatts of power with the small twisty roads that lead to this facility. All the points of contact provided by PRASA have been very knowledgeable and very helpful and have really helped to expedite the process of this mission.
So that's my presentation, a quick introduction to the military's ability to respond and help domestically, and also in cases of international aspects of disaster recovery. The Corps of Engineers has been deployed to support operations in Iraq, Afghanistan, power production or power replacement in Europe, as well as in Puerto Rico and also in Central America.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thanks for your service and your excellent presentation. And with this, I'm giving the floor to our president for World Tourism Network, what is Dr. Peter Tarlow. He doesn't really need a big introduction, I think. But Peter, you can probably do this yourself the best. And thank you. Floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, before we begin, I want to thank David Bierman for all the tremendous work he's done on this. And of course, Jürgen Steinmetz for everything he's done. I also want to thank two of my colleagues and friends, Charlie Gademi, who's in Washington with me right now, and also Bill Foose, with whom I've worked for years. Today's presentation is going to be very succinct. I want to build on what Bert had spoken about. And so David has been nice enough. He's going to do the share the screen, as I'm traveling right now and I'm just on an iPad. But I want to speak about a number of things. The first of those is that when we look at tourism, the risk is always the disaster. The crisis management shows a lack of risk. And when we do a lack of risk, that means we have to begin to think about certain concepts. One, the further we are away from an event, the worse it seems, and the longer it will take place. Secondly, though years ago we used to talk about natural disasters, then we kind of moved it to climate change. But in either case, what it's really saying is we as a tourism group or as a society fail to take things into account. For example, the worst disaster in the United States was in 1903 in Galveston, Texas, where over 100,000 people died. The same way, for example, we know one way or the other that there will be a disaster in Florida on the Keys, where you have large apartment buildings on nothing more than sand dunes with a minimal number of bridges for evacuation. So having said that, I'd like to talk about three particular areas. One, looking at how tourists react. Two, what are some of the processes we can use for risk management? And three, what are some of the basic goals of risk management when it comes to tourism? So David, if you can put up that slide, if it will go up, I'd be thrilled. But if not, I'll just do it without the slide. You are muted, David, so I can't hear you. I don't know what you're saying, so I'll just go without the slide. Tourists, when we travel, have certain key elements. The first one is that when we travel, we assume where we're going is safe. Therefore, what we do is we tend to ignore the warnings and the realities, and it doesn't enter into the mind. For example, David, if you move to the next one, it'd be great. So we tend to leave our common sense at home. For example, if you think about the terrible tsunami in Thailand, people were running into the ocean instead of away from it. Secondly, when we travel, we tend to be anomic. In other words, we don't understand what the regulations are, especially if we're in a foreign country. Thirdly, we tend not to worry about our inhibitions. Very often we will drink too much or stay out too late. We're on vacation. And remember, the word vacation comes from the French word vacances, which means to empty your mind. Basically, a visitor is paying you to worry about him. So you cannot expect the visitor to think through what needs to be done. Visitors tend to become upset very easily. If you have 10 things in tourism and you do 9 of them correctly and 1 poorly, it will be the one issue that's poorly done that we'll look at. In the same way, because visitors may not understand the language, may not understand the culture, they can panic very easily. And panics can lead to disasters. One of the tragedies of Hawaii was there were no way of helping people not to panic. So people were running to airports, even though in the other islands, there were no fires. And last but not least, time is the #1 factor when visitors make decision making. So they become upset very quickly, and people become furious if they cannot get on a plane, or the plane is delayed, or whatever it happens to be. So when we plan for disasters, we have to think of those things in retrospect. Now, risk. When we travel, we risk. There is no place on earth, there's no travel, there's no trip that doesn't have risk. Risk is a constant in both place and time. We are always in a state of risk. Possibly when we're dead, there's no risk, but as long as you're alive, there will always be a risk. We can never totally eliminate all risks. Therefore, we're going to have to think about how do we work with those risks, mitigate them to make them the least possible. Few travelers ever think about the risk. Most travelers believe when they go to some place, it will be perfect and there will be no problems. Therefore, it's our job to think about the risk before they get there. Now, a good risk management can save a tourism industry money, time, and reputation. In the heart, you can regain some of the money. It takes a long time to regain a reputation, but you can never regain the time that's lost. And so we have to think about those three concepts and how we're measuring our risk. Risk management means that we have to develop good stochastic modeling. In other words, probability studies. What is the probability that X will happen and why? In Hawaii, it was highly probable that there would be terrible fires. The city was surrounded by very flammable gas. They had never really practiced getting water into the fire hydrants, and the electric company and the fire hydrant and the fire department had not coordinated. We should not be shocked that the tragedy took place. And if we now move to the next slide, we have to think about types of risk. And the risk is misspelled, I apologize. Type 1 is unlikely, is a risk that is unlikely to occur, and the consequences are minimal. And we can say, for example, it's very unlikely that there'll be a snowstorm in Maui. And if it happens, people just throw snowballs. It's not the end of the world. Type 2 type risks indicate that the risk is likely to occur. So it will happen very often. But again, the consequences are minimal, such as you'll have a rainstorm. The worst that'll happen is you get wet. Now, I'm not talking about a devastating rainstorm, I'm just saying a thunderstorm that won't do too much damage. Type 3, it's unlikely to occur, but the consequences are devastating. And that is certainly one of the problems that we have to face. It is unlikely we will have an earthquake in many places, such as, for example, in Morocco. But when it happened, the consequences were devastating. In type 4, it's likely to occur and the consequences are devastating. Now, those last two, 3 and 4, is where we need to put our priorities. So we need to think through when we're looking at a risk. What is the risk to human beings? What is the risk to ecology? What is the risk to reputation? What is the risk to our economy? In order for tourism to survive, we have to have good risk management. And I want to again emphasize what Bert said. A crisis occurs when we haven't done our good risk management. If we are prepared, then we can mitigate that risk. We're able to work with the media. We're able to work with our visitors. We're able to have people praise us instead of claiming that we made a mistake. So again, I want to thank David for all his work. I want to thank my colleagues from here in the United States who presented so beautifully. And of course, I want to thank Jürgen Steinmetz for all the work he's put in creating this broadcast. Please see us in Bali. It'll be a great place to learn about risk. And this will be the World Tourism Network's very first international in-person conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. And we have one change. Professor Waller is dealing with a crisis at the airport. Apparently, he told me, is in the director's office at American Airlines. I don't know. I think he's trying to get to
Jürgen, would you call that a type 3 risk or type 4 risk? Likely to occur and the consequences. So I think any of us who fly a lot know that today when you travel, you're in a type 4 risk. It probably will occur and the consequences will be devastating.
Yeah, so airlines are hard to talk to these days. I know this firsthand. An hour and a half wait, if you're one of their platinum whatever member, doesn't make any difference anymore. So, so I feel sorry for him, but he said he may have to skip this session and he's apologizing. So what I'm thinking we would do is maybe go to Dr. Ansi Gamage, if it's okay, a little bit early. And if
Sure.
anyone is not ready, then what we could do is open for questions and answers in between.
Yes.
So we can move forward. So if it's okay, David, maybe you can introduce our.
Yeah, with pleasure. Ansi, firstly, it's terrific you're here. Hopefully you're available to talk. I notice you've already checked in. Hello.
I'm free. Hello.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
Hi, Ansi. So Ansi is actually at the Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology, which is one of Melbourne's finest universities. Also, too, she's done a lot of work in the area of human resource management in relation to bushfires, which of course is very relevant to Maui, and it's looks like it's going to be pretty relevant to us in Australia. Victoria, unfortunately, has the reputation in Australia of being the bushfire capital of the country. And Ansi's been doing some terrific work with actually a team of fellow researchers, a lot of them from Victoria University, in the whole area of tourism working in with bushfires. In fact, Victoria was the first state in Australia to actually have a bushfire strategy involving tourism, emergency management and government. So Ansi, with that slightly long introduction, it's over to you, and thank you very, very much for joining us.
Thank you very much, David, for that very kind introduction. Let me just share my screen. Perfect. Well, I'll have to say, first of all, that I'm from RMIT. I'm a senior lecturer in management, but I just joined 3 months ago. So a lot of the work that I've been doing has actually come through from Victoria University. So I was associated to the School for the Visitor Economy, and I'm still an adjunct research fellow at Victoria University. So I'm still doing a bit of work with my wonderful teammates there. So I'll be talking about HRM, but also talking about resilience and vulnerability, and introducing to you a framework that we've been using in a lot of the projects that we've done over the years. But before I do a deep dive into the research we've done, I'll just give you a bit of a context, brief overview of the context around bushfire management in Victoria. So when we talk about, as you know, David has mentioned, Victoria has a very long history of bushfires. And when we talk about bushfire management, first of all, we've got to acknowledge the amazing work done by, the emergency services in Victoria. But we also have to acknowledge the fact that a lot of the time, these responses and their focus have been top down. So really looking at, saving lives, properties, and biodiversity, which is rightly so a very important perspective. So with that in mind, a couple of years ago, there's been that kind of conversation about, well, how do we bring the tourism economy into that discussion? Because there's been some form of neglect in terms of, how emergency management strategies impact tourism destinations. And I'll give you a very simple example. So when, there's emergency management kicking in, there's going to be road closures. So those strategies that are put in place, for closing roads when it's necessary for safety reasons, sometimes the choice of the closure points might mean that some tourism destinations that are not directly impacted, or that might be unnecessarily closed off for prolonged periods of time, and then that impacts visitation. So with that kind of example, there's been a bit of a a push, or there's been a very keen interest to understand what a bottom-up approach might look like, how to bring tourism into that conversation. I think that's what a lot of the speakers have been talking about. Now, Visit Victoria has done a lot of work in that space, and there's been work done by Stuart Topless and other parties. But Victoria University, the team that I've been working with, have also done a bit of work in that particular space. So in 2015, the team applied a vulnerability and resilience framework to understand the different characteristics of, tourism destinations that might enhance resilience or undermine or, enhance vulnerability of the tourism system. So in 2015, that work was done in Harrietville, which is very lovely regional tourism destination. And the framework that they, that was used drew from the couple human environment systems approach. So basically identifying the different types of systems and factors that are at play, and they're interconnected when we look at destination resilience and vulnerability. Now, because of time constraints, I'm not going to have a lot of time to go over that particular framework, but that framework has been updated a couple of times based on the different projects that we've been doing. And this is the latest version of the framework. Now, just wanted to kind of pinpoint to the key components of the framework in terms of the different factors out there. So the economic factors, and I think we've heard that with the presentations before. Economic factors, for example, the level of dependence on tourism as an economic reliance on tourism. So if a destination has very high reliance, on tourism as a source of income, then obviously when there's a shock or stressor, that all economic activities will cease, and therefore the destination itself becomes vulnerable. We've heard about human and social factors, mental health and well-being being a really important part of that. Physical and environmental factors, the natural settings, if a tourism destination is located in bushland location, which is really, really beautiful, but this makes it highly vulnerable as well to bushfires. And infrastructure as well is another part of that. Governance processes, from what Richard was talking about before, the political support for tourism, understanding of the value of tourism in certain destinations, which is a very significant factor that contributes to destination resilience. And obviously tourism businesses themselves are really important, part of that story around destination resilience. The level of adaptability, risk management planning, and innovation that businesses bring, on the table is really important to enhance resilience. So I'm not going to talk too much about all the different examples around those factors, but really the key point is understanding that this particular framework have been used in some of the projects. And I'll introduce you to one of the projects that we've done in 2020 in relation to the Black Summer bushfires. Now, for those who are aware of it, 2019, 2020, massive fires in Victoria that spread through New South Wales. In that space of time, the research team decided to look at, resilience and vulnerability of different tourism destinations. So we had a mixed methodology. So we did a survey, but we also collected, qualitative data from different destinations. Now, I'm only going to present the findings in relation to Bright, because as you can see from that picture here, Bright was directly impacted by the bushfire. So the gray area is where the fire locations were. So we had we did 17 interviews with a broad range of stakeholders, so SMEs, so business owners, government agencies, industry bodies, and community organizations. So this project was done in collaboration with the Victoria Tourism Industry Council. So we did get access to quite, high-level stakeholders to be able to contribute and give us a really broad idea of some of the challenges around managing, the bushfire. Now, in terms of the key findings, well, just wanted to also show you that little picture on the left around Bright, if anybody hasn't been there before, very lovely town, which is located in Victoria's northeastern high country, a very popular tourism destination in Victoria, which, you know, markets itself around the pillars of, you know, cycling, snow, food and drink, culture, you know, nature-based experiences mostly as well. And tourism is the largest employer in the region. Approximately 20% of the working population, you know, is employed in the tourism sector. And that particular destination is reliant on domestic visitation. So 99% of visitors come, you know, predominantly from Victoria. So really high, highly sought after location for Victorians. Now, applying our framework, the one that I've showed you before, there were many different layers of complexity in terms of the findings. I'm just going to highlight a few of them because of time constraints. The first one is that we found that the fires had a really immediate impact on, you know, well-being, and that's not surprising. So very poor health outcomes for employees, business owners, and individuals in the community. High levels of anxiety and stress, and it was because of, you know, obviously the proximity of the fires, but there were also multiple evacuations over different periods of time. And the fact that there was a very negative media coverage, very sensationalized media coverage of the fires as well, contributed to that. And what was interesting is that the community in Bright were very proud of their own personal resilience, and therefore they were reluctant to ask for help. So they didn't really seek any form of mental health support, even if that kind of support was available to them at the time. We also found, from a HR perspective, challenges in terms of talent management. So talent shortages, difficulty in getting people back into the workplace, talent retention challenges. And I think this is a theme that's been very common since with the pandemic as well. So Bright is really reliant on backpackers, and the lack of housing, unaffordable housing, has meant that it's very difficult to bring workers back to the region, and therefore that had an impact on the operations of businesses. A lot of businesses were talking about how they had to operate and reduce hours. Other factors that contributed to business vulnerability were insurance costs. So we found that the cost of insurance had increased between 100 to 400% in those bushfire affected regions. There was also lack of formal risk management planning by SMEs. So in the tourism industry, 95% of those businesses are, small micro businesses, part of the SME, definition, and therefore those businesses didn't have a formal risk management strategy, very informal way of looking at risk and managing the business, because obviously that wasn't really part of their priority. So what we also found was, well, there were a lot of challenges in managing the fires and obviously managing those HR aspects, but there was also positive signs of resilience, both at the individual level and at the business level. So employees, for example, talked about, really strong sense of community among themselves, especially in those businesses with really good, positive cultures. So business owners who had employee-oriented practices, had established a really good culture, were, really focused on values of ethics, compassion, even before the fires. This meant that, there was a very strong, collaborative relationship, and therefore that has helped employees during the fires. We also found that businesses who were they were able to recover faster if they had very strong collaboration between themselves. So strong industry connections, industry accreditation was another part of that. Strong collaborative relationships and very, very strong communication systems among themselves. So what that meant for us, therefore, and I think a lot of those findings, were confirmed by other projects as well. But what that meant for us, it meant that for us from a policy perspective, we realized the importance of, training and investing in industry development, understanding the unique, needs of those business owners, especially in regional destinations, and trying to make those destinations more resilient to future shocks. Obviously, the bushfire was a big shock, but the pandemic made it a dual crisis situation. And I think with, the climate change and the probability of other shocks, it's really important to start really thinking about how do we ensure that business owners are able to be more attuned to those future challenges. Destination planning was also a really key part of our recommendation, making sure that different destinations were collaborating with each other and were communicating with each other with part of that. Just to finish off, I wanted to introduce the team because this wasn't a solo exercise. We had wonderful people from, the School for the Visitor Economy at Victoria University. So we had Joanne Pike, who couldn't be here today, Professor Terry DeLacy, and Van Nguyen as well, who is part of the team. So some of those findings also have been reported in the handbook on crisis and disaster management in tourism that's been edited by Bruce and David, and it's going to be formally launched next year at CALFI. Well, thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, very happy to take them.
Thank you very much. And yes, we will try to give a few minutes for questions at the end of this event, but maybe we can move forward with Professor Jeff Wilkes. David, if you want to introduce him.
Yes, indeed. I'd be happy to introduce Jeff. Jeff is sort of one of the leading lights of tourism risk and crisis management. In fact, set up actually at the University of Queensland some years ago. I think, what was it called? That was the Centre of Risk and Crisis Management at University of Queensland, and it's certainly been one of the pioneers, the academic pioneers in the field. Jeff is sort of every Jewish mother's dream. He's both a legal expert, he's a lawyer, he's a doctor. I don't think you're an accountant though, Jeff, are you? So but anyway, Jeff has certainly had a tremendous history of publications, particularly in the area of tourism risk, crisis and recovery. I've had the privilege of being involved in a couple of them, Tourism in Turbulent Times, and of course the latest book which has come out, which has dealt very much with COVID. So without further ado, it gives me great pleasure to allow Jeff to talk about basically being prepared for crises. And I think this will follow on from some of the other speakers who have come before. So thank you very, very much. I've had a look at your presentation. It's fantastic. So really worth looking at. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Sharing the screen. Here we go. Fantastic. How does that look?
Wonderful.
Beautiful. Great.
Okay. All right. So, yes, good morning to everyone. Thank you, Jürgen, and thank you, David and Peter, but particularly David, for keeping us all really together on this project. And to the people of Maui, my thoughts and wishes go out to you in this difficult time. I'm sure that this forum is going to provide some help for us all to address the global trend in devastating fires. And for my lead slide there, this is just some new material on Australia and our situation. So we're with Maui in the sense that that's our fire risk coming into this season. Great sections of Australia are at high intensity risk for bushfires in this coming season. So, and this is the Australian New Zealand National Council for Fire and Emergency Services produces these sort of maps. And I particularly wanted to start with that because in terms of preparing for crises, what some of the work that Bert was referring to earlier, we're all, particularly now, where's my second slide? Very focused on preparedness. Making arrangements, creating and testing plans, training, educating. So I'm not a crisis person. I'm a prevention person, and it's been interesting during my career that the swiftness and the cleverness of people dealing with crisis in the moment is not my style. I'm slow. I grew up in Papua New Guinea. I've had malaria. I go through life very carefully, and it fits that preparedness framework. Interestingly enough, the United Nations World Tourism Organization has been talking about the preparedness and prevention part of this equation for many years, back in 1997 with their recommended measures for tourism. But it's only COVID-19 and global warming appreciation that's changed many things. Richard was saying a little earlier from the UK that tourism needs a voice. And what I've always said is that we need a seat at the big table. We need to be part of the preparedness for all sorts of disasters, but to be included. Interestingly enough, with COVID, last year, the World Health Organization is now recommending that tourism should be prioritized as an active member in the development of national health and emergency planning and management structures. So they're recognizing, at least from a health point of view, that the tourism should have a spot at the big table and be included in all sorts of planning exercises for national health emergencies. The WHO also changes this little model of preparedness, response, and recovery. They're looking at it a little bit differently now after COVID and talking about anticipation, adaptation, absorption, and transformation. And it's the anticipation, I think, that's really important now when we're talking about bushfires, the situation in Maui, and the global threat, particularly of fires. Getting on the front foot, getting ahead of the game, thinking through things before they happen. So for my contribution today, I wanted to just talk on 3 areas. Firstly, technology, and I'm going to keep it very firmly on bushfires. Technology and early warning systems. How do we get ahead of the game, given all of the technology that's now available because of COVID-19, or I guess fast-tracked because of COVID-19? What about our response capability? And as David Bierman said to me yesterday when we were talking on the phone, all very well if you know what's going to happen, but you've got to have firefighters on the ground. You've got to have someone there to put the fire out. So let's talk about response capability, and then if we've got time, a case study. So I hope that's the little shot there. It talks about lightning starting a fire and all the types of technology that we have now available. Drones, on the ground, sensors, cameras in towers. And I'll just share with you, I said to David, I got a bit distracted in this preparation, looking at all the fantastic things that fire protection agencies now have in place. There's transitions, particularly in Australia, transitions to AI-powered bushfire detection and monitoring using satellite technology, ultra-high definition 360-degree panoramic cameras, and using AI to improve overall the early detection of fires. So the interesting thing here is this technology can actually see through smoke. We've got geothermal mapping now that allows you to sense when the earth is getting too hot and you're likely to ignite a fire. Very interestingly, one of the things that comes out of fire responses is over time that the teams out in the field often lose communications, black spots, remote situations. Now they're rolling out mobile Wi-Fi equipment recently installed in over 1,300 fire and rescue in New South Wales and New South Wales State Emergency Service vehicles, which ensures 3G or satellite communication access during incident responses. So you're putting the Wi-Fi capability in the vehicles. And as a node, this allows crews to connect directly to satellites. So you're starting to have this wide detection Let's anticipate where the fire is going to be a problem. When we get people addressing the fire, let them communicate effectively. Let's not go into a black spot. Australia is also blessed in that we've got a number of agencies. I've just put four there: the Emergency Management Agency, the Institute of Disaster Resilience. We've got incredible resources and knowledge, evidence-based knowledge being collected by government agencies. And I say this because in an international forum like that, a lot of that is public domain sharing. And so if you're in a destination that doesn't have the resources to have gold-plated fire prevention resources, you can share. This sort of material is open to share, and the agencies are open to share. But as I was saying with David before, yesterday, all very well if you can spot the fire and anticipate it, but you need the trained and equipped firefighters. What I'm seeing, and it was in the Courier Mail national newspaper, Queensland newspaper yesterday, that there's some concerns that we have got behind in backburning, in preparing for a hot summer. And yesterday, the Bureau of Meteorology announced that we've entered an El Nino period. The official announcement yesterday: stand by Australia, you're going to have a very hot period coming forwards. Hot summer, lots of risk of bushfires. So the actions that are part of management plans, the burning and prevention need to be completed. We also need funding and volunteers. Another thing that's happening in Australia is that we rely on volunteers for the rural fire brigades. And with COVID, that volunteer army is shrinking. People are having, with the cost of living, to have a second job. They just don't have the spare time to volunteer. And unless funding is available, the army of volunteers, the actual firefighters in the field, are going to be depleted. For tourist operators, of course, you need fire management plans and staff training, including, as a couple of speakers have said, those practices, the drills. Can I just say, I've put in there the Association of British Travel Agents, ABTA, their workbook on risk management, for want of a better term, is probably the best resource I have ever found in terms of walking tourism operators through their responsibilities for fire, water, a whole range of safety things. The interesting thing there is that unlike other destinations, ABTA has works within a legal framework. So there is actually an incentive for tourism operators to have fire management plans and fire training, staff training, because there are legal responsibilities to get that go with that. But I thought I'd mention that resource because it's probably the best in the world, as far as I'm concerned, for a tourism operator getting prepared in this area. So finally, and I'm conscious of the time, I spoke to Steve Noakes yesterday. He's currently in Indonesia. Many of you will know Steve. He's been a long-term icon in sustainable tourism. He's also chairman of the Binabara Lodge, which is not very far from where I am at the moment. So it's situated in freehold land out inside the Lamington National Park, part of the UNESCO World Heritage listed Gondwana rainforests of Australia. The area contains the world's most extensive subtropical rainforest and nearly all of the world's Arctic beach cool temperate rainforest. So it's an amazing place. And you see from the one photo I've got there, which was a 2018, it's a fantastic lodge established in 1933, nestled in bushland. Unfortunately, on the 8th of September 2019, a bushfire destroyed most of the heritage buildings in the lodge, completely wiped it out. And Griffith University has had collaboration with the Lodge, working through the crisis and recovery and documenting all the work that an operator can do to recover from such a traumatic fire. But I wanted to talk to Steve on the phone yesterday to get some insights from him. And there's just a couple to share with you. So because they are in a World Heritage listed area and they had responsibilities, they had a fantastic management plan in place. They had risk reduction, including bushfire management consultants on all their buildings. They had a controlled burn the month prior to the fire. Staff trained very highly in bushfire response. They developed relationships with emergency services. They had it all in place, and yet the wildfire jumped boundaries and took out the lodge. I asked Steve, a couple of insights for, what you would do in preparation for a similar thing happening again. And they do all the same things, but one or two that really surprised me. Firstly, they'd have more backup generators in the short term and then move to solar panels. So power, and Bill Furs was talking about the importance of the Army in restoring power in crisis situations. So power is really important. Traditionally, this lodge was a no phone zone. So the idea was for people to go back to nature, relax, and get off your mobile phone. And they actually dissuaded people from having their mobile phones. Having had that experience with the fire, they've changed the philosophy a little bit to boost the Wi-Fi and internet so that people have capacity and communication is more available in a crisis situation. Two others, planting more fire-resistant or fire-tolerant plants around the resort. It's interesting, Nancy was just saying about insurance. You can't buy fire insurance at the moment. There's no insurance available for bushfires. So I guess what I'd say is that that's an area that we need to be working on, where if you can demonstrate, as in other parts of insurance, that you've done all the right things to mitigate a crisis, you're really prepared and ready, then there should be a way to demonstrate to the insurance companies that you're a good risk and you should be able to buy that protection. I think I run out of time. Thank you again, David, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much.
And I also too, I say thank you very much indeed, Jeff, for sharing your insights and expertise. It's been a really interesting presentation. Now, if Jürgen, if you don't mind, I might introduce our next speaker, Bruce Prideaux. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Okay. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Bruce. Bruce and I have actually collaborated on a book which is coming soon, depending on how quickly the publishers work. So we've done and in fact, quite a number of the speakers today here actually have contributed to that book. Ansi has been one of them. Bert has been one of them. Richard Gordon's been one of them. So there's a gang of us. There's Masato Takamatsu, who's actually coming next. But the thing that Bruce is going to talk about today, which I think is very important, and I know Bert made mention of it in his speech, is the issue of climate change and its impact on the huge number of natural disasters we've had. So whether we talk about the fires in Maui or we talk about the fires in Canada, Western United States, Southern Europe, the floods that have just been happening, a lot of that actually has to do with climate change. And it is so, without any further ado, I'm going to let Bruce talk about this. Bruce has been probably one of the icons in terms of tourism risk, crisis and recovery over many years. He's published just about everywhere. And it's been a privilege for me also too, Bruce, I'll say this publicly, to have worked with you on this book with all of our other contributors over the last 2 years. So I shall shut up and it's over to you, sir.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Well, it's morning in Australia. I guess it's late afternoon, evening elsewhere. So I guess I should just say good day. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this. It was interesting. I was given this topic to talk about, which is climate change, which is very contested, actually. So I thought, what do I do? I've got 8 or 9 minutes to talk about climate change and the implications for risk. So what I think I've decided to do was, what is climate change, what it does, and how do we respond to it? So fairly simple. So if you bear with me. So climate change, I think we can talk about 2 types of climate change. One is natural climate change. It describes the long-term planetary forces that influence global climate patterns. And so these have been operating for hundreds of millions of years. It's interesting to look at what happens though. In the last glacial maximum, about 20,000 years ago, sea levels were about 130 meters below what they are today. So in the last 20,000 years, in fact, in more so in the, I guess, the last 10,000 years, sea levels have risen quite a lot. And we built all our cities 1 or 2 or 3 meters above sea level, a lot of coastal cities. In the mid-Pleistocene, warm period about 3 million years ago, atmospheric concentrations of CO2 exceeded 400 parts per million. Today, it's about 421. And that led to global climate temperatures that were up to 3 degrees higher than today and 20 meters above present day levels. So at that level, I'd be talking underwater, which I'm glad I'm not. The other type of climate change we've got is the one that we're really talking about a lot now, and it's much closer to us. It's happening very quickly, is anthropogenic climate change. It's driven by human actions, principally 2 interesting things, the use of fossil fuels, but also it's interesting to reflect that population growth in the last 100 years has gone from 2 billion to 8 billion. So we've quadrupled the number of people in the world, quadrupled the number of agricultural areas we need, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's one of the big drivers of what I'm seeing at the moment. So according to the IPCC, the impacts of anthropogenic climate change include things like more frequent drought, which we see in Australia a lot. We've seen the same thing happening in California and other areas, melting glaciers, ecosystem disruption, heavier rainfall, lots of examples of that this year, more intense windstorms, so cyclones, et cetera. And globally, we've seen a lot of large-scale wildfires. A lot of contesting in the science here, whether climate change has caused a lot of these things or whether it's an outcome of other forces. But these are things the IPCC has said will happen, and we're starting to see them happening. The interesting thing about global emissions for greenhouse gases is when we talk about stabilization, it means that we stop basically the emissions that we've got and then hopefully wind them back. The biggest problem we've got in facing anthropogenic climate change is we don't know at what levels temperatures will rise to, because we don't know how quickly things like transition to net zero will occur. We don't know when that peak will be or when. So it's difficult to plan, but we know things are happening very quickly. So how do we plan in an era where we don't know when it's going to happen and at what level it's going to happen and what impact it's going to be? Similarly with sea level rise, we know it's happening. We've seen what's happened in the past. We know what could happen in the future. We don't know how high the seas will rise, how quickly it'll be, and when it'll cease. So these are really big issues. If we're looking at where I live in Cairns in Australia, the airport, at current sea level rise will start to face at high tide, about 2070, we'll start to find it at really high tides, we'll start to find part of the airport will go under water. Something will happen in lots of other destinations as well. So it makes planning really difficult. So how do we respond? That's the third part of what I want to talk about. So I think the key things we've got: mitigation, adaptation. Mitigation is really designed to halt the problem. And the biggest thing we've got at the moment, of course, is transition to net zero. It's a difficult decision. It costs so much money. It's causing a lot of angst around the world, but we know if we don't go to that, we're going to have all these other issues that will continue. And we've seen what happens in the past, when we've got the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere has at the same level we've got, sea levels are much higher and it's much hotter. So that's one thing. That's a global response. More at a industry level and at a destination level, we've got adaptation, which is the process of adjusting to the impacts of climate change. And so that includes both the current and expected future impacts. And that's really to avoid or moderate harm to humans. So we've got this overarching thing of mitigation, which is very difficult for us to participate in other than what governments tell us to do. We've then got adaptation, which is much more how we respond. And when we talk about adaptation, I think it's really worthwhile having a look at how do we do this? I think it requires building resilience. So how do we prepare our destinations, our companies, even ourselves for these coming issues with climate change? Being informed. And I think that's one of the key things. A number of speakers have talked about being informed. Richard was talking about the information that you need so you can decide what you're going to do. That then cascades into being prepared to innovate. So the past solutions, Nancy was talking about some of those things. Jeff was talking about innovation in how we deal with fires. So I think this idea of innovation, the old is not necessarily the present or the future. We need to innovate. I think we need to be prepared to adopt new business models, and Nancy was talking about that, new management models of fire, all the other sorts of things of dealing with disasters, and also, interestingly, undertaking research. I think as a researcher, that's one of the key things. The book that we've produced is an interesting one. We've got a group of research chapters, but we've also got a group of people who've very kindly contributed their knowledge, having worked in the industry. So it's one of these, I think, unique academic books that not just talks about theory, but it also talks about practice and the people actually do the stuff. So I think that's a very neat thing that we need to do. Researchers have to talk to the people in the field. People in the field need to talk to researchers. So in areas subject to fire, for example, this may require new building codes, and something that I think Jeff alluded to, new building materials and techniques, abandonment of some areas, unfortunately, and that's really going to have to happen in the future, particularly in coastal areas. We're going to have to abandon whole cities and move them, and also new fire management regimes when we're looking at fire. So very briefly, I hope I've looked at what climate change is. There's two types: what it does, some of the things that we're going to expect, and also how do we respond to it. So thank you very much.
Okay, Bruce, thank you very much. I think we may, what we might do is keep questions perhaps towards the end, and we'll move to our next speaker, who comes from Japan, Masato Takamatsu. It's very interesting. We've got two speakers with Masato and with Richard Gordon, who came before. Richard, of course, and Masato were pioneers in the area of the integration of emergency management in tourism. And in fact, when the UN World Tourism Organization ran its first conference on this, Masato and Richard were the two keynote speakers. And it's wonderful, Masato, to have you. I've had the privilege of seeing you in action in Okinawa, and the incredible work that you did there to work with the prefectural government of Okinawa. You're going to talk about a project which is also very exciting in the Mount Fuji area. It's a real pleasure to have you. And without further ado, I'm going to mute myself and let you take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, folks. And well, it's such an honor to be invited to speak with all these experts in the tourism resilience. Today, I'm going to share with you a case of the preparedness initiated by private sector in Mount Fuji 5 Lakes area in Japan. And oftentimes, the resilience or the crisis management is the area of the public sector, but in reality, the only private sector, the service providers are on site to save the safety, to ensure the safety of the visitors as well as the continuation of the business on site. So let's see what they have done here. Oops, sorry. I need to.
Oh, okay, my apology. I have to get you. Okay, there we go.
All right. Do you have my?
We were able to see it and it disappeared.
Okay, I'll try it again.
There we go.
Okay, okay, good. You got the slideshow now?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. All right, this is a case of the Fuji Five Lakes Tourism Federation. And as you may know, the Mount Fuji is one of the symbol of tourism in Japan. And there are beautiful lake areas surrounding Mount Fuji, which is right here. And this area is located about 100 kilometers from downtown Tokyo, or maybe 2 hours drive or a train ride from Tokyo. And the area attracts 60 million visitors in 2019. Now, that's before the pandemic. And amongst them, there are 4.9 million overnight visitors, and also 1.3 millions visitors are international visitors. And even though this is the beautiful, fantastic destination for the tourists, but this area is also prone to multiple natural hazards, including volcanic activities by Mount Fuji, or earthquakes, and typhoons, floods, and heavy snowfalls. And if those happens, there's a significant impacts to the visitors, including the physical impacts like injury or even death, or transport difficulties. Once there's the natural hazard taking place, occurring, the trains operation will be suspended and the roads closed. So there is many visitors at a risk of being stranded within the destination. And at the time, maybe they would experience a communication difficulty. The cell phones will be down because, well, very much restricted, so that they can't make a communication with other people or get necessary information. And it is very likely that they will experience power outage. That and in such a case, there is a consequence of quite a difficult, different.
Masato, can I just let you know that your slides aren't moving, so that
it's not moving?
Yeah, I think you need to just go to the next to this slide to which you were talking to. For some reason, the slideshow isn't
okay.
moving. Sorry.
Is it now moving now?
No, it's still the first slide.
Oh.
If you click on the left side, if you click on the second slide on your computer, it should bring it to the second one.
Is it now moving?
No.
Okay,
it's
moving on my side.
If you go click on page down on your computer keyboard, it should also bring it down.
Okay, I'll try it again. Let's see.
Okay.
You see it now?
Yes.
Yep.
Now we see it. Wonderful.
Okay. Sorry. I was talking about, I was showing this map, Mount Fuji, and distance from the downtown Tokyo.
Right.
Okay. Do you get the third slide now?
The Fuji Five Lake Tourism Federation. Yes.
Okay, excellent. All right. Having observed this, risks at the destination, the private sector is fully 100% private sector. The Fuji Five Lakes Tourism Federation, they decided to prepare for the potential disasters as a whole destination, and this private sector organization took the initiative in developing a crisis management manual for the tourism service providers and operators. And interestingly, they got the initiative, and they have the fund to develop this manual, and they invited the local municipalities to participate in a working team. So usually we call a public-private partnership, but in this case, it's a private-public partnership. And as Peter, shared with us, this federation, through the workshop, they identify the disaster risks in the area that need to be prioritized. And their priority is number one, eruption of Mount Fuji, followed by earthquake, heavy snowfall, typhoon, and heavy rainfall. And on the right-hand side is the structure of the working team. So as I explained earlier, it's basically formulated by the Fuji Five Lakes Tourism Federation private sector, together with the local city government, both tourism department as well as the disaster prevention departments. And they also invited the prefectural government agencies for the consultation and advice. And another thing is that they worked with the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. They contributed in printing the manual and distribution of the manual to the CCI members, who are mostly the tourism-related business people. And this is the tourism crisis response manual developed by this federation. And there are 6 sections, including analysis of risk facing the tourism sector, and then in response to volcanic activities, and then earthquake. And section 4 illustrates the procedures for the typhoon, heavy rainfall, and heavy snowfall. And then section 5 suggested measures to assist stranded visitors to return home. As I said earlier, there's a high risk of the visitors to be stranded when there's a major crisis takes place. And also, they have another section to outline support for international visitors who are more likely to be, troubled and have experienced inconvenience being caught up in a disaster event. So my conclusion is development of the Fuji Five Lakes Tourism Federation Tourism Crisis Response Manual was a successful example of the private and public collaboration. And that is to improve the preparedness of the area's tourism sector for responding to potential disaster risks. And today, our heart is with the Maui and the entire state of Hawaii, but anything that can happen to any of the destinations in the world. So I would be more than happy if this manual is small and reference to other destinations in the world. And I'm very much sure that it's a small step, but a meaningful step forward to make the destinations in the world safer. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much, and thanks for getting up so early. It's quite early in Tokyo still now. Now you can have your.
It's already 7 o'clock in the morning.
But when you joined us, and you've been there from the very beginning, I've seen this, and this is wonderful. and from here we go to another gentleman who's a good friend, and he's also in a country where it's like 3 or something in the morning now, in Nepal.
I'm just wondering what happened to Peter Simone, actually.
Okay, Peter is not on, so I thought we're just going to go to Pankaj, and if he comes.
No, that's fine. That's
yeah.
perfectly good.
Okay, but let me get him on there. And Pankaj is has been involved also in World Tourism Network from the very beginning. Actually, we're announcing our chapter in Nepal next week, and he will be leading our chapter. So we're very excited about this, together with Deepak Joshi. And Deepak was the former head of the Nepal Tourism Board. So let me try to get Pankaj in the spotlight here somehow. Add to spotlight. There we go. And welcome, Pankaj. I know exactly where you are because I visited you not too long ago. And Kathmandu, I have to say, has changed over the years, and it's very progressive. A lot of trendy places to go, and it's lovely as always. Good to see you, Pankaj. The floor is yours.
Aloha. Good morning, good evening. Well, it's truly an experience. Thank you, Dr. David.
It's a pleasure. Pankaj, do you want to share screen at all? Because
yes.
I know you've got a presentation.
Sure.
Or do you want me to pull up your presentation?
Well, I would do it myself.
But I prefer, much better that you do it because you do it better than I will.
I hope my screen is visible.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you, Dr. David and Thomas. Namaste, everyone from Nepal. Well, I'm exactly at 1300 meter, but as you know, the country that starts from almost 60 meter goes up to 8,849 meters. I'm not an expert, not even I have much expertise in this area of crisis or natural disaster, but being in tourism and having gone through various natural disasters, to name one which we had to face, severe one, was 2015 earthquake. So I can relate to what you've gone through, whether it's fire, in Hawaii or Maui, or in Australia, in Canada, floods. This is not unusual. And as David explained, I've been in tourism, and now we're going to start the Nepal chapter of WTN this weekend. Let me share my ignorance. Basically, why I'm up early in the morning here is to discover my ignorance, what I don't know. And perhaps I can borrow the words of Socrates. I don't know what I know, but I definitely know what I don't know. And that's why I'm here. So let me take you back to 2015. This is something Nepal is known for. Yes, it is changing pretty fast, and the contemporary Nepal is pretty cosmopolitan, but this is 2015 when the earthquake struck, and the most, even Kathmandu, the old part, this is Bhaktapur. And then this journalist was blown out because the lady was not sad and depressed because she lost her house, but she was particularly concerned that she didn't have much food to offer to the journalist who came to visit her house. right? So this is a very different level of resiliency that the people in the Himalayan region have shown time and again. But it does not mean that the people who travel, who visit Nepal or the Himalayan region for that matter, will also, demonstrate similar level of resiliency. So as a tourism operating sector or as a tour operator, and we've been specializing or we've been learning how to cater to the people with disabilities. In that regard, the preparedness would be the key. And I really enjoyed what Masato-san just shared in the mountain area in Japan. Perhaps we need to learn more. Let me give you a brief, overview. It's not only for people who come here, normally allocentric travelers who take quite good amount of risk, and then they come prepared when they come for, going to the base camp of Mount Everest or Annapurna, or those who go to climb Everest, right? So their level of resilience would be much higher. But as we have also opened tourism for people with disability, as an I had great honor to contribute to the article with Dr. David back in 2018. So when we did quite a few trekking and then, adventure for persons with disabilities or people who have special needs. So can we nurture this domain of tourism and with the right kind of awareness and preparedness? And I must say that we are learning the ropes, right? So we did organize treks even in the high Himalaya for amputees from the US. We named it Wounded Heroes Trek of Hope. That was 2016. That became World Tourism Day event also. And we did organize trips to Tibet, or the ride in the base of Everest to this Australian lady, or even the awareness for persons with disabilities, friends with disabilities in Nepal, in Kathmandu. We organize. But the one thing that before this session, what I was not really aware, or I was aware, but I was not really prepared, I must admit, was the crisis management. What if something goes wrong while we organize the trip, or in that trip itself? Yes, even the former president or the captain regent Mirko Tomasoni, rolling his wheelchair in Lumbini, birthplace of Lord Buddha in Lumbini. But we were lucky that so far all the trips went very well without much to handle in terms of crisis. But it's good to be safe than sorry. So the discussions, what I have, gathered and what we can learn. So it's not only, my mentor, Dr. Scott Rains from California. So they did quite a few adventure. That was back in 2014, right? And then recently, this place where I was ago, Thomas, if you recall, while you were in Kathmandu, I was heading up in the Trans-Himalayan trip to Mustang. And this is the gateway to Upper Mustang. When I was there, it was absolutely stunning, beautiful mountain. And after last month, there was a huge, flood, which is quite unusual. This is the rain shadow area, not affected by monsoon, but there was a massive flood that affected the entire, this mountain gateway down to Mustang. So the preparedness and crisis for travelers, and especially persons with disabilities. Of course, we are prone to earthquake as it comes in seismic zone, and it did. A major one happened in 2015, flood. That is every year we come across, normally in the southern belt, Chitwan, where people go for wildlife. The safari landslide, which is absolutely normal, which we don't panic because we have been seeing it on a regular basis. So people are, I would say, rather more prepared. Fire, well, in Nepali context, fire is not that very much feared because it's not, we don't have bushfire much except in the hills. But that can be real fatal when it happens. So our preparedness towards fire perhaps is not more than fire, extinguishers we put in the building as per the building code. And epidemic or pandemic, when it strikes or when it happens, how do we prepare? Keeping in mind that people with disabilities. So I would say, we're still learning the ropes, and the preparedness that we need to focus on as a tourism operating sector, or as an individual who look after people around you. So knowing the risk, many a times this can be the major hurdle because we do not admit. And in our part of the world, since we believe in good karma or bad karma at times, that you don't really think that, you did bad karma in the past and all these disasters are the outcome of your bad karma. So perhaps this is the time that we know that the risk is very potent and this can strike without much alarm bell. So being prepared or knowing that there's a risk would help. And planning, yes, now I would see a lot of people or organizations working, doing the regular drills. So they don't panic when it strikes, as we can learn from Japan, which have shown resiliency and backed by the proper preparedness. So perhaps, WTN can also create this platform where we can collaborate, not only Dr. Peter Tarlow, who has been, really a great resource, but Masato-san and other practitioners who can, share the knowledge and grow this, preparedness and getting help. Perhaps, we are too shy to ask for help, because asking for help is not the sign of weakness, rather a sign of strength. And in our part, emergency kit or right special need, evacuation. But I must share, after the pandemic, the evacuation of people, Nepal has demonstrated pretty empathetic approach, because it did offer food, accommodation. Nepal Tourism Board was quite proactive in that regard. So evacuation in the state of pandemic or earthquake or major natural disaster, this evacuation part has been quite swiftly handled. And the awareness, the kind of disability, it's not only mobility impairment or visual impairment, hearing, non-visible, PTSD, but seniors. And we have seen the growth of people who travel to Nepal, retired, slow walkers. I hope that's not my timing. I went 2 minutes. Slow walkers, so especially the senior citizens who are traveling to Nepal, their evacuation and crisis management plan should be different than the people who are allocentric and come with a lot of preparedness to face the adventure. So the growing soft adventure takers, we need to have. So my objective to be awake is to learn and perhaps get more insights and help in this regard. This is one thing where even eTurbo News was a partner back in 2015, 16, because after the earthquake, people were provided with food, shelter, but they were pretty much going through PTSD, had nothing much to do. So we organize a trip, which is in the outskirts of Kathmandu, taking them out to a botanical garden. And I realized that many of them had never been to that botanical garden. So we named it, tourism as a healer. So when crisis happens, yes, you respond immediately, but post-crisis, perhaps tourism can work even much better to help people come out of that trauma or that, pain. So this is an example what was organized not much with long planning, but it turned out to be a real eye opener to us. So this is a few glimpses of that. And this I would particularly add, that was December last year, and you'll see a person with this sunglass. He is a person with disability, but has been working focusing on disaster management, right? So we invited him to speak on World International Day of Persons with Disability, and we are connecting to the dots between tourism and disability, right, or tourism for all. And then that was the first time about 8 months ago I came to learn, when he was given a floor to speak, that how much preparedness for crisis is important. Emergency preparedness guide, that's what he said. And I came to know that Nepal government has already released one dossier or document. So at least we have started to crawl, and we can walk and move towards that direction. So this is what of the very same trip. So I come to an end. So my simple, it's good to be safe than sorry. And we in the Himalayan region are learning the ropes. So we are yet to go a long distance, but we are ready to ready to learn and share this to make our trips, safer for all. So tourism for all with much safety guidelines and practices. So on that note, I would like to thank Dr. David for organizing this, Thomas, Dr. Tarlo. Namaste.
Thank you very much, Pankaj. And there is what I wanted to mention. A lot of history between World Tourism Network and, of course, also my eTurbo News and Nepal. World Tourism Network was really started in Berlin. I mentioned this in the beginning on the sideline of ITB. And the reason we were early in Berlin was because we organized the Nepal event on the sideline of the ITB, what we have done for a few years. And so Nepal was part and is a founding member. And this is together with PATA, who pitched in and said, we need to have a discussion on tourism. So when World Tourism Network started as the Rebuilding Travel discussion, it was Nepal, it was Nepal Tourism Board, it was PATA and the African Tourism Board we worked with from the very beginning. And we did have Peter Simon, the chairman of PATA, as a guest, but he must have had another priority, and I don't see
I think he finished up. He was traveling between Macau and Bangkok, so maybe he's disappeared in transit somewhere. But look,
that's another example of when you travel, you have the fourth category of risk.
Yeah,
exactly.
And of course, Peter,
will be terrible.
well, we announced yesterday, for those that don't know this yet, but PATA has a new chairman. And of course, that was Peter's job to announce it. And what he did, I believe, yesterday is Mr. Noor from Malaysia, who has been in the convention business. So I know he has a lot going on. And we're very proud to work also as a partner with PATA Indonesia and our chapter at WTN Indonesia. We will all be at our time 2023 next week, a week from literally on the 29th, so 10 days from today. But David, maybe you can conclude this event, and then we can maybe have a few minutes for Q&A.
Well, what I was going to do is do the sum up session, if that's okay. So I just wanted to share screen. Hang on, share screen. this is the last session. I'm going to try and keep it very, very brief and just summarize what we've covered today. I'm sorry that Peter Simone's unable to be here, but I just say this about PATA, because I've done a lot of work with PATA. I know our speaker Bert Van Waldbeek's done a lot of work with PATA over the years, and I will say this about PATA: for the last 30 years, they have been, of all the major transnational tourism organisations, they have been probably the leaders in dealing with tourism risk, crisis and recovery. They were brilliant during SARS in 2003. They were outstanding certainly during the Indian Ocean tsunami, in fact, a lot quicker than the UN World Tourism Organization. So I was actually at the UNWTO's emergency response to the tsunami, which took place a month after the tsunami. PATA, by contrast, was already up and running and doing things the day after it actually happened. Anyway, so enough of that particular thing. But I just wanted to give you just a quick recap of what our speakers have done. That's a bit naughty. Oh, here we go. Okay, so a little quick recap. So Jürgen started off, Steinmetz obviously started off talking about the situation in Hawaii and how I think the Hawaiian Tourism Authority is starting to come to grips with the Maui crisis. Aaron talked about the very important thing. Aaron Ketter, who was our first speaker after Jürgen, talked about the need for destinations to re-image after a crisis. So sometimes if you've had places which have been very badly damaged going through repairs, there is an opportunity. And I used to teach a subject called managing risk and opportunity, because there is an opportunity to re-image and to recast and to re-emphasize a destination after a crisis. Bert talked about the importance of managing media and of course, very much doing so on all platforms. Richard Gordon, from the Centre of Disaster Management at Bournemouth University, did a fantastic presentation. And I know his organisation has done brilliant work in training governments, tourism organisations, airlines, you name it, in dealing with crisis events, mainly by preparing them for it and certainly engaging in a lot of simulation games, drills, and all of those things. In other words, there's no point just having a crisis manual if you can't actually put it into operation. Then we had the excellent presentation from Charles Goudeni from Washington, DC, who talked about interoperability. Now, that's a really important concept, because interoperability is the ability of different elements of emergency management to actually coalesce seamlessly. And that's really difficult to do. Bill Furs followed, obviously, by talking about the military role in that. And one of the interesting challenges that comes into the military side of it is, who's the boss? The military or the civilian emergency management agencies? Usually, in many, many cases, the military do take precedence simply because they have much superior equipment in dealing with recovery and emergency management arrangements. Then we had, of course, President Peter, Dr. Peter Tallow, talking about and just explaining to us what the concept of risk is. And it's really important, you know, we talk about risk, we talk about crisis. Peter covered very, very well what those concepts are. And one thing I know in a lot of my own research, which I really respect Peter in, is basically talking about the concept of anomie, that a tourist that goes to a place which they're not familiar with can often get very, very panicked and feel very strange, particularly when things are going wrong. That was a really good point that Peter made in his presentation. Unfortunately, we didn't get to hear from Professor Lloyd Waller in Jamaica, so I don't know what he was going to say because I never saw it. Ansi Gamage, it was great to have Ansi as one of the people who has done a lot of work in the area of bushfire management. And she talked about the very important HR dimension. Are staff trained? Are management trained? Are people able to know what to do particularly when a fire event occurs? These are really important parts of staff training. In Australia, certainly now it is a legal requirement for every member of staff of any organisation working in any area in Australia, and this is particularly so for tourism and hotels and attractions, to know what fire drills are. Then we had Jeff Wilkes doing again, excellent presentation. Jeff is a real expert on the area of preparation. And I think one of the interesting things about Jeff's presentation was showing up the technology now, which is available to certainly look for fires, check for fires, see if the conditions are there. But at the end of the day, of course, all of that detection ability is only as good as somebody who can actually hold a hose and put out the fire. Bruce Prideaux talked with, I think, great authority about the issue of climate change. And I was really glad to hear from the presentation that Bruce made, the recognition of both natural and anthropogenic, I hope I get that right, climate change. Certainly, we human beings are responsible for a very, very significant enhancement of climate change, and certainly we haven't done the environment a great deal of good. But I think it is a good thing that we're getting a lot more recognition. Then we had Masato from Japan. The project that Masato is doing with the Fuji 5 Lakes is fascinating because he's combining community needs, tourism industry needs, emergency management needs, government needs in actually planning and preparing for crises. And I think one thing that I incredibly admire about Japan, I look at Japan as the gold standard of risk and crisis management. They take it very seriously because, of course, Japan is vulnerable to practically every crisis that's ever existed. As I said with Peter, it's a pity that he wasn't here, but Peter has done extraordinarily good work in the area of risk and crisis management, and for PARTA and PARTA, of course, as an organisation, has done it. I was delighted that we had Pankaj talk about the very important issue of disabled travellers. And one thing which a lot of us probably don't recognise, 1 in 10 travellers in the world have a disability. It not either a permanent disability or sometimes a temporary disability. And how do we work with those people when emergencies occur? We talk about evacuations. So when we talk about evacuations, it's not just the ability to run. We might need to help people who are in a wheelchair. Okay, I will then move to my next one. Okay, very, very quickly. Couple of things that I thought might come out of the conference. These are resolutions that I'm suggesting, which could be taken to the Bali conference that World Tourism, WTN is going, World Tourism Network. So I guess essentially we're looking at a number of things. Firstly, I think all of us who have been involved in this particular webinar, we want to express our solidarity with the victims of all national disasters, and particularly as tourism professionals, we want to make sure that we can support affected communities. We also want to express our support for the military and civilian first responders, emergency management agencies, etc., because they play such a critical role. And really, as quite a lot of our speakers have actually mentioned, we want to work with these organisations. I think we, as tourism professionals, we need to pledge to enhance our risk management and crisis readiness. Then we also commit to developing risk management protocols. Now, the airlines and cruise ships, for example, have got extensive protocols of risk management. Some other sectors of the industry are still in the catch-up mode. That still applies to hotels, sometimes to attractions. We aim for a tourism infrastructure to be regarded as assets to the host community. And one of the interesting things that came out of Maui in particular was the fact that there seemed to be some competition between local needs and needs of resorts. And that's something which we have to look at not only in the Hawaiian context, but globally. And finally, as tourism destinations, we're committed to building destinations back better after natural disasters. So it's not just a matter of getting things back to where they were, it's a matter of enhancing things. So we certainly hope that all of us have learnt lessons from natural disasters. I'm not here to criticize what happened in Maui or in Hawaii, because I think always every country in the world or every destination in the world hopefully will learn from the experiences that they've had. Okay, so folks, it's goodbye from me. I just wanted to say a very sincere thank you to the World Tourism Network and to eTurbo News for agreeing to host this. I also want to thank the fantastic quality of my fellow speakers here today. It's been wonderful. I'm delighted that quite a number of people have been involved in the book that Bruce and I are co-editing. There's 42 of us from 9 countries. So we certainly, and I'm really delighted that 6 of them have spoken today. So we've had Ansi, Masato, Bert, Richard, Gordon. So it's been really terrific. So thank you very, very much indeed. And I'll hand back to Jürgen. And Jürgen, thank you very much for doing such a wonderful job as our chef de mission, so to speak.
No, David, the thank you really goes to you, because you have been the driving force behind this event. I know you've worked extremely hard. You invited almost all our participants here, so you did tremendous, and we should do this a lot more often. And that's what World Tourism Network is about. It's only as good as our members, such as yourself are, and such Pankai and everyone else. So I encourage everyone here who is not a member yet for World Tourism Network, and everyone watching us now to join us. If you're watching us live on eTurbo News or on one of our other publications or partners now, then you may want to come back later, because we're going to repeat this. You will find it on our YouTube and social media channels, on Vimeo, and also on the Breaking News show. So there will be a lot more to come, and anyone who wanted to contribute to the result of this discussion or add to this discussion, you're welcome to do this. Just go to our website, wtn.travel, and click on contact, and we would love to work with everyone here. Now we have maybe a few more minutes. If anyone has any questions, we still have a lot of the participants here, and that's also quite amazing, because it's 2.5 hours, and
yes, it's pretty long.
So thank you for all of this. And I'm wondering if anyone has any question. We're not that many people here live, so just unmute yourself, and you're welcome to ask your question.
Thank you, Jagan. I'm Lucky Chetri from Nepal. I have a question because I'm listening from the beginning. It started from the midnight, but I'm patiently listening this all, and I like to congratulate to everybody. You have done a really great presentation. It is really great. So I have a question, because I'm also very much concerned on the climate change and this all, because we are working in trekking in the Himalayas, and this is becoming a big threat for Nepal and the people who are like working on this area. So I am just wanted to know, like we know what the effect is going on all over, but what are the things that we should do to prevent these or to minimize, or is there anything that we can do something on it, like we don't know what to do on it, we are all really worried on this, because the Pankaj has been showed that recently in the Annapurna region there was only usual flood was there, and 2 years back in Manang areas and many areas is going on like this, and we have to be very careful on it. So I really like to know any solution people may have to share here and to learn from you guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and if anyone wanted to comment on this, and of course, lucky as this is a situation the whole world is talking about, and everyone is trying to find solution, especially right now ongoing in New York. I know the conference on climate change has widely support. Our governor here in Hawaii was actually one of the speakers and emphasized the emergency of climate change, and that all falls into travel and tourism. So there's a lot of people talking. And we're in the process of having an interest group and starting a discussion under the leadership of Professor Jeffrey Lipman, many of you know, in Brussels. And he's working on with SunX. It's funded by the Malta government. And what we'll do in Bali at our upcoming summit is introducing a climate-friendly travel club. So I don't want to give all the information out yet because we're going to be announcing it, but every organization, including ourselves, PATA, UNWTO, WTTC, and governments around the world are, I think, by now aware of this issue and working on it. But if anyone wanted to add something from the audience, please.
Could I make a suggestion? I think Bruce might be best qualified, and Jeff as well too, to answer that question if you wanted to, Bruce.
I didn't really get the question. Unfortunately, the sound wasn't very good.
Oh, I think she was asking really about the impact, about what Nepal could do or what Nepalese businesses can do about climate change.
Okay, look, it's interesting. It's a global thing. At a local level, we can do a whole bunch of things. It really has to be adaptation. We can't stop climate change ourselves in a destination. It's a global thing, so it needs global leadership to do that. At the local level, I think we've got to use science to understand what's happening. So we've got to look at what happens with weather, what happens with ecosystems, and so on. We need to spend a lot of time, and we do that here in Cairns. I've been on a number of committees for the Great Barrier Reef and also with the Wet Tropics Management Authority, who look after the World Heritage Area, understanding what happens as climate change goes on, looking at, for example, in the rainforest, what do we do for fire regimes, how we can cope with that. We've got invasive species, so how can we control that? So I think at the local level, the first thing is knowledge. When you understand the knowledge of what's happening, you can then do some mitigation, you can do some management. So I think knowledge is the key. You need to get the science there, you need to understand what's happening. Then you need to do the basically resilience and also adaptation. I think they're the two things that you need to look at. Hope that helps.
Right. And in the tourism industry, I can share that much, but I'm part of a committee, what is right now funded by the government of Saudi Arabia and the Ministry of Tourism in Saudi Arabia, what deals in global climate change, the effect on tourism. And there will be a big announcement probably by later this year or the beginning of next year. And I can tell you, I cannot give you names, but the people that are on my committee, there are 20 some of us, these are high-level people, including heads of states, ministers of tourism, and people that have influence in the world. And the Saudi government is ready to finance this with an enormous amount of money for the first 5 years, and then is hoping that other governments and organizations go in there. So there is movement on this field. There is powerful movement. It takes the money and the determination to do that. And I think we're all getting to the determination. The money is probably the issue most of governments are facing, specifically if you have a situation like we have here in Hawaii. Money is not everywhere, and it's needed to fight this threat. Any other questions? Okay. All right. Well, we come to an end. It's been 2 hours and 45 minutes, and it's wonderful. Thank you for everyone to have joined us. And again, if you wanted to, I will send everyone who registered a copy of this presentation so you can play it on your own computer. But as I said, it will also be on our YouTube channel, and we will repeat it on our publications. We make it available to our media partners around the world. I see one of our latest members here is actually on board with us, and I'm very happy to have her, Alison Schaefer. She is probably one of the most known writers here in Maui for the Honolulu Advertisers, and absolutely excellent. And you've been here from the very beginning. Thank you so much, Alison, for being here. So we need friends like this to spread the word, and we're doing our best. And if you wanted to meet us in person, we'll be not only at our summit in Bali, of course, September 29th and 30th. We'll be in Jakarta on the 1st, 4th of October. It'll be in Sri Lanka on, I believe it's the 5th of October, and then in Germany, before attending IMEX, we're going to be exhibiting at IMEX Las Vegas, what is, I believe, from the 6th to the 10th of October, and that is followed by the World Travel Market in London. So if you wanted to meet some of us in person, I will be at all these events because that's how I remember. But we have other people from our team attending as well. I wanted to say thank you, mahalo, as we say in Hawaii, danke, as in my home country, Germany. And again, David, you've been the driving force behind it. Thank you, Peter, for being part of organizing this event.
Okay.
Peter wants the last word. I know that, so go ahead.
No, I think David should have had the last word on this one, but I do want to thank everyone for having attended. And I think that what's true knowledge comes when you raise questions more than answers. So hopefully this seminar was able to help many of us to raise some very important questions. So thank you, David. Thank you, Jürgen. Thank you, everyone, who stayed on. This has been a very long session.
It has.
Yeah,
Yes.
But it's been good. And I'd just also like to say thank you very much to our brilliant speakers. They really were very, very, very good, and hopefully, you know, be worth people listening to them, even if they weren't here today. So thank you very, very much. For those who got up early in the morning, late at night, or at comfortable times in the day, for all you lovely Americans, it was good.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Bye.
Okay.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My sincerest greetings to the Minister of Tourism of Jamaica, His Excellency Edmund Bartlett, the President of the World Tourism Network, the Chairman of the World Tourism Network, the Chairman of the World Tourism Network Indonesia Chapter, and all participants of the World Tourism Network Summit 2023. The global macroeconomic conditions continues to demonstrate fluctuations, volatility, and rapid change. The IMF and OECD predict that there will be a slowdown in global economic growth next year. However, we need to remain optimistic that Indonesia's economic growth will continue to strengthen, driven by the purchasing power, stability, and the purchasing power stability bringing more options and opportunities, and robust demand for Indonesian commodities. Therefore, we must be able to identify every single opportunity in improving the performance of our economy. In order to improve the performance of the tourism and creative economy sector, there is a need for economic transformation, with sustainability as the key to ensuring that our development benefits future generations. Inclusivity must also be a commitment for us to drive innovation. Additionally, we must also adapt and innovate in the midst of rapidly advancing technology. In its implementations, we need solid cooperations from all stakeholders, as well as courage to seize every opportunity that arises. This is the key to facing uncertainty that we must embrace. Let us focus on economic transformations for a strong and confident global situations, in particular Indonesia, that is ready to face global challenges, and together we can do it.
Good morning, everybody, and I hope you had a good and restful night here at this beautiful hotel. I have to say the beds are fantastic. And so we're ready for another day. And I wanted to welcome, specifically coming from Jakarta this morning, the deputy, I'm so sorry, I have to look at the director of MICE, Ms. Masru, I'm so sorry. and Dr. Vincentius Jamado from the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Tourism and Creative Industry. I think it has changed over the years in Jakarta. And we had a good talk this morning, and go back with the ministry a long time. I know the building he's in, and I'm also looking forward going to Jakarta after this event. So anyways, we're ready for everyone. We're very informal here. And we're going to be we are live streaming already. So everyone on our live stream platform on eTurbo News, the travel news groups, meetings.travel, since we have MICE here today, aviation.travel, and wherever you're watching us right now, please stay tuned. And if you miss any of this portion, it will all be archived and replayed over the next few days. And if you're not yet a member of the World Tourism Network, just go to our website at wtn.travel, click on join, because you got to be part of our club of small, medium enterprises, government, and also large companies working together from 133 countries. So our program today has changed a little bit because we wanted to hear from the government in Jakarta, and we're going to put this right up front. So this would be a good opening, I think. And after this, we're going to, what we missed last night, start the Climate Friendly Travel Club, and Professor Jeffrey Lippman will start this up with Greg. And after this, we have our panel discussion, and hopefully we can finish for a late lunch, but breakfast was so good, maybe we don't even need the lunch. So without further delay, I give it to our master of ceremony so we can get going. Again, welcome everybody.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
To welcome you to our beloved island of Bali, we would like to present a welcome performing dance, Legong Krakow, presented by Niam Soli. Niam Soli is original name is Igusti Agung Soli. She is the traditional dancer, and my news is 90 years old. And she's still dancing actively. We would like to welcome Niam Soli. She's one of the legend of dancers in Bali. She has 25 great-grandchildren, and these great-grandchildren also would like to perform with her. Let's welcome. Legong Kraton dance is actually a highly stylized Legong Kraton, except for drama, which is most purified and abstract kind. The story of the performance, the female attendants of the court and dressed as the Legongs, who has the served in to the royal palaces in Europe. All right, thank you very much. May I start? Terima kasih yang banyak. She and her granddaughters and great-granddaughters are still performing in the Sabah. So she has actually the dance school. You know that Balinese learn to dance before they even learn how to walk. You know, the movement of the arms, the movement of the eyes. So that's what makes preserve the culture of Balinese dancing. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Sejahtera, Rahayu. It is with Almighty God that we gather here today in Bali. Thank you for coming, for those who come from afar. World Tourism Network Summit and time 2023 will be held today and tomorrow. Will be full of activities, talk show presentation, discussion, and as well as all other good subjects that we are looking at. Networking and tourism. But not limited, as we also talk about sustainability, education, wellness, and healthcare. Honorary Mr. Alan Setong, the former tourism minister of Seychelles and vice president of WTN. Distinguished speakers and panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin, kindly please stand up. We are going to sing the Indonesia national anthem, Indonesia Raya. We would like to welcome Bapak Madi Widiana, as the representative of the Vice Regent Bali, to give a welcome remark. Silakan.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Bapak Ibu, para peserta eTN Summit and Time 2023 yang saya hormati.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, for all the delegates of the WTN Summit and time 2023.
Terima kasih atas kegiatan ini terselenggara di Kabupaten Badung, Bali.
Thank you that these activities can be held at the Bandung Regency, Bali.
Dan terima kasih atas kehadiran para delegasi, ya, para travel agent yang penyelenggaraan kegiatan ini dan mempercayakan kegiatan ini ada di Kabupaten Badung.
Thank you that this activities is held in Kabupaten Bandung.
Saya atas nama pemerintah Kabupaten Badung mengucapkan banyak-banyak terima kasih.
On behalf of the government of Bandung Regency, I would like to express our gratitude.
Semoga kegiatan ini dapat berlanjut, ya, dan dapat memberikan manfaat terselenggaranya kegiatan ini sehingga nama Badung, nama Bali tetap ada di dunia internasional.
We hope that these activities will be useful for all the delegates and will be good also for as a destination, Bandung and Bali and also Indonesia.
Kami di Kabupaten Badung banyak mempunyai hasil-hasil industri UMKM, ya, yang bisa Bapak Ibu nanti perkenalkan di negara Bapak Ibu semuanya.
We are at Bandung Regency. We have quite a lot of SME, and with a lot of products. So kindly later on explore and to find out more.
Ya, semoga produk-produk yang dihasilkan oleh UMKM kami di Kabupaten Badung ini dapat kita jalin kerjasamanya ke depan, ya, dapat membawa manfaat terutamanya terkait dengan cenderamata bagi tourism yang ada di Kabupaten Badung.
We do hope that our products were produced by SMEs from Bandung will be useful and can be used as souvenirs for your guests, and also we make a collaboration in the future.
Demikian beberapa hal yang saya sampaikan pada hari ini, tanggal 29 September 2023, saya mewakili pemerintah Kabupaten Badung secara resmi membuka WTN Summit dan Time 2023 secara resmi.
I officially open the eTN Summit and Time 2023 officially open.
Semoga kegiatan ini dapat berjalan dengan lancar.
Let's hope that all the activities will be smoothly run.
Terima kasih. Om Santi, 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome everyone to Bali. Sir, thank you very much for your kind words and opening our very first Time 2023 Executive Summit for the World Tourism Network. We're very proud to be here, we're very thankful to be here, and we're really excited to be here. It's a large executive summit, and we have a lot of experts here from all over the world, and now everyone is taking time out of their busy schedule. And we will put it to good use, and we're going to be able to do what we always wanted to do, bring the World Tourism Network to the next step. Lastly, I wanted to say thank you to our team here in Indonesia, in Bali. I know everyone has worked tirelessly. We had phone calls at 2 or 3 in the morning. We went back and forth, changing things, yelling at each other, and everything is working out okay. And thank you so much. And with this, I wanted to give the microphone to Dr. Peter Talo, our president, who is next to me, and he arrived here yesterday from Texas. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, honorable ministers, honorable delegates. It is truly a pleasure to be with all of you today. The World Tourism Network has had a tremendous impact in its young life in trying to help small and medium-sized businesses, which are the heart of tourism, to become truly represented around the world. And that could not be done without the cooperation and the love of the people of Indonesia. There's one person, many people have worked very hard, but there's one person especially that my colleague Thomas Steinmetz and I would like to thank. And that's our friend Moody, who has worked literally, I cannot imagine a day without speaking to her. And so, as a very small gift of our appreciation, as she has shared so much of her country with us, we wanted to share something of our country with her. And so, Moody, this is a very small, where are you? It's a very small gift with a lot of paper because I didn't want to break it. Of all the various sites of Washington, D.C., our capital, this is for you. And our cup runs over with happiness for being with you. Thank you so much for everything you've done. And now Moody will say a few words as a chairman and president of the Indonesian chapter.
Thank you. Thank you, Bishop. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to all the WTN Worldwide Network members and non-members that is participating through online or offline, or through offline and online. Humbly would like to thank and giving highly appreciation to the President of WTN, Dr. Peter Tharno, and the Chairman and leaders of WTN think tank group, Mr. Jürgen Thomas Steinmetz. Please give applause to our President and the Chairman of WTN. Thank you. So they have been working consistently and passionately on building WTN vision and mission objective to be the facilitator of SME tourism globally. As we are aware, SME tourism is taking majority in numbers among global tourism industry players worldwide. Hence, the facilitation of WTN to create platform to become one big family that enable us to communicate, engage, and challenge and find solutions together was indeed the pioneer step that has been taken by WTN and creating today's instrument that we in SMEs tourism is most needed. COVID-19 has been given us the best lesson to be learned, though it's painful lesson, but I think it gives us deep understanding that in the most precedented ways, that in fact, we are dependent one to another. Once again, we must honor WTN organization initiative that could bring us together here in the first WTN Summit Time 2023 in the Renaissance Hotel Uluwatu, Bali. And I'm very much hoping that the 2 days conference will take us and move forward by engaging collaboration and partnership for reciprocal benefit in the area of managing and marketing sustainable tourism destination in our home country. WTN Indonesia chapter, I would like to bring to the table of discussion with fellow WTN members worldwide to engage collaboration and creative economy, to engage collaboration on creative economy as it is the backbone for tourism. In Indonesia, the potential of Indonesian creative economy has been presented during World Conference Creative Economy 2022 in Nusa Dua Bali. In regards, we like to pursue the implementation by pioneering an actions to provide digital hub for stakeholders, that is companies and individuals, to work on certain sectors in the area of creative investment, policies, marketing, project, events, art, culture, and fashion. education which is crafted with the core values of innovation, culture, and creativity. In the case of pushing the creative economy potential to grow, I believe in this way, together we can create more colorful collaboration and supporting quality tourism and sustainable tourism development in our home country with the facilitation of WTN organization and the members worldwide will have unlimited opportunity to partner and collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is the Chairman and the Chairwoman of Indonesia WTN chapter. Now we would like to invite the interactive discussion about meaning the World Tourism Network, why it was started, and WTN wants to achieve, and where we are standing. So, with the founding members, Chairman, David Clements, please kindly share the discussion.
Okay, thank you very much. I also wanted to say before I started, a special thank you to all our, to everyone listening and watching us now on our various social media channels, also on eTN News, on our partners and affiliated news channels. You're live. We're live in Bali, in Indonesia. Right now, we have time 2023, our very first summit for the World Tourism Network. My name is Jürgen Steinmetz, and I'm the one who I think came up initially with the idea of putting this conversation together, and I wanted to share a little bit of the history. I've shared with many already, so many of you might know already, but it's important because it all started somehow in Bali, in Indonesia. And when I go back all the way to 2000 and 2001, under the late Minister of Tourism, Pak Adhika, at the time, and before there was an eTN News, many of you know me about the publisher of eTN News. eTN News was started right here at the Alam Resort in Kuta, in Indonesia, in Bali, with the purpose of counter the US travel warnings against Indonesia at the time. We were hired by the Ministry of Culture and Tourism to increase tourism from the United States and Canada to Indonesia. And of course, Bali is the major source market for Indonesia. And at the same time, there were some political challenges in the country, in different parts of the country, that triggered many other large news organizations to say it's not safe, and triggered a lot of confusion. And we were here and say, so how can we get a message to the travel industry that everything is absolutely perfect here in Bali and in most parts of Indonesia, when other news media are saying there is unrest and it's not safe, and the US government say to be careful. So what we did, email just started at the time. We thought, okay, why not go into an email system? So we went to some of our friends here, like Pakto, for example. We went to, I see that many of the different organizations said, do you have a list of emails of travel professionals, specifically in North America? You can share with us. We're going to try to do something no one else has done, and we set up a Yahoo group. And this Yahoo group was designed to get the first mass mailing, really, through travel agents in the United States. So we had 14,000 people in there initially. And out of this, we called it eTN News because we had a sponsor, an Indonesian company by the name of eTN Hotels, that had developed a lot of the websites here in Indonesia at the time. So where's WTN coming into this early play? At the same time, what we were trying to do is get the private sector together with the public sector. We kind of understood sometimes the private sector didn't understand the public sector and vice versa. And we started an organization called ICTP. It was called the Indonesian Council of Tourism Partners. And Indonesian Council of Tourism Partners had members mostly from Indonesia and those that are selling Indonesia as travel. Out of later on in the years, I'm going to make this story now a lot shorter, out of this developed the International Council of Tourism Partners. I did together with our friend Professor Jeffrey Lipman, and it dealt with sustainable tourism. Again, a lot of the focus included Indonesia. And finally, out of ICTP, we went into climate change, but really at the 2020 ITB trade show in Berlin that was cancelled because COVID developed in Europe, in Italy at the time specifically, we were putting a discussion together on how the industry should react to COVID. We called it Rebuilding.Travel Discussion. And invited to this, we had about 300 people registered for it, and then ITP was cancelled. And we still managed to get about close to 50 people together at the Hyatt Hotel in Berlin. And there were from 40-some countries. We did this together with PATA, the Pacific Asia Travel Association, with the Nepal Tourism Board and the African Tourism Board. Now, this discussion went on Many of you were part of it, with Zoom discussions. Everyone that was here really, I think, was almost part of it. Alexandra was one of the first one from Montenegro. And our discussions were quite meaningful and also reached the top of the people in the travel and tourism industry that are sometimes very hard to reach because everyone has time, everyone was locked up and everyone wanted to do something. So it was the perfect place to have a discussion was Zoom. So about a year later, the end of 2020, Dr. Peter Tarlow, who was with it, came up with the idea, why don't we form this into an association? And I said, we don't really want to be an association because in part-time everyone thinks we're competing with them, but we didn't want to do it. We wanted to be a network and complementary to everyone. So we decided, let's start the World Tourism Network. So when we started, we invited all those people that had participated in rebuilding .travel discussions to join us. And currently, with a few years later, we have a total indirect membership of more than 18,000 people. Out of this, they're not all paying. If they're all paying, I think we all would have come first class and have a fancy lunch here. Now, most of them are observers. They came in, it's free to join us as an observer, join our LinkedIn group, what is one of the most, I would say, realistic and successful LinkedIn group on sustainable tourism, the WTN group. It has more than 16,800 stakeholders in. Many of them are SMEs, but we also even have the head of the Saudi investment group in there. So we have a lot of people there. We have ministers. We don't allow advertising. It's a real exchange of information and it is free. But of course, our bread and butter to make this organization grow is membership. And we currently have a little bit more than 1,200 members, but they're in 133 countries. So we're quite international. So what are our goals? Why is WTN here? I think we were able to define our goals. Since we have an equally good relationship with many of the ministers of tourism, we all know I know through our publication, or my publication, what started here in Bali 2000, we're the oldest one in the world, and probably one of the most influential one. It is easy for us to get to the public sector many times, even though ministers change, but governments are still there. So we can reach these guys. Many times when you deal with ministers, they're on a different level. They're on what we call a VIP level, and Alain, who was a minister himself, can probably tell us a little bit more about this in a minute. But they have more different issues to discuss and come together with. This is policy making, political issues, geopolitical issues, what is not really our part directly. But we're going to watch these guys, because what we are reaching out to is also not, before I tell you who we reach out to, not the big companies necessarily of the world. So our friends here at Marriott, we welcome for you to be a member, Marriott Hotel, but we don't want you to lead this organization. We want you to be part of the discussions, like we want the public sector part of this discussion in our membership, but really who we want to lead this organization are the SMEs, the medium and small sized businesses in the world, to give them an equal voice, a seat on the table, and where we can help with expertise from all around the world, from all sorts of lives in the industry, to come up with advice, and hopefully if we generate income and membership, also with practical advice where we hire other experts to make certain changes in the world, to make sure everyone is treated equally, there's an equal chance for everyone to work. It is very hard, and I can see this. We just had a discussion for breakfast here this morning, for example, for a small hotel here in Bali, an independent hotel in Bali, to get to the US market. How do you get to the US market? You with your own product, without a middleman. It's impossible because people don't trust you, they don't know you. So you gotta go to Expedia. Expedia is one of these big guys. You're gonna lose a lot of money on your commission. I've seen it during the crisis here in Bali. Back after the tsunami situation, after the bomb attack many years ago, when you saw hotel prices for medium-sized, beautiful, privately owned hotels for $30 a night, and then there's the 5-star Sheraton for $35 a night. Guess where people would book? They would book the 5-star Sheraton, and the small guys are going to be pushed out of business. So this is what our organization is all about, to identify these problems and find a way, how can we help our members to address these problems, how we can use our global reach through media with our media partners, including my own eTurbo News, to get the message out so we can balance the situation in the world, how people look at business. And this really, in a nutshell, is what World Travel Tourism Network is doing. How did we do it so far? We're very young, we're building, we need every one of you and all our members to contribute to it because we don't have a set concept. We cannot hire $1,000 an hour our lawyers to do this job. We have to do it ourselves, and we all are passionate. And that's what so many are here, even though we may have not had the sponsored airline tickets for everyone, they're paying their own money because they say it's important. And these are really the people who make a difference. It's not the people that come in massive amount in a conference and then leave and have a coffee and go home. It's the people who can do and work with us. And that's why I so much appreciate everyone coming here, because I know it took a personal sacrifice to do this. And these are the leaders we like to recognize. So in the way forward, we started with interest groups. We have a number of interest groups that deals with hospitality, with aviation, with advocacy for certain issues that come up, and also with comment making. So as you probably see in my own publication, we have been making comments on almost every situation in the world. We're not shy to open our mouth and say something that people do listen, because we get the feedback for it now. So that is already working. The next thing we're doing, and there is my friend Uri Bastudi, who I know, she's almost like my sister from like 2000, 1999. So we trust each other and work with her for so many years. And Uri is a typical example of a passionate lady who was able to put our first, I think, really functioning chapter together here in Indonesia. And I'm so proud of you, Uri. I cannot tell you, you really have made a huge difference for our young organization. And many others are looking up to you. So in the meantime, because of Moody's effort here in Indonesia, I can say we now have also a Malaysian chapter. We are announcing with this officially to have, as of today, a chapter in Nepal. Deepak, who was the former CEO of the Nepal Tourism Board and is now our chapter president, could not get a visa for Indonesia. That's a thing to tackle with the public sector. Why is it so difficult to get a visa for a country? And these are issues I think we would love to work and cooperate and make travel a little bit smoother and easier, but he's giving everyone his regards. He would have loved to be here. But we do have our chapter. We didn't get a visa for the chapter. And I know these same type of initiatives are currently emerging in many other parts of the world. Our chapters will be announced shortly, in the Caribbean, for example. And so we're growing, and everyone is looking at Moody, what she's doing here in Indonesia. So Indonesia has been shadowed our big example, really from the beginning of my publication, of ICTP, rebuilding, and now of World Tourism Network. With this, maybe before Moody is our main person, because she put this together, I would maybe like to give my microphone to our president, Dr. Peter Thaler, who I also have to say talk to every single day. There's not one day we don't talk. And so we even though we haven't seen each other for a while now, first time after COVID, Peter, I think. And but we talk every day, and without Peter, WTN wouldn't be in place. And then after this, Alain St-Ange was, of course, the Minister of Tourism for Seychelles. He was the person behind the carnivals of the carnival, a gentleman who's in tourism and breathes tourism, and he has been extremely involved and helpful. He's leading our advocacy at VP for the public sector. He's been in the public sector, he understands the public sector. So he will tell you more about this. And after we do this introduction here and get your questions and input, because that's what it's all about, we can go to the next step. Peter.
Thank you, Jürgen. It's truly a pleasure to be with you all this morning. You are hearing many different accents, from Ireland, to Britain, to Indonesia, to Texas, to New York. So many, many different accents. I want to thank Moody and Jürgen. Jürgen is right, there's not a day that we don't speak, sometimes 2 or 3 times a day. I feel like Moody, I've known my whole life, even though I'm just meeting her now for the first time. I'm very honored also, my son Nathaniel is here. He's a lawyer, and he's going to actually be giving us some insights tomorrow about the importance of understanding the law and international tourism. I think before I go into my section, as you have not yet met Alain, I'm going to pass the microphone first to him, let him say, with his permission, a few words, and then afterwards I will say some words. But many of you know Alain, but you're going to hear him now for the first time when it comes to WTN. So, Alain, merci.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tal. Good morning, everybody, and I think it is a real honor to be in Bali. Of course, we all know Bali, the center of tourism for Indonesia. And too often when you think of Indonesia, you think of Bali, you forget that there is more to Indonesia. But Bali made its mark. Bali is the name that people refer in that benchmark of tourism. But having listened to Jürgen or Thomas, I feel we need to also, as we all sit here, find a way for you all to get involved in it. We're not here just to listen to old Americans sitting together and somebody from the Indian Ocean and then Moody. We need to actively get you all. I mean, there's a lot of distinguished people. There are 2 doctors on the front who told me earlier, if I have a heart attack, they are here with little tablets to revive me. So we need to see how we get everybody actively involved. But I checked with our president just now, and I like to often break the mold, go beyond what I'm entitled to do. And Dr. Tal told me, yes, go ahead. I said, clearing report, and he says, no, I am the chairman, I'm the president, so go ahead and do it. So I'd like to, with your permission, and I'm sure Moody, you will never fight with the president, because in Africa they kill you to do it. So you're not allowed to say no to a president. But let me invite the governor. Governor, come up. Governor. There's only one governor, so please come up. Come on stage. Come and stand right here. I mean, we need to, it's not every day we need a governor. I mean, where I come from Seychelles, we're a British colony, and to respect Mr. Little, when we had a governor, they had long hats with plumes on top, and they wore white clothes, and then you realize that this was the governor. But today we are in Bali, and it's the custom of Bali that the governor of the day is here with us and will respect you. But for us to say thank you to you, I'm from a very small island. Bali is an island, and today or tomorrow when I take the floor, I will speak about the importance of small islands in tourism. And if something that Seychelles does well, and Bali does well, is tourism in small islands. And how do we get the small people, they are not big businesses, they are all small people, that rally together to make it work. But as I have a governor here, and I know Thomas told me this morning in a message, not to do it, but the chairman said do it. So we will, today's a big day for me. Big day because coming from Lading that has 1,500 people, that's where I was born. And you find yourself touching the world at large because of your work. And my work has only been tourism, apart from politics. It's only been in tourism. I breathe tourism, I live tourism, I smell tourism, and I believe in tourism. So somebody in Indonesia with somebody in the Indian Ocean region, from Reunion Island, decided to take a chunk from my own autobiography and turn it into a biography of my work in tourism. And I think there is no better place and no better time for me to give a copy to the government and also to the three people that represent WTN. Different groups, a governor, a state of Indonesia, and the representative of Bali. But then the heads of a tourism organization. And I like, Mr. Khan, you bring me 4 books. 4 books. And I like to take that opportunity. It was not done by me, but it's done by somebody else. But today, as we make it known to the world that this book has been launched, I want to offer you, Governor, the first copy. And it is a marking time. And I'm sure after today, if you need somebody to do one for you, call Mr. Canis. You can have the life of the governor of Bali. Thank you very much. Thank you. But I'll also give one to the president of the organization, Dr. Talo. Thank you. Moody, the head of the Bali chapter, Indonesia.
Thank you so much.
And Jorgen, my good friend. Thank you. In there you will find a lot of writings about Jorgen, what he did, and how he pushed me. Let me read this. But I also like to get Jeffrey to come and read me one. And I like to give a copy to Jeffrey. Jeffrey has been, for those that don't know Jeffrey, I'm sure everybody knows Jeffrey, but in case somebody doesn't know the new one, Jeffrey has been the vice chairman or the deputy secretary general of the World Tourism Organization before he embarked on a larger scope in life. My good friend, your help has been tremendous. Thank you very much. So with this issue, if you can sit here, you're the governor. I mean, you know. I mean, how can I be on top and you down there? It doesn't make. Governors are governors. They take charge of everything. But world travel, the World Tourism Network, is more than just us. It's much more than that. It is actually you. It is actually the small businesses. It is actually the world of tourism that comes together. And I think this is why I made the effort to land here last night, very late, to my room at 1:30. It is important that we all meet. Zoom meetings are good, but face-to-face meetings. We judge each other. We meet each other. And then we appreciate each other. I've discussed with Moody often. Zoom, different ways of talking to each other, and then of course messages through WhatsApp. So this morning I met Moody, and she put me in a better mood immediately. I mean, Moody is good at changing your mood, because when you meet Moody, you realize that tourism is a people's organization. And people's organization, we need to meet people. And I think this is why this meeting can really be important, because we are meeting people. I would say, when I give the mic back to the president, let us make the most of this meeting. Let us give an opportunity for each one of us to succeed in our own way. We all have different aspirations. We all have different needs and wishes and wants. But for us to make it work, let us find out your wish, and it fits into what Moody is proposing for Indonesia and in Bali. And then together, we will have a tsunami that will not destroy Indonesia, but that will create the wealth for Indonesia and each one of us. Have a good meeting, have a good day with us.
Thank you, Minister Alain.
Your Honorable Governor, Udi, Jürgen. I want to thank all of you, everyone who's officially here and those who are not here, to be with us this morning. This was meant to be a small meeting, not a large meeting, so that we could get to know each other. And I think, for example, the interaction now between Alan and Jeffrey was typical of what we wanted to do, to create the experience where we have the time to talk to each other, to know each other, and to find out what we are. And that's really what small meetings, that's what an SME is all about. It's not meant to be just a number. It's meant to be a human being. And all too often in tourism, we become numbers instead of people. And this organization, WTN, is dedicated to making each one of us the beauty and the individual of someone made specifically in the image of God. That makes it very special. Now, SMEs cannot survive if they do not work with governments and if they do not work with the general population. We saw that in examples today. Some of the people could not get here because they could not get visas. One of the things we need to do is to work to make the visa process more simple. I was advised to try to get an electronic visa. After almost 2 hours, I gave up. And I met somebody on the plane who said, yes, they did succeed, but it took 3.5 hours of playing with the website in order to get an electronic visa. We can't accept that. Maybe the big guys can accept it, but small and medium enterprises need us to make the world efficient and simple so that people can actually get here. Because if they can't get here, then we will lose the business that we need. That's what WTN is all about. It's looking at the problems in each region and trying to make it. Now, I've never been to Indonesia before. I certainly have never been to Bali. But my son has spent a good deal of time here. And he kept telling me, maybe you'll get a chance to come to Indonesia. The people are wonderful. You'll feel the warmth. You'll feel the caring. And I must say, in the little time that I've been here, that is definitely something that I felt. That's something that you cannot quantify, but it's something that touches the heart. Our organization, WTN, is about linking hearts, making people understand each other. And our work on the next 2 days is how do we create a world in which there's more peaceful, more loving, more caring, making a world that's going beyond simply pay your money and come. It's about taking away memories. I think Alain, you spoke about that. We are in the business of selling beautiful memories. We're not experiences. The experience is nothing more than a way to get to a memory. When we leave a place, that's when the memory first begins. They can be good memories, or they can be terrible memories. WTN is dedicated to making good memories. That means we have to make sure that the environment is beautiful, that we have clean water, clean air, that it's safe, that people, when they work with whomever, be it the police officer or be it the person at the front desk, is greeted with a smile and a sense of love and caring. We have been working for the last 3 years diligently to try to create ways that we can unite the world. Tourism is nothing more than a methodology to unite the world. Each one of us has our own particular story. Each one of us has our own individual history. Today is a very special day in my culture, in the Jewish world, because we represent the 40 years of wandering in the desert. We could either be in a world of wandering, or we could be in a world where we get to our promised land. WTN is all about getting to that promised land. WTN is all about helping the small guy and the middle guy find a way to make his or her mark in a world that is often too big and too overwhelming. We're going to have many challenges in the future. We have, unfortunately, wars in the world. Unfortunately, we face some economic crises. Unfortunately, we have a world in which the economies are falling apart and the ecologies are falling apart. In order for the small guy to succeed, he cannot change the world alone. But when we join hand in hand together, then we become a force for good. And that's what WTN is all about. Joining hands, creating a world in which we go from the desert to a promised land, from emptiness to a world filled with goodness. And if we can do that, then these 2 days are truly wonderful days. They're days when we can make the world just a little bit better, a little bit safer, a little bit happier. And by doing so, tourism becomes a bright star in the constellation which we call hope.
Okay, thank you very much, Peter. Moody wants to hear. And since we got Jeffrey here, Jeffrey and I, as I said, we started ICTP after Indonesia. We also go way back. And to a little bit background, Jeffrey, he was the first CEO of the World Travel and Tourism Council, an organization that deals with 100 or 200 most largest companies in the world. So he has that part of experience. He was also a Deputy Secretary General for the UNWTO, the World Tourism Organization, the UN organization that deals with governments and tourism. And he's now passionate and will have actually a big announcement here at our event and another session about climate change and environmental issue. That's really his passion now. And yes, he also has been essential with to help WTN despite all his other commitments with SunX and Malta. And I'm very glad you're here, Jeffrey.
Thank you, Thomas, Moody, Peter, Governor Allahan. I really want to talk about climate change, but he won't let me do it now. And the program has changed more than the climate. So I really don't know whether I'm going to get to speak about climate change. And if I do, I'm afraid I'm not going to make you as happy as my colleagues have made you. Because if you remember anything about what I say today, it's that much as I love my friends up here, and it's great to come and meet them, I don't think tourism is going to make the difference in our world that Alan believes, or Peter believes, or Thomas believes. I think things are changing so much around us, and things which are completely beyond our control, that the big question for tourism in the future is going to be, in a totally different world, how can we survive? How can we ensure, and it won't be about getting visas, it'll be about what happens if it gets so hot that people don't actually want to come to a country that they came to before because they came for the heat. Or it's so cold because they came because they could ski but there's no snow. So I'm afraid I'm not being such a helpful person to your pleasant introduction, Alan. And I'm sure you're regretting that you asked me to come up on this stage. But I would be not being true to myself if I did not tell you the issues that concern me. And what I think is great about my good friend Thomas is that he gets the messages out. And he does it spontaneously, as you did with your speech this morning. I know that you had about 4 seconds of preparation. And he does it in an enormously friendly and positive way. And I came here today because Thomas said, why don't we meet in Indonesia in a few months' time? And And I said, that's a good idea. And he said, Moody will be there. And I heard a lot about Moody, but we never actually met. And I thought, well, there isn't a better place to go to than Bali. And if he does let me talk at all today, I'm going to talk about how Bali can be an inspiration for small islands, Alan, and for the world's poorest countries to actually change to deal with the crisis which is here and which can only get worse. And where tourism is a big player, I'm afraid, Alan, we cannot declare war on Russia, much as it would be a good thing to do. I'm afraid we can't do that. What we can do is prepare for the war that we are going to face, which is the changing climate. So I'm sorry to spoil your party, but as I wasn't expecting to speak, I didn't prepare my nice speech.
No, that's what I love about Jeffrey, you know. So now to the most humble person in this room, Ms. Moody Asturi.
Thank you, Thomas. So I have to repeat again, thank you to Dr. Peter Tamo, Mr. Santan and Madi, and Prof. Jeffrey Lincoln. We are so honored to have everyone here in the room with all the huge knowledge and experience. We would like to learn from them. They have applied to the highest rank of tourism globally, and we would like to learn from every one of them here and the panelists that is also attending this event. I just would like to also highlight one thing that Thomas was also saying. Sorry, Mr. Jurgen Steinmetz, saying about trust. So I think trust is the most important core values to engage any collaboration and partnership. And I'm very much appreciated to have this WTN network to facilitate tourism industry, especially the small medium enterprises segment, to sort of like working together, whether with the government or the government enterprises that facilitate that in not only globally but also through the chapter. So I think that is, I just don't want to prolong my speech. I just would like to humbly expecting that we can collaborate because this is the first meeting that we are having. But actually, of course, the end game is to have some collaboration and partnership, and we have signing MOUs today in the afternoon in regards to GTRCNC, and then launching Mr. Jeffrey Lindman friendly club. Yeah, I think Mr. Jeffrey Lindman, Prof. Jeffrey Lindman will explain about the climate-friendly travel club. And we're going to also signing an MOU for healthcare tourism. This is something new for Indonesia, but I think we're going to have new MOU together within the stakeholders of tourism and healthcare industry to be together with two main objectives in the MOU. One is how can we sort of like having joint campaign promotions to the market. And number two is how do we have reciprocal investment opportunity between the project owner and industry of tourism and healthcare industry and healthcare players. So I think we can start. Thomas, I will leave it with you to explain what is the next.
Yes. Thank you very much. And really, all the sessions we have during this event, we always have time in between to interact. We're a very small audience here, so it's not like
it would disturb. So anyone who has anything to add to it or has any ideas, how any presentation should be responded to, you're more than welcome to come in. And that's actually my question to you. We give you a little bit of a background on World Tourism Network, who we are, what we do, what we're looking for, obviously, is engagement. We're looking for people that take ownership. So anyone who has a presentation, it's not only about this presentation. We would really welcome for you to stay engaged with us. And whatever is part of your presentation is something you take leadership with, and we can move as an interest group throughout our organization and chapters. I also forgot, I just got a message here. People are watching us on eTurbo News. Thank you for that. And yes, I wanted to recognize also our chair, Mr. Ali in Bangladesh. He also has been really going out of his way, organizing events in Dhaka, Bangladesh, all year around, and it's also been a great chapter. And we're really happy to have our active team in Bangladesh, and thank you for this. Thank you also for everyone for watching us. Even though you're silent in the background, I know you're quite a bit more active than us here, and so we invite everyone to join. Anyone also listening to us on our virtual platform who is not yet a member, simply go to wtn.travel and click on join. It's not the money, it's really not expensive. They're free avenues to do this, but we want you to stay engaged. And with this, I wanted to just really kick things back to the audience here and see. Yeah, sure.
Before we turn it over to the audience, just a few quick words. This was meant to be a small meeting. Therefore, try to get to know everybody here. If there are people you don't know, don't be afraid to go up and say hi. If you notice all morning, I've been doing that. Say, hi, I'm Peter Carlo. It's good to meet you. Where are you from? What do you do? What part of the tourism industry are you in? And exchange cards. That's the way we keep in touch afterwards. There are great ways to keep in touch on a large scale, from eTurbo News, through when we have Zoom meetings, but individually meeting together is really important. And you know what? When you write to somebody on email, to the best of my knowledge, that will not impact the climate. So don't worry, Jeffrey, about that. I think we're safe. Okay, minimally impacts. Okay. I don't want to get into it. But please, and certainly a smile impacts the climate only for the positive. So Moody, you know, I love her name because her name is Moody. I translate it as she puts you in a good mood. So whenever you think of Moody, think of good mood, and smile. And smiles cost nothing. So this is the day to really today and tomorrow to get to know people, to ask questions, to try to find something new that you didn't know before. And if you can take just one thing away, then that is already a very special emotion. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Jürgen, or if people just would like to ask questions, this is our time to have a little interactive discussion. So does anybody have a question? Yes, sir.
I think as we get into the general group of people getting their 2 cents worth, it's important. Everybody is very important to do that. We need to liberate the governor to go back to his seat. Otherwise, he'll start asking him questions about taxes. And we don't really want that here today. So we need to ensure that the questions are to these 4 people there, not to the governor or me. It's to them that we need to ask the questions. So, but before we allow that, we will take it. So, excellent. So the governor, give him a round of applause. I mean, it's a people's government.
Baik, pada kesempatan ini saya tetap memakai bahasa Indonesia, nanti ada yang translate. Terima kasih kami sebagai juga pembicara di sini ya, dalam kesempatan ini menyampaikan kegiatan pariwisata dihubungkan dengan ekonomi kreatif itu sangat berat sekali.
I would like to speak about how the correlation with economic creative and tourism. And thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak here.
Ya. Inilah yang perlu kita kolaborasikan ya, antara pariwisata dan ekonomi kreatif ya. Karena kita di pemerintahan juga dalam kelembagaan itu terdapat lembaga-lembaga yang menggerakkan daripada ekonomi kreatif.
Yeah, this is what we need to collaborate between the economic creative and tourism, because actually the one in the government is the ruler, not the one who makes the rules.
Ya. Dunia pariwisata seperti masa COVID kemarin, ya, masa COVID kemarin juga mematikan terkait dengan ekonomi kreatif.
During the pandemic, that economic creative also in correlation with economic creative, which is actually stagnant, is not moving anywhere.
Ya, termasuk di dalamnya, ya, pendapatan pemerintah daerah dari pariwisata itu sangat berkepentingan, sangat didukung oleh pendapatan di bidang pariwisata. Nah, jadi oleh sebab itu pariwisata ini harus kita pelihara. Ya.
We need to actually make the tourism is keep going, because we learned from the pandemic. When the pandemic is happened, that it's really the income for the government from the tax. It's really very low, and that's why the government cannot support the activities.
Pemerintah akan bisa melaksanakan kegiatan dan menjalankan operasionalnya apabila tidak ada dunia pariwisata, khususnya di Bali dan di Bandung, tidak akan bisa berjalan.
Without tourism, especially in Bandung area, this regency in Bali, we just cannot move, because Bali is a hub of tourism for Indonesia, and most of us who live here is depending on tourism.
Ya, jadi dengan demikian pariwisata di Bali, pariwisata di Bandung harus kita pelihara dengan berkolaborasi dengan stakeholder yang ada.
That's why we need to collaborate with the stakeholders, everyone involved, to maintain and to make sure that the tourism in Bali and Bandung is running smoothly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Terima kasih.
Can you translate this for the governor?
Bapak, saya izin nanti menerjemah.
This is not my first time in Bali.
Ini bukan pertama kalinya saya di Bali.
And I know you have a beautiful country, you have a beautiful product, and you have a wonderful tourism community here.
Saya tahu bahwa di Bali itu merupakan tempat-tempat yang indah dan juga community, orang-orang masyarakatnya yang luar biasa.
But you have given me the opportunity to give you a warning. And I don't mean to spoil a nice party.
Ya, sedikit saja peringatan.
Climate change will also affect Bali. And it is here and it is going to get worse.
Ya, pergantian iklim musim akan juga berpengaruh di Bali.
So, if you want to achieve a growing tourism in Bali, you need a plan B.
Ya. Jadi kita memerlukan plan B atau rencana-rencana yang lain di luar pariwisata.
In the audience today, we have at Sunex a partner in ecotourism Bali. Stand up ecotourism Bali, Rami.
Ya, Ibu Rami dari ekotourism, ya, pariwisata eko, ya, yang ada di sini.
Working with ecotourism Bali, we will help you make a plan B.
Ya, dengan ekotourism Bali kita bisa buat sesuatu.
And it will be a Balinese plan B, and it will be based on Tri Ita Karana.
Ya.
So you can see, there's a lot more coming up, and we have the right people here. Just please stay tuned. Also, we have a surprise tonight. Besides our Heroes Award, we have a famous singer from Australia here. We're not going to give you any details because the person who has all the details is sitting next to me, and he will fill you in when it's time to fill everyone in. But it's going to be a packed program. Yes, Woody.
Sorry, ya. Pak Made, mungkin bisa diceritakan sedikit aja. Trihita Karana itu kan, it's God, it's environment, and it's people, ya. Just these three things.
Okay. Terima kasih, Bu.
Ya.
Baik, terima kasih. Ya, saya sedikit, ya, pengetahuan saya tidak banyak tentang Trihita Karana, ya. Trihita Karana itu 3 penyebab keharmonisan hidup manusia.
I just wanted to share a little bit about Trihita Karana. Trihita Karana is 3 elements that to make the people living in harmony.
Ya. Bagaimana hubungan manusia, ya, manusia dengan Tuhan. Manusia dengan Tuhan itu yang pertama.
The first one is your relation with your Creator.
Yang kedua adalah bagaimana hubungan kita dengan sesama manusia.
The second one is our relation within us.
Ya, dan yang ketiga bagaimana hubungan manusia dengan alam sekitarnya.
And the third is how our relation with the environment.
Ya, satu dengan lain itu adalah ada hubungan sebab akibat.
1, 2, and 3 is connected.
Bagaimana kita bisa memelihara alam, ya, memelihara lingkungan tanpa kita akan peduli dengan lingkungan, ya, itu adalah juga ulah manusia.
We really have to take care of our relation, especially with the environment.
Ya, alam akan bagus, alam akan bersahabat dengan manusia apabila alam itu dipelihara dengan baik.
Nature will really be friendly with us as long as we take care of the nature.
Ya, jadi 3 hal itu merupakan elemen yang sangat fundamental yang diterapkan oleh masyarakat Bali.
So those 3 elements is actually become the Balinese philosophy of the day of life.
Nah, itu sebagian sekelumit saya bisa jelaskan. Terima kasih.
Does anybody in the audience have a question that they would like to ask? If not, you've been listening to us for a long time. So I think it's good if maybe somebody here would like to ask a question about hopefully the World Tourism Network and what we do and what we hope to accomplish. And more importantly, what we can accomplish in your community, in your country, in your city. I'm overwhelmed by the number of questions here. Is there a question in the house? Once. Yes. Okay, the doctor certainly must have a question. Yes. Yes. And I teach in medical school also, so I'm used to it.
Are you a medical doctor?
No, I'm not, but I teach medical doctors about culture and how they can do diagnostics.
Wonderful. Thank you very much to the eTN. Thank you very much to Rudy and my peer, Dr. Vidya from Jakarta. I'm Dr. Jainti from Kuala Lumpur, and my husband is from Sweden, Nils Wikström. Together we started the movement of integrated regenerative medicine. I've been practicing for the past 34 years in medicine, so I'm pretty senior. And it's the very first time actually, because I've been an organizing chairman of, I think, more than 20 international medical conferences. And this is actually the first time I'm attending a tourism conference. And I think this is an eye-opener because we need to integrate. And it's part of our ecosystem. Like, I have lots of questions. Sounds quite a bit off guard. All I know that for now is that we need each other. We truly need each other. And it's nothing after the pandemic to meet in person. I know that this goes against climate change, where we have to fly from every corner of the world to meet. But it makes a difference. Because it's the warmth and the sincerity. You cannot get this over this Zoom. I have lots of questions. I'll save it for later. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I'd like to say to you that I'm actually for climate change, but a different type of climate. And that is that we need to change the business climate, the human climate, and working together, the climate of cooperation. And one of the important areas of climate change, in my concept, which is positive climate change, is the interaction between medicine and tourism. First of all, if the location is not healthy, it cannot succeed at all in the world of tourism. Secondly, when we are visiting, we often don't know where do we find a doctor. What is the water safe? What do we do if we get sick? These are areas that is essential for the medical world and the tourism world to get together. Thirdly, there's a whole world of what's called medical tourism. And medical tourism is a very important area. I work in medical tourism in Mexico. And many of the people who come to Mexico come specifically for medical help. And again, that means that we have to change our climate in the way we understand doctors. They are not, yes, they are healers, but they're also part of economic development. And without good medicine, you cannot have good tourism. So I cannot tell you how happy I am that you're here today, because you represent an undervalued part of the tourism industry. And we saw by the COVID-19 pandemic, when there is no health, there is no economy. So thank you so much for being with us today. Does someone else have a question?
And so this was definitely good feedback. And tomorrow we do have a panel where medical tourism is also part of. So stay tuned, and it's a big subject. I can tell you myself, I've experienced medical tourism when I visited the World Travel and Tourism Council conference in the Philippines, in Manila, and unfortunately I came down with a flesh-eating bacteria and ended up in Makati Hospital. I've never noticed, we always, sometimes in the United States, are a little bit arrogant in thinking we have everything is the best hospital. Honestly, any place I know in Hawaii where I live, and where we have a lot of tourists, will not even come close to the service level I was experiencing myself in Manila. So medical tourism sometimes means real medical emergencies, but it also means medical opportunities. So right now, most of my doctors are back in my home country, Germany, where I haven't lived since '84, but I trust the medical world a lot better than I trusted in my current home in the United States. So we all have to learn from each other. There's not one place where medical is superior over the other place. They're different systems. And combining this with tourism, travel, and cultural experience is wonderful, because we are now a connected international global world. What makes it very different from only like 20 or 30 years ago, we would have never thought about seeing a doctor in another country. But it's not like this anymore. And even if you look at the electronic age, you can get online doctors now, and you might be, when I call in the United States and want to pay my $40 to talk to a specialist, most likely I talk to someone, again, in the Philippines or in India. Very high educated doctors that take the time and give you really good advice. So it's all becoming interconnected. So I'm glad that Bali is making an attempt to be part of this world. It's an enormous opportunity. I can't wait myself to be part and listening on the session we have tomorrow.
But Jürgen, please, no more getting sick when you travel. Because Jürgen is a specialist in getting to know medical tourism firsthand. And it's good to talk about it, but try to stay well.
We all want to stay well, and actually medical tourism is there to make you even better, because you can prevent getting sick, what is sometimes overlooked when you're busy at home, and insurance companies tell you you cannot do the one or the other thing. So that's again where medical tourism is an opportunity. And yes, please.
If I may, because we are very much honored to be here, the chairman of Bali Medical Tourism Association, Dr. Patra, and we have also Dr. Vidya Murni from Indonesia Medical Tourism Association. So we would like to hear from Dr. Patra and Dr. Vidya about this, how can we join with tourism? Thank you.
Yes, and we're coming to the end of our introduction section here, but if there's any more comments or questions on medical tourism or anything else, please, absolutely.
This gentleman here.
Yes.
Sir?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I thought it was.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Vidya from Jakarta. I'm a part of Asosiasi Wisata Medis Indonesia. We know that at the moment, Bali is not known well for the health tourism destination, but we are sure that who come from to Bali is not they are only from the sickness person. Some of them need to be wellness. So some healthy people want to be healthier, and some sick person maybe have to rejuvenate, and maybe they not need the medication or the high-end medical treatment, but they need integrative functional medicine doctor. So we are able to do this kind of services, and we are ready to make healthy people getting healthier to Bali. So welcome to Bali and welcome to Indonesia. We are ready to make you to become wellness people.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Paul Inchevsky. I'm a real estate developer and investor. And just as this is an introduction section, so I was going to say that you haven't mentioned almost a very important part of this, and probably there's going to be more time during these days. As in the modern world, we see now not only climate changes, not only like these online interactions, but all those things led to more people now becoming not a tourist in resort destinations, but they become kind of citizens or like residents. And during the last several years, you can see many people, they migrated from the cities to places like Bali to stay and live here. And this is a very interesting thing, how it's going to impact tourism industry and development industry in such places, because it's a different story. Now you not only need accommodation places, but you also need some other things like from medicine to education, and everything become very entwined in this world. I just want to mention this as probably as a topic to discuss.
I think you mentioned something which is really key, and that is the fact that if we have development of areas without planning, then instead of making the world more beautiful, we make the world ugly. And that means that when we speak about planning and development, we have to deal with it, which in a way which is valid ecologically, which is valid ethically, which is valid morally, which is valid in a way that when we develop an area, we work to make it not a blight on the world, but rather a additional beauty to the world. So thank you so much for bringing up a really essential part of tourism. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Jed Brown from Climate Friendly Travel Club, and hopefully we'll have an opportunity to speak later. I just wanted to, with the gentleman, I just wanted to address that point, if I may. When we talk about tourism, one thing that we often forget is that tourists are temporary residents. So when we're talking about the number of tourists in a destination, we're talking about, again, temporary residents along with permanent residents. And one of the mistakes that we've made as an industry, and I hope that our panel would agree with me on this, is that we've never really understood in most destinations what our capacity is. It's the most basic of questions. You know, if you go to Disneyland or Universal Studios in America, and you speak to the head of those organizations, and I have done both, and if you ask them, what is the capacity for Disneyland on any given day, they know to the very individual. They know to the very specific individual what the capacity is for their theme park in that particular case. And they know that if they go over that number, it will negatively impact the experience of the other visitors, as well as the experience of the attractions, the staff that work there, and everything else. We need to do that with our destinations, because it isn't, we can't just keep saying, come on, you know, we need more, whether it's temporary residents as tourists for a weekend or a week, or whether it's people who are staying a little bit longer. We can't just keep doing that. We need to understand, and that's my question for everybody here today, is when you're looking at your destination, what's the capacity? What's the maximum number of people that you've got? As the gentleman just pointed out before, it's not just about hotel beds, it's about the infrastructure. What's the infrastructure built for? What's the road system built for? What's the food system built for? Environmentally, what are those conditions? The trash, the garbage, what's that built for? And we need to understand that, because if we don't, we're headed for an absolute disaster further down the line. Because all of the indications from the UNWTO, World Travel and Tourism Council, and other basically macroeconomic factors that we've been looking at shows that tourism is set to potentially double in the next 20 years. Double. So again, to build that up for you, we went from zero tourism approximately 100 years ago to 1.5 billion thereabouts in 2019. And we're looking in the next 20 years potentially to double that in 20 years. It's a major, major problem, and we need to understand the capacity of our destinations a little bit clearer, I believe.
Thank you, that's really important.
And this is definitely also a point we absolutely should not forget. There should be an interest group within our organization. And I can tell you, living in Hawaii for the last 35 years, this is a big discussion. We temporarily banned all vacation rentals, and it came back a little bit after COVID. I can know the housing problem for local people who can no longer afford to pay rent, because it's easier to sell to foreign investors and they put it out on the market for visitors. So we have the largest homeless population in Hawaii of any state in the US. So there are problems associated with all of this, and many of them, at the end of the day, are not really affecting the big guys, they're affecting the small and medium-sized enterprises. So this should be a big subject. Eventually, we're too small, but when we get there, to have this part of our overall things. Okay, Jeffrey.
Yeah, this gentleman is trying to speak. This gentleman. Sorry. Let me just quickly, before he speaks, let me just respond to my friend Thomas and my very good friend Jed. Yes, the capacity management is important. Yes. But to manage the capacity, you have to know what the destination is going to look like in the next 5 or 10 years. And that, Governor, is why you need a plan B. And a subset of plan B one of maybe 15 parts of a comprehensive tourism sector is capacity management. But if you don't have roads and you don't have bridges because they've been washed away in storms, capacity management is just an academic subject.
Okay, here's the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Professor Jeffrey. We talk about Tri Jakarta. My name is Wisnu Wardana, the chairman of Tri Jakarta Foundation. Since 2000, I presented the Tri Jakarta Award for the tourism destination here in Bali, especially hotel and other destination spots. In this moment, I want to say or to give you the best practice of the Tri Jakarta. For example, if you see the welcoming dancer today, just maybe less than 2 minutes, there are one of the representatives of the Tri Jakarta concept who follows by the family of the dancer. The oldest dancer is more than 90 years old, but he or she wants to dance with their granddaughter to dance here for the welcoming. This is a very the spiritual of the Tri Jakarta here is very connected to the family trees. The family trees. That's why in Bali, the spiritual of people here and everything and every activity is connected to the family trees. And now in the global development agenda, SDGs, I think you know SDGs, the spiritual there is the goal 16 and then 17. This is the spiritual of us. And then the environment is ecological, goal number 11 until 15, and then goal number 1 to 10 is people. So it means the relationship for the people and people. This is just a sample and then the best practice for the Tri Jakarta. Thank you very much, and I hope.
Thank you very much. Dr. Alexander actually has a comment, and she will introduce her after this a little bit because you're going to be our first presenter and next speaker. But you have a question.
Yeah, actually, hello to everybody. I'm very happy to be here, and I would actually like to make a comment regarding the issue that we just raised. So we started with so many things, and then we ended up with the sustainable tourism development, I would say so. So that's a huge issue that we have to discuss here at this conference today. So I think government, and I'm coming from the government, they or we are talking about figures, about increasing number of arrivals, overnight stays, etc., but it's not all about that. So I'm not really fond of it, and I will also talk a bit later about that. So I think we have to be very careful about it, and then also there is something that we should connect with sustainability, and that's called the destination management. So how do we actually manage destination? Together with it, how do we promote it related to destination marketing? When do we market destination? At what target markets? What message are we sending? Etc. The first time when I heard somehow of the sustainability issue was when I used to live and work in Seychelles. And Mr. Aman is the one also who really supported sustainability issue in Seychelles back, I don't know, 15 years ago or whatever. Who cares about years? Okay, so the Seychelles are, I think, great example of the sustainability and destination. And I would like Ms. Ron Allen, if he doesn't mind, just tell us a couple of words regarding sustainability at the moment. How do you practice it, and how do you do it? Okay, thank you.
So here.
Thank you very much. It's catching people off guard is not a good thing, but you see, Seychelles, like Bali, depends a lot on tourism. Bali is much bigger, we're much smaller, but we both, I'm sure Governor will realize the importance of being good custodians of what we have been blessed with. If we have something that is good, we want it to work, benefit everybody. Definitely put money in the pockets of the people, but also that it is there tomorrow for your kids, and then in 2 years for your grandkids, and then it keeps stable. So sustainability, and that keyword that Mr. Brown brought up earlier, carrying capacities, is important, and tourism destinations are doing this today. And I'm sure Plan B that Jeffrey speaks about will look at carrying capacities. How do we ensure that what we have today will be there for the next generations? You see, when I was then in office, I never realized that there is a number, an optimum number of beach chairs on the beach that is sustainable. Never realized it until we looked at Spain and realized that they had too many. So we, in one way, banned beach chairs just to be put on the beach somewhere. It has to be in front of a hotel. But I'm saying that because we became very realistic in Seychelles. Jed knows well, he knows well, he came there as Roots, World Roots to do a conference in Seychelles. We know that if tourism is to succeed, it cannot be just for today. It is not a party that we are doing, and then we all go home and we forget about this word tourism. It has to remain. But for it to remain, it has to be sustainable. So from the buildings, from your culture, from the people, does it benefit everybody? And then we are happy and satisfied. The governor says the taxes are coming in. No, it is more than that. Today in Seychelles, the biggest talking point is how many more hotels will be built. I imposed a freeze on it 10 years ago. There'll be no more big hotels, but they've unlocked the freeze for now. They have some new ones. When is the final word? No, it is enough. And I think when we can do that as a country, as a government, as a people, we know we are succeeding because we are looking at future generations and not just today. And I think when Jeffrey spoke earlier, I was touched at this idea, can we sustain tourism growth? Can we really sustain? Or are we going to get to a limit and say, we've now destroyed it, we've destroyed what we had? And I think this is the question. If you look at those that flew in last night to be here, I landed at 10:30 Bali time. And we realized that we all come from different parts of the world. We all flew here. And each plane was full. I mean, I flew in with Emirates, it was jam-packed. We must realize that there is an impact. There is a clear impact. Yes, planes are today looking at environmentally friendly planes. You are from World Roots. In the past, you will know it's a dream. It won't happen tomorrow. Have we destroyed it before? Can we really be saying to ourselves, I am guilty, having been a tourism minister. Jorgen is guilty because he produces a paper that touches tourism. Jeffrey is guilty because he was the Deputy Secretary General of the World Tourism Organization. Can we really just sit and say to ourselves, yes, we are guilty, mea culpa? Or is it not enough that we say that today, but that we rally the way we are doing now to say, let us find a solution. Let us find what we should be doing as doctors would do for somebody who is sick. or you're looking at his face and say, you are the ideal candidate for cardiac arrest. So if we can say that, maybe this it's off topic, probably. Maybe one of the side discussion points. If we can open a discussion group that says, what do we really do? Yes, in hindsight, we will write many books about each one of us. But that is history. What is for tomorrow? Who can really bring a book to say, the world in 2040, if we keep on going down this path, if we double world tourism in 30 years, where will we be? I think these are the questions probably. I think Seychelles has done a good job for what it is. We've protected what we have. So is Bali. They protected what they have. In different speeds, in different trajectories, in different highways. But we've all protected what we have because we still have to feed the people. The people need to be able to get something out of it. But I think maybe, Jeffrey, your mission, you pass it to me, I'll pass it to Jeffrey, should be a book that says, where are we in 2040? Where are we in 2060? Where are we in 2080? So we have an idea. If we keep on having 1 Emirates per day here, or 3 Emirates per day, and then they upgrade the Emirates to an A380, and then they bring 4 of them, can we really then drive in Bali anymore? Probably not. You need a bigger airport. You need to keep expanding, and then everything else. It's a catch-22, and it is a vicious circle. But that said, if you look at Amazon and all these high-powered people from America, because we've got 2 of them sitting here, when is enough enough? When is your bank account full enough? I think this is the question often that determines it. And this morning I had the pleasure to have breakfast with the doctor, with the president, with the president of the organization. And I said, America, this world leader that we have, today, and when I saw Jorgen and Peter coming up on stage holding each other, it reminded me of the American president being held up to go anywhere. But the world will have to be looking. Apart from Moody and the government, that's all we are now in the 3rd age. We need to be looking in this book that Jeffrey will bring. Who replaces us? Who will have that vision without the experience we've picked up over the years to really say, yes, I'm a young man. I'm coming to take over, to replace this group here. But I have already the experience because I picked it from them. And this is the problem. You see, when we depart, somebody else arrives. But it starts from ground zero. So the mistakes are made again. And we keep the chain going of mistakes. And we don't learn to say, we need to pick all the brains, maybe freeze them and give it to a new person as he comes out. So he starts off on a good run. Otherwise, we will make the unsustainable developments instead of sustainable developments. I hope I've answered your concern.
You have to speak louder, don't you ever?
Or scream. Not ice cream, scream.
Okay, so don't you think that actually raising the awareness is the key issue, key point? Because at least in my country, young generations, they are not aware of what we are talking about here, or care or whatever. They are not aware of how important sustainability is, how important climate change is, and all these topics that we have. So I think that's the point. Education and educating our youngsters from the kindergartens, not from the primary schools. So from my point of view, I think that's the
Alan, I think I don't want to have just a cross conversation because other people are raising their hand.
Yes.
So I know few other people have been trying to speak.
Madam is before you. She's been going for a long
Okay, just for your information, we're a little bit over time with this, but I don't want to interrupt this discussion because it's all we want. And Alexandra is the next speaker, so she cut herself off for a few minutes, and it's okay.
Thank you very much for the microphone. I've been particularly trying to raise my hand, and I eventually was successful getting up here. My name is Dr. David Trower from Australia, originally I'm German. And my background is actually industry. I've worked in all kinds of industry, airlines, consultancy, travel agencies, wholesale, tour guiding, I know the whole industry there. And then I got into academia at a very late age. As a curate, I started my undergraduate degree at 39 years of age, going through divorce with 2 little children. So that's a real story coming to the whole notion we're talking about. What are we looking at? What is our experience? Now, 3 key aspects were the race, sustainability, is it gender? The ecological health, we talk about health tourism, the psychological health. Peter, thank you very much. The economic health, they're all intertwined. And we are all here and quite aware of the interconnection. Nothing is in isolation. And when we're looking at all of that, we are here as a think tank, we are looking at mindset shifts. And that is the beginning, I think, because we as humans, we make the decision. Of course, now nature has taken over and makes their decision. We're impacted by that. So we are on the receiving end. So where are we at? Who are we? We are here today, for the next couple of days, hopefully we have these discussions. I'm very passionate about sustainability, and I'm also very passionate in all of this, which is the impact that we have on the environment. We have talked about biosphere, which is the ecological biosphere, and the psychological biosphere. Who are we as people in relationships? How are we getting on? When we look at global wars, we're fighting because of lack of resources and impact that we are witnessing around the world, including climate change. So the big agenda is sustainability, and we can elevate that into the notion of peace. And peace is interaction between peace with people, peace with the environment. And it comes back to Karana, the same principles. Are we all there? Are we all on the same page? And that's what we need to actually educate young people about. They do know, but they are fearful. They try to live life. That's why we're watching all the rising numbers of tourists. They just want to live life. We're talking about fear of missing out, FOMO, trends in society, Peter Pan syndrome, no responsibility, no accountability. That is a societal trend. Tourism is a microcosm of society, and those rays will talk about real estate development, etc. Nothing is ever in isolation. Yes, tourism is a big one. It has not received enough attention in many places, and I think that's what we're here for. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your feedback, Birgit. You're going to be on at 4:40 this afternoon. I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more about this subject and can continue this discussion. I wanted to thank everyone of our founders here, and maybe we can start with our regular session. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Patra, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You're the last before we go to our regular session.
So thank you very much. I'm Dr. David Butler, the chairman of Bali Medical Tourism Association. Thank you very much for inviting me to come to this meeting. Yeah, BMT, Bali Medical Tourism Association, is when I start to learn about the health tourism. So we know that Bali is famous for the tourism. We have resources for the healthcare provider like hospital, clinic, and etc. And because the regulation is more completely, and I look at this, it is the right time we start to learn about the health tourism. So there are 4 focuses that our program. The first is medical tourism. It means that the sick people come to Bali, they have the treatment. And then the second is about the medical wellness tourism. Is help people come to join, and we design that there is integrated between the medical, the alternative Balinese medicine or complementary and with the culture. So the package is not only one day, but maybe 7 until etc. And the third is about the sport tourism. And the fourth is about the health scientific tourism. So this is my focus. Maybe tomorrow I will be explaining more about our program. Thank you very much.
We're looking forward, and thank you Ian, for everyone giving this feedback on our baby here, the World Tourism Network. And I think there's going to be a lot more to come. And we really have to get moving. We have 2 presentations before lunch, and they're both very good, so you don't want to miss them. And we're going to get into education and all of this during this event. And if okay, I wanted to, Dr. Alexander, I can never pronounce your last name, but she's such a good friend. I've actually visited her in Montenegro. She's the director of tourism in her country, and she has been with World Tourism Network even before she became the director of tourism, and essential during the COVID discussion. So we've become good friends. I've visited your country, what is another pearl of an example of tourism sustainability and so forth. So she knows what she's talking about. She represents Montenegro at the UNWTO and many other international events. And she's the only one in this capacity joining us from Europe. So you can speak not only for Montenegro, also for the other Balkan areas, and as an affiliated member of the European Union. So Europe is your territory, and she'll be joined later on by Tanja Milhacic after the next session from the School of Business and Economics in the University of Ljubljana in Slovenia, a country not too far away from Montenegro. So
just before you cover, can we stand here and have a photo together? I think, yeah. Otherwise, you won't have anything on eTN.
Okay. We do a photo and then.
Check. Maybe grab the book at the same time. Where's your? It's over here. It should be meant that you end up. No. Then we're the one just without the book. Oh, come on, Doctor Peter.
This is the photo. This is a publicity. This is a publicity.
Yeah.
We're going to give him the title Director of Marketing now.
You are now without the book because it's you end up here.
Okay, without the book now. Never take a book from
Yes, I can.
No.
I can. Thank you.
1 second, there's one more there.
Now I get to do that.
All right, you can buy the book on Amazon. Thank you. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. And without further ado, I want to give it back to our Master of Ceremonies so she can give the floor to Alexandra. There she is. Okay, thank you very much.
So, yeah, because once again to our first panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Mi imamo mnogo lica, oblika i boja. Mi smo prostranstvo i blizina. Mi smo nasmijani i ponekad glasni, zeleni, pomalo bodljikavi, brižni, plavi, prozračni i čisti, jedinstveni i vaši, uzbudljivi, pjenući. sunčavi i topli. Divlji i pitomi u isto vrijeme. Dobro znani i uvijek novi. Među svim tim licima teško je biti usamljen.
So, dear tourism friends, dear all, dear organizers, dear hosts, first of all, I have to admit that I'm in deep trouble at the moment. How can I say anything interesting after such as great speakers that we had on the stage? But I will try my best. It is my real pleasure and honor to be here at the occasion of the first WTN on-site conference here in beautiful Bali. Let me first congratulate all of you, the World Tourism Day. Salamat Hari Pariwisati Dunia. So, it has been marked 2 days ago, but I hope that we will have 3 more beautiful and prospective days in the years and in the year to come. So this is, and I would like to say that I'm proud mom of 2 young men. I'm proud daughter, happy wife, and the rest is written on the screen. I'm also WTN Executive Board member. I work as a consultant for Saudi Arabia, Royal Commission of Al-Rulam, Deputy Minister of Tourism or Director General, representative of some organizations, and I have to mention that I used to be Honorary Consul of Seychelles, which is on hold at the moment because I cannot really work for one government and represent the interest of the other one. So when I stop working here, I'll be back to this position, I hope. So this is about Montenegro. Montenegro is, as you could see, now a member of WTN. It is a very small country. It is all in one destination where we perform tourism 365 days a year. It is very small in area, but great in hospitality. At one of the projects and the comments when WTO has said that we are the last undiscovered pearl of Europe. Here are some statistical data, and you can actually see how small we are comparing to the rest of Europe. We have only around 600,000 people living there, but we also have a very great climate. We have you know, great beaches, great landscape, and the point is that which makes us unique, that at some stage you can go swimming, and at the same time you can go skiing up there in the mountains, and we are where like ski or seaside is like 1 hour away from our mountains. We have unique and old towns, rich in history and culture, and you've seen that on the video. We have many luxury resorts, 5 and 4 stars hotel. We have tourism diversification. We are working on it, so we have various activities, as you could see. And what I would also like to mention that we are really pointing out and trying to promote our rural tourism, our medical tourism, and different kinds of tourism. We have great gastronomy. We have a traditional cuisine that we are very famous about. We have Mediterranean cuisine in the central and sea coast, as well as a specific kind of cuisine up there in the mountains. But we also have international cuisines like you know, Italian, Chinese. Soon we will have Bali cuisine on our menus, I'm sure. So we are very much a tourism-oriented economy, and you can see the figures. So tourism is 30% of our GDP, which is a bit too much. but that's how it is. 31% of our population is employed in tourism, 50% are women, 55% expert. But what is important that we fully recovered from COVID-19. These are some statistical data. I will not go into details because I have to save some time, as Jürgen warned me. So we really have increase in revenue, in tourism arrivals, tourist arrivals, overnight stays. So you see, we have like in revenue, we have 70% more than in 2019. But these are the data for Q2 because we don't have data for Q3 ready yet. What is so important for us is that we are really trying to increase the length of stay of our tourists, to keep them longer in the destination, and of course to make them feel better, and in the end to make them spend more at our destination, of course. So here is something about European tourism mindset that I would like to mention. As you can see, and as we all know, Europe is a global leader in international tourism. Roughly, it accounts 2/3 of international tourism arrivals worldwide. European travelers are fully ready to travel, even though they have concerns related to, of course, geopolitical crises and inflation. And somebody would say that Europe is a game changer for tourism. Maybe yes, maybe no. But what we learn due to COVID time is actually that no one is a game changer, and no one can win unless we all win in this kind of complicated game. So, what is also important to say is that tourists from Europe have changed their mindset. They are not interested in passive vacation anymore, but they want to have experience, want to visit attractions, want to do things the way locals do, want to gain experience from locals. And they want, of course, to eat local food, they want to travel with locals, so they choose. Talking about locals, they actually choose the destinations where level of sustainability is very high. And we also, of course, have to know more locals are involved in tourism, more sustainable destination is for sure. Recently, we talked about tourism growth, and the question is what tourism growth is and how can we achieve it? Is it statistical data increase? Yes, but no. Each growth is not a success story, I would say. So how to stimulate it? Investments are definitely key pillar of tourism growth, but not any investments. Investments have to be green, and all the stakeholders have to be involved. People have to benefit from that. Young people, locals, tourists, governments, private sector, everybody. We have to invest in education, of course, in getting skilled labor, because we have a big issue about it. Only tourism-educated nation can deliver high-class tourism service. Of course, we have to support and invest in SMEs, in innovation, digitalization, investing in planet and our future, what we talked about recently. What about government? What about my government, Indonesian government, all the governments all over the world? This is what we have to do. We have to create competitive business environment. We have to motivate investors to come and invest in our countries, but we also have to make sure that our countries are stable politically, because we have that issue all over the world, I would say. As we all know, investors are not going to come to invest in economies which are not stable from political point of view. Of course, government has to promote investments internationally. It has to promote private investments, and it has to create incentives for SMEs. That's the main point, I would say. What about SMEs in Montenegro? 90% of our industry are SMEs, talking about guest houses, apartments, restaurants, taxi businesses, transportation, everything. So we have to have a supportive approach, and we do have it. Government has stimulative approach towards these businesses, maybe not as stimulative as it should be, as our economy is not that developed, but we do give support to our industry. I wish we could finance them more, because it's never too much of a support to SMEs. For example, we have these days, we have ongoing open call for SMEs within the directorate that I'm heading, and we have it a couple of times per year. So we are actually inviting all SMEs to apply for financial help if they want to develop rural tourism, medical tourism, digitalization, if they want to develop rural households, which are classical form of SMEs. So they are all invited, and we are really supporting them financially, and this is what each government should do, definitely. Talking about challenges from European perspective, as we have talked, the list is long, and we could talk during the whole conference about this, but we shouldn't, of course. We already discussed a couple of points. I would like to mention the destination management versus destination marketing. I think we are kind of mixing up these two, especially undeveloped countries or countries which are in transition, because many institutions think that these two things are the same. They are not, definitely, and this is what we have to go for. On the other side, air connectivity, we also heard talks about it. We need more planes, we need more airline routes, but we have to do it in a smart way. Us in Montenegro, we have an issue about this question. And often I call Montenegro an island, even though we are surrounded from 3 sides by land, but on the only at the one side we have water, but I call it island because the easiest way is to get to Montenegro by plane, because roads taking tourists to Montenegro are still not that good. So we are an island, and we have to solve this issue. Gender gap, this is something which is bothering all of us. And of course, sustainability. So, ladies first, today more than ever, our industry needs skillful men and women. Empowering women is not a situation where men lose and women win. This is the win-win situation for all, not only for women and men, but for our families, industries, countries, for our planet. This is the matter of balance that we have to achieve. At this moment, the situation is completely unbalanced, I would say, in favor of men. And this is a situation where we actually all lose. So here are some data. We have 55% of workforce in Europe are women. Only 17% of us are in the managerial positions, 5% hotels, general managers, 6% in airline management, 6% in transportation. So Montenegro is trying to improve this situation, and we are really arranging and making different kind of projects and incentives to support women in tourism, especially in rural and medical tourism. And this is what I would advise each government to do. Sustainability multiplied by million. This is a must in today's world, and I have to mention tourists have changed their mindset, and they dominantly choose sustainable destination. Implementation of sustainable practices means minimizing the negative impact of tourism on environment, society, and economy. This is a win-win solution for all, for SMEs, for governments, for locals, for tourists, for everybody. We should develop, and this is what we are doing in Montenegro, we are developing sustainable standards for destination and sustainable standards for hotel industry, meaning for tourism industry, meaning for hotels and tour operators. Montenegro recently became GSTC member. This is Global Sustainable Tourism Council organization, but and we started implementing their standards at our destination and within our hotel industry. I am the one representing Montenegro in this organization, and this is maybe easier way to do it when it comes to standard implementation, but on the other side, maybe more effective way to do it is if each destination create its own standard, because we all know the best what we need the most. So this is how maybe Indonesia and Bali should approach it. And of course, us, Montenegro, is available to help. I would also like to mention our national tourism strategy, where we actually paid a lot of attention to sustainable tourism and engaging local community in our tourism. And I think I will finish my presentation with words of a great man who is not here with us today, but maybe he's following us online during our WTN Zoom meetings and great events, online events that we had. Mr. Talib Rifai said this once, and I remembered it and I'm going to share it with you. What he said is that only happy hosts can make tourists happy. So with this, I will finish. Thank you very much. Yeah, if you have any questions, please. Yes.
Okay, so for his subject, I hope I didn't pronounce
Great.
Okay, so I'm interested in okay, so I'm Hervé. I'm Singapore, Indonesia. I'm more interested about the workforce issue. So while looking at your presentation and the term of reference, I have a question. Question is, while promoting community engagement and gender diversity, what challenges Montenegro encountered and what solutions or strategies are being used to overcome these challenges? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Yes, as the rest of the world, we are facing huge difficulties regarding workforce. We do have many educational institutions producing future tourism experts, but what is lacking at our destination and what we have to improve is kind of technical, practical training about the students coming out of those institutions. As a government, we are trying actually to link industry with the colleges, universities, even high schools that have like tourism courses within their programs. And we have many initiatives, working groups. We are also connecting with different institutions and even trying to support institutions financially to motivate them to involve those young people and to give them practical training at the spot, at least during the high season, because still in Montenegro we have the situation where we have high season lasting 4 months, 5 months, which is not really enough. We do practice tourism 365 days a year, but the high season lasts like 4 months, let's say. So we are trying to make bridge between institutions and educational institutions and tourism industry. And we are also giving a lot of incentives to all of them, to all the institutions which involve our young students in the process and in the industry. So, yeah.
Hello. Good morning, Doctor. My name is Rami, and I would like to ask about maybe a bit of context first. In Bali, the small medium enterprise impacted because there's no tourists, and then they need to shift to digitalization. So they need to learn how to sell in TikTok or Facebook. Is there any best case that you can share about your SME, creative economy in your country? What happened with Bali and how did you overcome it to support the tourism? Because in Bali, we really depend on tourism. But then at the end, if everything goes digital, then the experience is less. And it's really kind of like shifted. So yeah, if you have any example. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Yes, we are all talking about digitalization all over the world. But to be honest, we still have challenge with that issue. So, and not only Montenegro, I think the whole world has a challenge when it comes to tourism digitalization, and but also on the other side, it's not good if we do too much of it. So we have to find balance, and everything in tourism and in our life is about finding balance. But definitely those SMEs, and we have a lot of them in Montenegro who practice digitalization, they are definitely better positioned on the market. What we also propose to all the SMEs, and we conducted many trainings on that issue, that they should use digital way of promotion, of promoting their businesses. Recently, like maybe 2 years ago, they haven't been really using digital marketing a lot. Now they're doing it at a high scale. And I think what the government did it very well together with the National Tourism Organization of Montenegro. We provided so many trainings for SMEs, how to do it. We gave them actually practical trainings. We even had a working group who was helping them practically on site how to do it, especially when it comes, for example, to rural tourism, because people living up there in mountains, they're not really digitally educated, capable enough. So we are really, trying to help them, to offer actually them practical help, and always to maintain the balance between, things going like too much digital and the real experience that they can have on spot. But what is very important is, and what we insist when talking to them and when educating them, is that they should never present on digital channels something which is not like that in real life. Because the worst thing, if a tourist comes and he or she gets disappointed with what he finds at the destination. We also have many applications for tourists to get around easily. We have like digital tour guides for specific regions of Montenegro. We have also digital platforms for our accommodation, for our attractions. So there are many platforms and digital solutions that we offer. But it all can be even better, and we are working on it.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask a question about, you mentioned in your wonderful presentation about how in some regards Montenegro can be viewed a little bit like an island, a small island nation really. And that sort of made me think about, I'm one of those people, I've wanted to visit Montenegro for such a long time, because I've studied an awful lot about Montenegro actually, and it looks an amazing destination. And I know a lot of the hoteliers in Montenegro, and they're amazing people, do amazing things on sustainability, by the way, I must say as well. But one question that I have for you is you're clearly quite, as a tourism destination, you're quite reliant on airlift, naturally. Airlift. Airlines.
Oh, yeah.
Airlines.
Yeah.
So airlift is the only, you mentioned in your presentation, it's one of the only practical ways to arrive. Do you get concerned when there are movements, environmental movements, like flight shaming, when people are saying, oh, we shouldn't be flying as much? Does that make you, as a director for tourism, does that make you a little bit nervous? Like, if people stop flying, then that's our tourism economy cuts off. The tourism economy, as you said, your GDP was worth 30% or even more. So it's just how much of a concern do you have for the reliance on airlines and airlift, knowing that they are big emitters and it's an environmental challenge? And how do you deal with it?
It's a very, very difficult question. And people who know me, my friend, they know that I'm always very, very honest. First of all, thank you for your comments about Montenegro, and of course you and everybody is welcome to visit our country. And let me also use this opportunity to announce the big conference that we are going to have in May next year. It's called Region Tourism Destination Conference. We had one in May this year, and we are going to have another one in May next year. So you are actually all invited. And regarding the airline issue, I used to work as a director of national company, marketing and corporate communication director of national airline for almost 15 years. So kerosene is in my veins, and I'm so, that's my passion. But we have a huge challenge when it comes to airline connectivity. We used to have national airline called Montenegro Airlines, which just bankrupt during the COVID time. Now we have new airline called Air Montenegro, but the roads and the connectivity they have, it's not good. And it's not good enough, actually. So we need much more of a support when it comes to airline connectivity. Me, being aware of, you just said, that we have to be very careful about inviting airlines in huge numbers. I'm in a kind of, strange situation, because we need airlines. I'm inviting airlines, we are inviting airlines, are working hard on getting many airlines in Montenegro, but on the other side, I'm very much aware of what you said. But on the other side, we also raise the question of awareness when it comes to sustainability. This is what is missing in Montenegro, and I think in the whole Europe, and maybe more in smaller states than in bigger states. So this is probably the answer. I mean, the answer without giving you a real answer, but by heart, if I take into consideration my emotions, I wouldn't like that many airlines to come to Montenegro. But on the other side, we desperately need them. So
it's hard.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So any more questions? Okay. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. him a round of applause. Really. He was even with having well eaten a good lunch, falling asleep in my lunch with Bali in our hair, or me Bali on my head, to wake everybody up. But to come back to small islands, and what small islands do, or what it means, we can start off with culture. Starting off with culture, we find people like Alston, who are artists, who go beyond their own borders, beyond the small islands that they come from, and make a mark on the world. But before I say what I'm going to say, let me congratulate and thank Jeffrey Lippman. You made it possible. The two of you are friends, and if he's here because of you, and it is important. And this is WTN to the core. We build a circle of friends. And through this building of friends, we find that small islands become a continent. Because it is friends that are in every part of the world that become ambassadors for us. And when they're doing that, we find that we succeed by not only having our president sitting in the US, Dr. Peter Talo and Jeff and Jorgen, but that it is all of us together that makes it. Thank you very much, Jeffrey. So to come back with the, no, wait, don't move, God, we're just starting. To come back to small islands and what it means, what it does. When we talk about culture, his son, that is culture. But we also have culture. This morning we saw a great-grandmother with a great-granddaughter and one in between that performed. This is also culture. Culture at its roots. But culture means what? People. Obviously, you've got no people, you've got no culture. And if you've got no culture, do you really have a tourism industry that stands? Or is it a glass bowl that you sit and look at? I want to invite another person to come up, because that's also culture. It's people. Madam, please, I promised you I would call you on stage. You can't say no, everybody's looking at you. First, culture means people. 3 islands, 3 different people. And yet we are all islanders. Bali, Sri Lanka, and me from Seychelles. I brought this young lady, well, she tells me she's not young, but she looks very young. This young lady, and we chatted at lunch, we chatted this morning, because I said, what makes tourism tick at the end? And it is much easier for small island states to echo this togetherness that we can do, because from small islands, we all know each other. From small islands, Seychelles with its 100,000 inhabitants, we know everyone. Bali has many more. Sri Lanka has many more. But that spirit, that big cities, New York or Washington, London or Paris, it's impossible. Impossible because you are numbers. And this is why tourism works. When the spirit of personalized manner or aspect takes the upper hand on just the numbers game. They'll know the inhabitants of their respective islands like I do in Seychelles. London or Paris, New York, you are there in flat number 462 or 2052. Nobody knows you. It's the same for tourism. This is why running after numbers don't work. It is having that discerning traveler that really wants to see you, that really wants to appreciate your island or your city, understand your culture, meet the people. And this is where I think today, as we start off this afternoon session, it's important for everybody to appreciate the idea. Small islands are important. Important because we set the bar much higher than capital cities, much higher. Because for tourism to work in Sri Lanka, Seychelles, or Bali, we know each other. We know who is the waitress in that restaurant. We know who's the cook in that hotel. We know who's the GM down the road. We know the taxi driver and we know the guides. But in a big city, it's just a number. Can come from anywhere in the world. And sometimes they give you the wrong information. Thank you very much. I wanted them to see you together with the staff. Thank you for having me. So, small island states is reflective of where we want tourism to go. Jeffrey Lippman can talk until he's blue in the face with Jed Brown. They can keep talking about preserving, but that drive inside the human nature of believing that tourism works when we fill planes arrive one after the other, and that the country that you are visiting is destroyed in such a way. How do you find this balance? Is look at small islands. Look at what small islands do, because the effort being put by each and every small island is reflective of where tourism should go. We might not all agree that we've succeeded, every small island has succeeded, but we all have the mission of succeeding. I watched this week when Mauritius and Bali, well, not Bali, Maldives had reached 1.4 million this year so far, visitor arrivals. It's a lot. But the numbers often confuse you because Maldives, you don't go to one island. I think a few thousand of them, and people spread out on these islands. Even though the numbers come into Mali, they're not all sitting in Mali. So it's an advantage that they have. Bali, unfortunately, if you went into millions and millions, they'll all be here and you won't be able to get to the conference at all. You'll be stuck at the airport. There'll be such a traffic jam. So we need to find that balance. But who does the carrying capacity? Is it us, the islanders? Or is it a team of professionals? And there are professionals that do that. You'll be amazed. They'll assess your water treatment. They'll assess your garbage plants. They'll assess everything down the line. And if a group like Lippman would say, I prepare your plan B, if that's what he can say, Jeffrey, would it not be a success to empower him to work with the Ministry of Tourism, to work with the Department of Finance of Bali, of Indonesia, and all these other countries that are looking at tourism? How do we pick that balance that keeps going? I say that because I listened attentively this morning to everybody who spoke. Attentively because it is easy for us to forget. We get embodied, yes, we're succeeding. Yes, we're succeeding. Will my kids and grandkids succeed after that? Or I'll leave nothing for them? Will I burn them to death because the ozone layer is gone? I looked at the clip that was put just now with the song by Asta. The pile of rubbish that we see collected, should it not worry everybody? We want to know what to do with it. Maldives as an island, just with rubbish. It's called the Rubbish Island. How can we keep on? Because rubbish, never forget. You pile it, you put a bulldozer, it crushes it, and the sources come out on the sides everywhere, back into the sea. Do the best treatment that you want, it ends up into the sea. We have the problem in Seychelles. Occasionally it catches fire by itself, and it burns all night. And you find smoke, annoys the population. So we need to be realistic how much more rubbish we can have, because how much more hotel rooms that we have. We're all humans. I mean, we're all staying here. We're all putting things in the garbage bin. And to feed us, they've got more garbage bins. So there's a plus that keeps on adding. This morning, listening to Jeffrey, when he gave a challenge to the governor, and it got me thinking that we really need, it's like a task force to work with, maybe through WTN, to work with countries. If Bali, as we are all in Bali, if moody, you can, having you there, we don't feel moody, we feel a good mood. If you can spark Bali, and I know the representatives of tourism are here, to say, be the trial case. Let us find a Jeffrey Lipman and his group to say, we will work with Bali. Make Bali that first point of call that people will use as the example. That would make news for you. You would benefit more tourism out of it, maybe it counteract as well. But people will say they are serious. They're serious because they've looked for experts whose job it is, they preach it. So let them put it in practice and say, where can Bali go before Bali destroys itself? I don't know the place where, I know there's a lady from Australia, there's a little town in a little street that's full of Australians. And you don't really see Bali people, you see Australians. If that was replicated all over Bali, would that be Bali? Or we would have a bastardized Bali that destroys itself? I'm saying that because this morning you managed to convince my own mind. I believe in sustainable tourism. But Jeffrey this morning opened that gate. I mean, my name is Saint Ange, I'm a holy angel. And holy angels see further afield. But between Jed and Jeffrey, you managed to get me to think the time is now. And it is needed. It's needed for us to reflect, to open that dialogue, to open that reflection panel, and say, where do we start protecting and stop the destruction? We might not think we are destroying, but small islands are vulnerable. Today you find sea level rise, coral bleaching, and then it keeps going and it keeps going. We suffer what Bali suffers, and Sri Lanka suffers what Seychelles suffers. We all in the same boat, from the Pacific to the Caribbeans. Everybody today is worried about coral bleaching, sea level rise. We are that barometer to say if we are on the right path or if something needs to be done. And I think Bali, because of your position, you are part of a big country, you are an example of success, yes. But maybe you can open the door for reflection much faster. And I would, Madam Director of Marketing, don't be shy to speak to Jeffrey. Tell him, how do I work with you? How do I pick your brain? And then, Dr. Tallo, you cannot have tourism without security. How do you benefit from him? Yes, you've had some bad experiences in the past that the whole world was shocked. Can it be prevented? Maybe. There are experts that do that speak about it, but also guide you. I say this as we talk about the importance of small islands. Nothing happens by itself. This is true. We know. If you want tourism, you've developed it, your predecessor, the minister, the governor, you've all made it happen. And then you've had good friends. I mean, Jorgen, who started his eTurbo News here, helped put you on the map as Bali. And today you are a destination in itself, forgetting that you are part of Indonesia. But how do you move from now? Where do you go from now? And I think if WTN can end their conference in Bali with a success line, is to see how experts in their respective field can develop around one destination, like Bali, and say we want to save one. If Bali is saved, then it will be Sri Lanka, then it will be Seychelles, and it will be other countries. Because today we are on a slippery slope, and it'll keep getting more slippery. I can't blame sea level rise or coral bleaching for losing my hair. That's because my parents lost it and my grandparents lost it. But the thing is never to be shy that you don't have hair. I mean, there are 2 of us in here, or 3, 4 of us. Because with a name like Saint-Ange, I go to the Lord often. And he told me, he said, I created very few perfect heads. The rest I covered with hair. So we should all be happy that ours are perfect. But small tourism destinations, yes, it brings planes. And often, unfortunately, much to Jeffrey Lipman's annoyance probably, they are long-haul destinations. Pacific, Caribbean, Indian Ocean, Vanilla Islands, Bali. We have to use planes. Yes, you're doing a road here in Indonesia. But most of us are plane rides. And plane carbon, that's service. And when we do a conference, we have even more people coming. And if it was a conference of head of states here, you'd find at the airport there'd be no parking space, all private jets. So we keep looking for the remedy, but we're also using the development of the same cancer at the same time. So it is a difficult navigation point. And small islands feel it before big countries. If we become the example, we would probably help save the world. And I would really implore Bali, because we are in Bali, let's be the role model of that transformation. Be the role model of that new concept of looking at security, the preservation of what we have. The ability to say, all the young Balinese, I suppose you call yourself, all the young Bali people that are here growing up today, will they have Bali in 20 years? When we listened to Jed this morning, speaking about doubling the quantity of tourists in 30 years, from 1.5 billion to, is that what you said, Jed, I think? To 3 billion people. Can you imagine the young Bali people today, what they must be saying to themselves? Why is nobody listening to us? So if that is what we can help, let WTN Summit of Bali be the place where Tourism Bali, Tourism Indonesia sits with the experts that do it. I'm not the expert. I take a mic and babble on, but the experts are there. They are with you. They can guide you. Sustainable tourism, safety in tourism, and with Jorgen, visibility in tourism. He will destroy what the other 2 are doing, but you need him anyway to keep going. So my appeal to everybody this afternoon, it's good that you're hosting a conference in Bali. It is very good. But what resolutions will we leave tomorrow afternoon? What do we have in our pockets when we go? What is it that we will depart Bali with and say, the Bali conference, Bali summit, not even conference, time 2023, left us with this. Maybe we need a change in the agenda by tomorrow afternoon to have resolutions. And there you'll need the 2 people from the Ministry of Tourism to be sitting up here and saying, yes, if you believe it, and the gentleman with the perfect head believes it, you will be able to convince your minister. Ministers are convinced by technocrats. And if you are a good technocrat, you'll convince them faster. If that's a resolution that Bali can adopt, I think your work with Moody would have succeeded. And I really implore everybody, we can have a long format of meetings, panelists after panelists. But if there's no resolution of something that to make the difference, time 23 in Bali marked it with a difference because we have a resolution for the future. It would make a difference. And I know I saw somebody who's French who was talking to the young lady, he's disappeared. I implore now the business community of Bali to join forces with the two of you. Make that the call of this conference. And you'll find that, yes, we might mark this event as never been marked before. You have the ability to do it. So let's do it. And Moody, I suppose they'll declare you Queen Moody if you are able to do that. But I think it's something that is needed. So what else after this? Tourism by itself, small island states, we thrive because there are bigger countries that send us people. So we keep going there. We keep looking for it. I've been in trade fairs since I was 21. Every year, the list of them, one after the other. ITB, WTN, Top Reza in France, the one in Madrid, the New York Trade Fair. We keep going because we're looking for people. We want to be the most visible destination. Seychelles is lucky, it's seen as the high-end tourism. So we're lucky. When Prince William and Kate Middleton chose Seychelles for their honeymoon, they gave us a boost. But bending the rules of not using them as publicity, we just had to say Prince William is honeymooning in Seychelles, it was enough. Every press descended, so you had hotels full of press. But using the visibility that is possible. Don't just encourage people to be here, to spend nothing. You can't stop them. But you also can pitch your marketing that you do at a level that will help do what Jeffrey is trying to do, protect your destination. I'll leave you with these few words. I'm not sure what I'm meant to say about small island states. But small island states, sorry? But small island states are small island states, and they are part of the bigger component of world tourism. They keep airlines flying, this is for sure. And if you looked at Bali when I landed last night, you find, I didn't even realize you had so many that came. But you'll want more, because you'll want more hotels. It's normal. But let us use the experts. Security, long-term tourism. Let us be seen as the good custodians. Each one of us can be a good custodian of what we have been blessed with. We've been blessed with a perfect world. Let's leave a better world by the time we go. Thank you very much and have a nice afternoon.
All right, before reviewing the video greetings from Cuthbert Cuford, the chairman of the African Tourism Board, I would like to invite Jürgen as chairman to brief a little bit about the video.
And yes, before we go to the video from the African Tourism Board Chairman, Cuthbert Nkubi, I'd like to invite Dr. Peter Charlo. I never call him doctor, so but he is a doctor. And the Honorable Alain St-Ange to come back here, because here you see the three people, and there's one gentleman missing, what is Dr. Taleb Rifai, You all know him as the former Secretary General for UNWTO, who actually started the African Tourism Board. It was our initiative we did to help Africa to join in tourism, to see tourism not only as a product of one country or one region, but as the entire continent. We did this, we decided to go ahead in 2017 at the World Travel Market in London, who invited us. We had 14 ministers there. And we moved forward, and then we went to Cape Town and launched the organization at the World Travel Market in Cape Town, and at the same time appointed a chairman, what was Cuthbert Nkubi. He's still the chairman. We're no longer actively involved in it, but we still have the website. We help with the WhatsApp discussion group. And the African Tourism Board is now based in Eswatini and has been very active, just became an affiliated member of the African Union. And so we're proud really to have this put into the world as the greater part of the World Tourism Network now, what gives Africa also an extra reach outside Africa. And we actually have one lady here from Kenya. She will be sharing with us a little bit more later on in the session about how African SMEs like to work with Indonesia and how back and forth there are new opportunities. But I just wanted to say this to give a little bit of background on the African Tourism Board. We're going to show the greeting from Cuthbert Nkubi, who is the chairman. He was trying to be with us, but couldn't get air travel arranged. Thank you very much.
In today's globalization and highly competitive business environment, international tourism and hospitality need to constantly adopt and modify its structures and objectives to remain profitable, to remain sustainable, and to remain relevant. May I congratulate Mr. Yege, the founder and president of the World Tourism Network, to have spearheaded this great initiative by hosting the Bali International Met Expo 2023, where travel business and government dialogue together, and the showcasing of various services, products from across the world. I would have loved to be there with you today in Bali, to learn, to be sharpened, and to share and enjoy the exploration of this most amazing destination. But due to some other pressing issues, I am not able to be with you. May I appreciate the government of Bali, especially the Honorable Minister and all stakeholders who rallied behind this great event. We thank you so much for being part of the championing the cause of our tourism sector. And to our colleagues, our associates, tourism champions, our exhibitors, we have traveled from across the globe. May this be an opportunity to do business, to seal deals, and have fun, and explore all corners of this mighty, majestic tourism destination, the wonder of Bali. May you create great memories, create good contacts, and create friends. I thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. This is certainly a program. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite Dr. Franz Tagok, MPHCSA, Senior Advisor to the Minister for Sustainable Development and conservation, and also as acting chairman of Indonesia Sustainable Tourism Council. We would like to have him online.
Ya, good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Salam Indonesia Maju. Dear friends, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and participants of World Health Network. Tourism has become an essential sector in supporting the development of tourism in Indonesia. So, however, the environmental impacts of this sector has grown increasingly alarming. The need for sustainable tourism and decarbonization has emerged as a pressing global challenge nowadays. So my topic is still in line with the sustainable tourism and also decarbonization. The negative impact of the conventional tourism as we are facing today is on the environmental and the local communities, encourage the importance of transition towards sustainable tourism, emphasizing the importance of reducing carbon emission, preserving biodiversity, and also respecting cultural heritage. So the concept of sustainable tourism as we adopt really pay attention to sustainable management, social sustainability, social cultural sustainability, as well as environmental sustainability. By paying attention and implementing these 4 pillars, tourism can be developed sustainably by maintaining a balance between environmental protection, community welfare, and conservation. Sustainable tourism can provide important contribution, such as make a more positive contribution to the preservation of natural and cultural heritage and the maintenance of the world diversity. Provide a more enjoyable experience for tourists through more meaningful relationship with local communities, providing access for people with disabilities and disadvantages, minimize negative economic and environmental as well as social impacts, and generate greater economic benefits for local communities and improve the welfare of the host communities, as well as working conditions and access to industries. So the implementation of the sustainable tourism, as we already know that we take into account several aspects, including environmental friendly transportation, offset carbon emission, calculating our carbon footprint, renewable energy, water management, recycling, reuse of used items, eco-friendly design, reduce air pollution, and also exposure information about environmental friendly practices and local environmentally friendly products. Ladies and gentlemen, since 2015, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, together with all stakeholders, has been committed to realizing sustainable tourism development programs with a more concrete way through flagship programs such as sustainable tourism destination, sustainable tourism observatories in collaboration with the International Network on Sustainable Tourism Observatories by UNWTO, sustainable tourism certification for destination and tourism villages recognized by Global Sustainable Tourism Council, sustainable tourism industries, sustainable responsible marketing, and last but not least is sustainable tourism management. In line with this, our effort in the decarbonization in the tourism sector is very critical to mitigate the tourism contribution to climate change. it involves reducing or eliminating carbon emissions by implementing sustainable transportation, energy efficiency in accommodation, renewable energy, carbon offsetting, waste reduction, and recycling, sustainable tourism planning, promoting local product, and promoting sustainable tourism certification and standard. In 2022, Indonesia is the first Asian country to sign the Glasgow Declaration, showing a commitment to achieve net zero emissions. The Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy also set up or launched a pilot project destination towards net zero declaration. Some appointed pilot projects such as Pelataran in Taman Nasional Bali Barat, Mangrove Terpudak Berseri in East Kalimantan, Barat, Pantai Tiga Warna in Malang. It is a Teluk Mamang Conservation, Bukit Paramun Village in the Bangka Belitung, and last is Taman Wisata Mangrove Klabalu Sorong in Papua. So therefore, Indonesia, in collaboration with the Jejak N, is an Indonesian startup company with a vision to fight climate change, to commit in a sustainable initiative involving carbon footprint calculation and climate action in tourism industries. In this collaboration, as an effort to measure carbon footprint towards climate positive tourism through decarbonization and ecotourism, and support the global commitment at least to gain 50% emission by 2030 and reach the net zero by 2050. Climate action program and aligning climate action in accordance with the 5 declaration lines of action on the Glasgow Declaration, such as measurements, decarbonization, regeneration, collaboration, and finance. Ladies and gentlemen, there are some key highlights of the program that is being carried out in order to implement our sustainable tourism and also decarbonization in tourism sectors in Indonesia. First, of course, we set up the guidelines for managing plastic waste in marine tourism destination, and also guidelines for sustainable tourism destinations. And we also conduct the sustainable tourism certification for destination and also for tourism village across the country. And also we are hosting tourism village abroad. We call the ADWI. Implement the carbon footprint calculator and offsetting. CHSA, CHSE certification. Cleanliness have a safety and environmental sustainability certification. Development of ecotourism, game tourism, and other nature related tourism. Waste management program, no plastic campaigns, and food waste and zero waste. And also the application of the renewable energy, including electric cars, green energy, and water management in some priorities destinations across the country, as well as the green energy, green economy, and green financing scheme, and sustainable tourism program for industries. So with the policies and program, as well as collaboration with the various parties, all the stakeholders within the country, and also some partners from overseas. So Indonesia Sustainable Tourism Council, together with the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, so we can strengthen the Indonesia's vision to become an epicentrum of sustainable tourism hub in the Asia Pacific regions. So, ladies and gentlemen, by implementing sustainable tourism, I think that we are on an ongoing process. It is about the journey that requires strong commitment, political commitment, collaboration, and adaptability. By following this process, states and the journey, and also involving all the stakeholders. So we hope that destination and tourism in Indonesia can work toward a future where tourism benefits for the environment, local communities, and the industry as a whole. So thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam. Om Santi Santi Santi.
Thank you, Barbara. And he's the expert staff of the Minister for Crisis Management, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia. Time is yours.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you all. Welcome to Bali. Welcome to the island of God. Welcome to Indonesia. Especially for Peter, this is your first time here in Bali, so enjoy Bali. And tell me if there is any kind of crisis potential if you meet the case or meet something that you assume that will be or will become a potential crisis of tourism. So please tell me. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues, Dr. Franz Teguh, has already delivered the remarks representing our ministry. So now let me introduce myself. My name is Fajar Utomo, or you can call me Tommy. I am a senior advisor to Minister for Crisis Management. So in this opportunity, in this occasion, I would like to deliver my my thought, my opinion about what is, this is me. I would like to share with you about tourism crisis management model that under the umbrella of building the sustainable and quality tourism in Indonesia, I think Indonesia should promote good practice, good management in crisis management. I always say that tourism is not only about beauty, but also safety. I think there is no meaning about the beauty if you have no safety in your delivery of tourism services, because no one want to bring their family to the destination that have no safety on the area. Okay, so what is crisis management model? Tourism areas are valuable assets for the state and local communities in Indonesia, but they are also vulnerable to various threats such as natural disasters, especially in Indonesia. Indonesia is on the ring of fire. We have a unique landscape here in Indonesia that we have so many natural disasters every year, even every time, about earthquake, the risk of tsunami, the risk of landslide. And like Frank said, we also face the potential crisis of marine pollution, about bad waste management. Maybe Bali as well also face the problem of plastic waste. Ya, benar ya Ibu? And also like what we already faced years, 2 years before COVID, all over the world face the crisis, the health crisis especially. Therefore, the development and implementation of an effective crisis management model is the key in maintaining the sustainability and safety of the destination. France told us about the importance of sustainable, how to deliver sustainability in our tourism management. If we fail to deliver the sustainable practices in our tourism management, so we will face the crisis, right? So, in the perspective of the government regulation, Indonesia, by the Ministry of Tourism, we have Minister of Tourism Regulation number 10 of 2019 concerning tourism crisis management. Tourism crisis is a condition that has a negative influence on the performance of the tourism ecosystem caused by natural and non-natural factors. Tourism crisis management is a systemic approach that aims to build the capacity of the tourism ecosystem in preparing, responding, and recovering from a crisis. The reliability of the tourism sector in handling crisis conditions is one of the main criteria in building sustainable and internationally competitive tourism. But yes, unfortunately, many destinations, especially in Indonesia, for now, when they prepare the destination, the focus is still on the beauty. So they do the beautification of the destination as well as promotion. But there is a lack on the readiness, on the awareness of crisis management and safety management as well. There is so many cases that happen. There are so many cases that happen about the traffic accident, about the coastal accident, marine accident, and of course about the foreign habit here in Bali that face so many cases recently. So all the stakeholders of Bali tourism should be hand in hand, should be in collaborative manners to deliver the services in tourism industry. There are so many aspects on the crisis management model. The first is tourist safety aspects. The crisis management model helps protect the safety and security of tourists visiting tourism areas or tourism destinations. These include evacuation planning, first aid, and protection against potential threats. And the second one of the aspects is environmental protection aspects. Tourism area often have vulnerable ecosystem. Crisis management models can help minimize negative impacts on the natural environment, including effort to reduce pollution and environmental damage during crisis situations. The third aspect of the crisis management model in tourism is the aspect of economic sustainability. Tourism is often a major source of income for local communities. In crisis situation, effective management can help accelerate economic recovery, minimize losses, and maintain employment. There are so many cases in Indonesian tourism destination development. There is a social gap between the investor, foreign investor, the Jakarta investor, with the local communities. So, with the implementation of inclusive business models that include the local community, the local efforts, the local small and medium enterprise, I think this risk, this crisis can be the fourth is the aspect of credibility and image of the destination. A good response to the crisis can strengthen the positive image of course, not marine tourism destination only, but all of the theme of tourism destination in the eyes of tourists and the global market. Conversely, poor management can have a long-term impact on the region's reputation. Here in Indonesia, we have so many destinations instead of Bali, of course, as our main destination in Indonesia. We have Belitung, we have Raja Ampat in Papua, we have Labuan Bajo, we have Wakatobi, and of course we have Bali, Sumba, you name it, Banyuwangi. It is a lot of things to do for us in Indonesia to develop the Indonesian tourism destination as a sustainable tourism destination. And then the last one is the aspect of readiness for the future threats. With a solid crisis management model, tourism areas can be better prepared for future threats, including climate change and possible health crises. In addition to handling crises as they occur, the crisis management models also includes effort to prevent and mitigate potential threats. This can reduce the risk of a crisis. When we have a lunch, I sit near Peter, and Peter told me that crisis management is a tough job. Because if we doing well, mitigate the crisis, and then the crisis is not happen, somebody will say or will ask that we don't have or we don't need you because there is no crisis. But if the crisis happen, then somebody will say, what do you do? What did you do about the crisis? Yeah, that is true, Peter. Thank you for reminding us. The government of Indonesia, by the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, now introducing the tools to measure the resilient index, the index of resiliency in our destination, especially on the rural or village tourism. tourist village in Indonesia. We have a project in collaboration with Indonesian University and Kobe University. We deliver, we implement the tools to measure the index of the resiliencies on our destination. The last one I would like to say is because of tourism is an ecosystem. Tourism is an ecosystem. So tourism involves many stakeholders, many ministers, many sectors. So we have to promote collaborative governance to do or to deliver the destination management organization in Indonesia. Here is the model for collaborative governance. The starting condition now is because there is a power resource knowledge asymmetries, there is a lack of knowledge among the stakeholders, and because of that we need incentive for and constraint on the participation of the stakeholders, and of course the prehistory of cooperation or conflict. For example, if we talk about Taman Nasional or National Park in Indonesia, because there is so many destinations in Indonesia is on the under the authority of Ministry of Environment and Forestry by the Taman Nasional. Ministry of Tourism actually we have no authorities about the landscape management of the Taman Nasional or National Park. And if we talk about marine national park in the beach or in the coastal, there is a Ministry of KKP, Marine Ministry. They have the authority to do the management in a coastal area or in the beach, as well as in accessibility in transportation. There is a Ministry of Transportation. So that's the fact that we face now. If there is an accident about tourism, for instance, tourism bus transportation, just because of our logo in Wonderful Indonesia is on the buses, so they always think that the Ministry of Tourism that should be taking the responsibility of this matter. Actually not, because we have no authority on that. But yes, on the perspective of how to deliver the good services in tourism industry in Indonesia, so we do the coordination among the stakeholders, among the department, among the ministry, to hand in hand together in collaborative manner to deliver the tourism management destination. By the collaborative process of trust building, face-to-face dialogue, commitment to the process, shared understanding and intermediate outcomes, and by support of the leadership of the central leader of the Indonesian government, as well as the regional leadership, of the governor, of the bupati, the mayor. So we try to make sure that we will get the outcome of the new way of working, new structural arrangement, and the integration of the process. It is a big homework of Indonesian government to do with all stakeholders to deliver destination a good practice, the excellent practice of the destination management organization. So thank you for your coming, for your all attention to come to Bali from far away to discuss about the important topics, I think, Moody. Thank you for your initiative. Thank you for your support. There are many things we have to do, and we should sit together, but not only sit, we have to do the collaborative governance. So I will support you to organize, to meet with many actors, so many multi-stakeholders in Indonesia, like you said about the tourism police in Indonesia. Yes, we have such a problem with our tourism police ability, how to handle, how to face the tourists, how to angry in English. There is a problem because so many cases from release are coming from misunderstanding between the foreign visitors and the local communities as well as local police. And of course, yes, we have a problem of food safety here in Bali. Actually, not just in Bali, all over Indonesia, there is a hard work for deliver the good food safety in our food industry. So I think that's all my presentation. Thank you for these opportunities. Thank you for all the participants. Hopefully we can achieve the benefit of this forum, this conference, and we do the more effective collaboration in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Toby, for such useful insights. Thank you very much. It was beautiful insight. Indeed, Pak, we agree with you that we need hand-in-hand collaboration between government and also with the private sectors. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next, we will have the Chief of Tourism Marketing for Bali Government Tourism Office, Ibu Ida Ayu Indah Miskarini, will be delivering about the managing quality tourism. Please, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, my dear friend Ibu Ratna. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Fajar Hutomo, as the Senior Advisor to the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. And as Ibu Ratna said, my name is Indah Yusrikarini. You can call me Indah. And my director sent me to represent him, and my apology. I didn't prepare any presentation, but I will inform you what our office has done to create a sustainable tourism here in Bali. So, ladies and gentlemen, sustainable and then quality and also cultural tourism Those are the standards of tourism branding that we want to create here in Bali. Sustainable tourism for us is that it is not just benefits to the welfare or economic potential to people, but also how the tourism activities can be done without degrading or devalue our tourism potentials. As we know, in Bali, we have three main potential of tourism here. Those are, of course, culture, and then beautiful landscape, and also friendly people. But then the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us a very difficult lesson, that we then began to focus more on health tourism. That is why in Sanur area, the central government then begins to build an international hospital that will be offered actually to our local people here, Indonesian here. Because every year in the economy of Indonesia, there is a leakage of 97.5 trillion Indonesian rupiahs, because the Indonesian people love to seek health treatment abroad. Like they will go to Singapore, Malaysia, Korea, or even the United States. So instead of let them spend their money abroad, we want to stop that leakage. So that here they build this kind of international hospital. So you can just go to Bali for that health tourism, not just for medical treatment, but also to enjoy the beautiful views in Bali. And then Bali Island has been chosen by our central government to be the pilot project of this health tourism destination, because Bali has this kind of healing vibration, as well of the friendly people, and then, as I said before, beautiful landscape. So when the patients are treated here in the hospitals, their families or friends can come to see them, as well as enjoy the beauty of Bali. And moreover, in Bali, we have this kind of knowledge. It is called as Usada Bali. Usada is a culture heritage, the herbal plants to cure illnesses or health problems. Those knowledge is ancient, written on manuscripts of the lontar leaves, and it is already aged hundreds of years and becomes our Bali local wisdom. So we do think that this traditional herbal medicine can combine with the modern medical treatment in this international hospital. And then, ladies and gentlemen, in this international hospital of Sanur, we will have this forest, ethno-botanical garden. So in this forest, it will be planted the genuine or local plants of Bali that for a long time ago, it is used as medicines for our people. And then talking about prices. Recently, we have prices because of tourists. So probably all of you have heard that in Bali there are a lot of problematic tourists. They come to Bali not just to enjoy our tourism activities here, but they have disrespected our regulations and also our culture. And we cannot say that is a kind of sustainable tourism we want here. Because when we are talking about sustainable tourism, it means it is not just the destination that provide good quality of services, but people or visitors who come to Bali also have to be quality. So then we work hand in hand, the Bali Government Tourism Office with the police department, with the immigration office, of course. We do a kind of like law enforcement, because these tourists or the visitors told us, we disrespect your culture, or we disobey your regulation or law because we have no idea that we cannot do that here in Bali. So that we made the do's and don'ts in Bali. We made a list. It is already in a QR code, quick response code. When you scan it, it will be in English, India, Japan, and Chinese. So that information is a kind of educating and also informing the tourists to be the quality tourists here in Bali. And also our immigration office, our colleagues in immigration office, they are very busy to keep deporting people who has found out that they disrespect our culture or our regulations here. Because if we didn't do anything, those problematic tourists can degrade the tourism quality here in Bali, and we do not want that, because it is not about the mass tourism again here in Bali, it is about the quality. We are not targeting about quantity again, but more to quality tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it is all that I can say. Thank you very much for coming to Bali, and you are all, I believe, is the kind of quality tourists that we want here to be in Bali. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diana. Yeah, indeed, we need quality tourism rather than quantity tourism. All right. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the next will be the Honorary Lawrence Sitang would like the former Minister of Tourism of Seychelles and also the Vice President of World Tourism Network would like to present, and his speech will be about the role of small island nations. Palan, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Always a bad time to be talking is after lunch. Because with a full belly, you tend to fall asleep. But I will try to deliver on what Jorgen and the organizers, Moody, asked me to speak about, role of small island states. Obviously, I come from the Seychelles, very small island state, much smaller than Bali, even though Bali is part of the bigger Indonesia complex. Seychelles has 115 islands with only 100,000 people. So when you see a Seychelles passport holder, as they saw me when I landed in Jakarta last night, they see a passport and they look 2 or 3 times if it's a country. And then they ask you 2 questions. But where is it? And when I get myself more entangled is by saying, well, it's in Africa. And the first question is, why are you white? But I get that everywhere, not just here. And you get used to it after a while. But this afternoon, before looking at the role of small island states, this group of very important states in the world of tourism. Talk to anybody about Indonesia. I said, do you know Indonesia? the first word that comes out of their mouth is Bali. And I know in Jakarta, I did some work there some 2 years ago, and I told members of the government, you have to do something. People will believe Bali is the capital of Indonesia if you don't shake the rest of Indonesia. But before starting to explain the real role of small islands in the complex world of tourism, islands play an important part, obviously. We have to determine what is tourism, what makes tourism tick, what really are we after, what are we trying to save, and what do we say it is when we talk about tourism? Is it just the money that business people put in the bank monthly? Or is it more than that? And I said this in starting because I wanted to invite somebody to join me here. He is also from an island. He's also from a small island. There was a lady I was meant to invite as well, but she's disappeared. I threatened her at lunchtime that I would bring her in as well to be in the front. But I think she panicked and ran away. So, but the gentleman I'm going to invite comes from Sri Lanka. And by default, when I chatted to him at lunchtime, his auntie, one of his aunties, because I have a lot of aunties in Sri Lanka, one of his aunties came from Seychelles. So that was rather amazing to hear. But let me invite Alston Kong to come up to sing a little song for you. He won't sing a long song, but he'll sing a little song to put everybody into a mood and wake everybody up this afternoon before we get more involved in the long process after me. Alton, for those who doesn't know, Alston, for those who don't know, very famous for Bali. I won't tell you the song that he sang for Bali. Many years ago, he sang a song for Bali. He coined a song, and today he is the man playing behind Jeffrey Lippman, putting forward the call for sustainability, for preservation, for keeping the world alive. If we keep on, you know, there were 2 doctors, I think they've disappeared, but no, they're still there. There were 2 doctors here this morning and they're still at the back. If we keep on eating every day, after a while we swell up, and then we need the doctor because we'll find that we are sick. But if we keep on diving into tourism, just playing the numbers game, forgetting that there is more than just number and number and number, then we find that we destroy what brings the people to us. Alston, come up. Let's give him a round of applause as he's coming up. He's an artist, so they're allowed to be temperamental. So he's allowed to take his time. That's 2 island people next to each other. I'll stay here. You stay there.
Love is in the air. Everywhere I look around. Where? Love is in the air. Every side and every sound. We're coming together. And I don't know if I'm being foolish. Don't know if I'm being, but there's something that I must believe in. And it's there when I look into your eyes. Bodies in the air, everywhere I look around. And bodies in my head, every sight and every sound. And I don't know if I'm being foolish. Don't know if I'm being sad. But it's something that I must believe in. And it's there, even when you make me mad, I change a little bit. Okay, everybody, join me in the chorus. This is an old song, and you all know it. Here we go. Love is in the air. Love is in the air. beautiful. Oh, no. Come here, man. I want to dance with you. Come here. Love is in the air, everywhere and around. And love is in the air, every sight and every sound. And I don't know if I'm being foolish. Don't know if I'm I must be foolish. Oh, I look in your eyes. Okay, everybody, here we go. Yes. Is it beautiful? They're all dancing. Wait. And I don't know if I don't know if I will, but it's something that I want to do. Is there a Come on, everybody. One last time. Love is in the air. Red. Love is in his hair. Oh, 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 oh. Last time. Love is in the air. And bodies everywhere. Oh, 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 oh. Come on. Love is in the air. So now they do bloody song. Oh, how about you, man? Enjoy yourself. That's it. Thank you. One last time. Bodies in the air. And bodies in the air. Oh, 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 oh.
You were such a good audience, you play another one. Or you sing another one.
Ladies and gentlemen, this next song means a lot to me because actually I've had a lot of faith in Bali for a long, long time. And I was the first performer engaged to perform at the very first 5-star hotel built here on the island of Bali in Sangaru. It was then called the Bali Beach Hotel. And we had some wonderful times. I flew in here. I had a #1 hit song here for 8 weeks in a row. That was the time when we only had one radio station in the country. So now there's so many. As we all know, in most parts of the world, radio and television and internet, God knows what else, just starts to grow. This song is a song that I dedicated to all those terrible people that misuse plastics and what happens when we misuse plastics. It's something I've been fighting for a long time, and as my mentor, Professor Jeffrey Lippman will tell you, in 1989 I walked into the House of Commons talking about climate change, and they wouldn't believe me. There was nothing called climate change at the time. So things have gone from bad to worse, and we just hope that 10 years from now there will be a climate that we'll be talking about. So enjoy this next video, and I'll sing the words, and you can just watch the video. Please, thank you.
We're on the edge of something new, trying to make a world for me and you, something that can last forevermore. something that is real, set in stone. It's like a life we got to choose. In the end, it's us who's gonna lose. We will never better off alone. So stand together, citizens of home. When silent voices gonna listen, here's a reason for a mission. We should be a symphony for change. Symphony for lose yourself to intuition. All we need is your permission. We should be a symphony for change. Symphony for symphony for symphony for change, 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 change. Symphony for change, 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 change. Symphony for if we take a moment just to think, life is all over in a blink. There's no need to find a second home. This is where we all were meant to go. When silent voices gonna listen, here's the reason for the mission. We should be a symphony for change. Symphony for lose yourself to intuition. All we need is your permission. We should be a symphony for change. Symphony for symphony for symphony for change.
Well, good afternoon. I know it's late in the afternoon, and hearing about security in the afternoon is not the easiest topic. But I will try to make it entertaining. And my son is here, so when I talk about him, he'll try to be honest. But you'll find out what I'm going to say in just a second about that. I think it was Alan who said, or maybe it was Jeffrey, but quoted me saying, if there is no security, then you do not in the end have tourism. Okay? And Alan was one brilliant to quote me. First, a few basic concepts about security in tourism we tend to forget. The first principle that we have to remember is nobody needs to come here. Nobody needs to take a vacation. You can just as easily go to your backyard. If I'm coming here, it's because I'm choosing to come here. And that means that we have to understand that one, we have to fight for our visitors every day, and two, that there's always somebody else who's willing to take those visitors from us. If we do not have a safe environment, in the end, they will end up going someplace else. Now, that doesn't happen immediately. There's a lag time. But once it happens, it takes a long time to win your reputation back. Second principle. In tourism, if we do 10 things in the world of tourism, and 9 of them are right, and 1 of them is wrong, the visitor tends to remember the 1 thing that's wrong. The visitor does not think about the 9 things that we did correctly. That's a major problem. Because we only need 1 incident to destroy us. Now, in the world of tourism, the further away it is, when there's a negative incident, and the longer you are from that point, it seems worse. In other words, if there's an incident that takes place in Bali, the local population very quickly will recover from that incident. But by the time it gets to Malaysia, it sounds worse. By the time it gets to CNN or the BBC or whatever it is, Francois, you know what? It sounds a lot worse. When it gets to the United States, not only it sounds like the whole world blew up. So that incident will seem worse, and it will last long. Is willing to forgive us when it's something by nature. The public is not willing to forgive us when it's something done by human beings. So in the case, for example, of Thailand, with the tsunami, fairly quickly, Thailand recovered. No one blamed Thailand for the tsunami, but they should have, because they had bad risk management. On the other hand, if you have a bombing or a series of bombings, that can take a very long time to recover. Now, there are two parts of tourism security. There are really three or four, but I'm going to first start on two. One is the issue of crime, and two is the issue of terrorism. This comes in and out as it chooses. If not, I'll just scream. There's also other parts to it, and I'm going to get to that in a second. But we should not confuse issues of crime with the issues of terrorism. In the world of crime, the criminal wants tourism to be successful. Think about it. If there are no tourists, then I have no victims. If you go to a fair or you go to a sporting event, I can't pickpocket you if you don't come. So the tourism industry is essential for the crime industry. On the other hand, in the world of terrorism, I want to destroy the industry. And I'll go over that in a few reasons why. One has a relationship which is parasitic. In other words, it lives off of it. And in the world of terrorism, it's destructive. It's a cancer. And so those are two very different types of elements. Now, I only have a little time, so I'm going to go over three parts today. One, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what tourism security is. Secondly, I'm going to talk to you about the visitor and a little bit of the sociology of a visitor. And then I'll give you some practical events. I don't like pushing books, but when I trained police, this is the book I wrote on tourism-oriented police tourism. So I'll just leave it up here if anybody wants to look at it. It's one of the various books that I've written for police officers around the world. There are three major groups of people who work in tourism security. Public officials, meaning some form of law enforcement. Private security, which is a security organization. And the public. For example, you have many volunteers who work in helping police and helping private security. In Hawaii, for example, we have what's called the Aloha Patrol, which is something I started in 1995, which is senior citizens, people of 90 or about 55 or above, who are able to be the eyes and ears of the police. So that's the third part. Now let's talk for just a second what tourism security is. I said to you, nobody has to come here. Nobody has to go on vacation. The first rule of thumb is that visitors leave their common sense at home. Now that seems like saying they're stupid. Well, at some level, we act in very strange ways when we travel. But it's not illogical. If I didn't think it was safe to come to Bali, I wouldn't come. You might not, if I offered you a free trip to Afghanistan, and you're a woman, you might not choose to be with the Taliban. So people, when they come to a location, they believe that where it is safe. If it's safe, they believe they put their defense mechanisms down. Secondly, when we travel, we're tired. Where does the word travel come from in the English language? Does anybody know? Chavai, that's right. And the word chavai, which means work, comes from the Latin word tupelos, which means a pitchfork in your rear end. The travel is to work. It took me 34 hours to get here. Believe me, that was work. You get here, you're not thinking, you're tired, you put your phone down, you don't know where your passport is. You let your defenses fall. On top of that, most airlines believe we're overweight, and so they want to help us by not feeding us, right? We want to make sure you eat the least possible. You come dehydrated, tired, and God forbid you arrive before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and you get to the hotel, and what does the hotel say? We're very sorry, your check-in is at 4 o'clock. You are now a refugee money. Especially if you're traveling from the United States, for example, to Europe, all the planes arrive at 6 in the morning. What do? And then what time does the hotel kick you out? 11 o'clock in the morning. And you can't leave until 8 o'clock at night or 10 o'clock at night. You know what? Once again, you're a refugee with money. So you can understand why people let their defenses down. When we travel, therefore, we tend to forget where we are and we don't think. Secondly, when we travel, we tend to be anomic. Now, if you're not used to the word anomic, it's the opposite of alienation. Let me explain a little bit what I mean by that. We don't know the local language. We don't know what the customs are. How much do you tip? I was in Istanbul airport yesterday, and every time I walked into the men's room, some man ran to open the door for me to the toilet. Am I supposed to tip him or not tip him? How much am I supposed to tip him? What's the proper amount? Is it 10%, 15%, 20%, 25%? I don't know the rules. And so what happens is I end up in confusion. Now that's very typical of the type of tourism. And so people don't quite understand where they are. Now on top of that, often we are in a sense of, we want to follow the rules, but we don't quite know. Now that's the opposite of being anomic. My son Nathaniel's here. When he was a little boy, I had a rule that you had to make your bed before you had breakfast. Now, I was pretty loose on exactly what that meant, but I couldn't see the sheets, I declared it done. So Nathaniel, who today is a defense lawyer, one day said to me, you may not remember this, but I said, you have to make your bed. And he said, I have declared my room an independent country, and you need a visa to come in. I had two options. I could either dominate, I am the father and you will do what I want, or I could figure out a way around it. So I looked at him and I said, you're right, you're an independent country and I'm cutting off foreign aid. Can't use my electricity, can't use my phone, no food, no water. Nathaniel surrendered in about 1 minute. Now, why am I telling this to you? Because part of tourism security is the ability to use humor or to, when faced with an absurdity, go to a higher level of absurdity. The first rule of tourism security is don't get excited. Figure out a way to bring the visitor in rather than expel the visitor from. Thirdly, when we travel, we tend to drop our inhibitions. We tend to drink more than we normally do. We tend to experiment with drugs. We tend to be rude. Why? Think about it. I live in a town of about 80,000 people. If I'm rude to somebody, I'm going to see them at the supermarket. I'm going to see them when I'm driving. I'm going to see them all over town. But if I'm here for 3 days and I'm rude to the police officer or I'm rude to somebody else, I'm never going to see you again. So I'm really mad at somebody at home, but you know what? and take it out on people here. So one of the things we have to teach police is how do you operate with people who tend to drop their inhibitions. They want to experiment. A perfect example. We know that at convention, not at this one, but at major conventions, there's a higher level of cheating on your spouse. Now, when I've studied that, you know I'm right. When I study that, I point out to people, they'll say to me, I'm really not cheating. I go, why? Because I'm 1,000 miles or 1,000 kilometers from my wife. I go, oh, I'm a rabbi. But I didn't know that marriage vows are only good for 999 miles. 1,000 miles, do what you want. And then I look at them and I say, so if you're cheating and you're 1,000 miles from your wife, how far is she from you? And why? My wife won't cheat on me. I go, why not? You're cheating on her. But we know that people, when they travel, drop their inhibitions. And therefore, we have got to be prepared to deal with that particular problem. Now, when we travel, our stress level goes up. Almost anything sends us into a tizzy. And we're supposedly on a vacation. What does the word vacation mean? The word vacation comes from the French word also, vacances, to empty your mind. I am paying you to take care of me. That's the purpose of a vacation. I think 50 weeks a year. For 2 weeks a year, I don't want to think. I'm paying you to think for me. The most minor event becomes a stress level. And therefore, we have to be able to deal with how do we lower that stress. Now, interestingly enough, men and women have different concepts of what a vacation is about. The average man looks at vacation and says, okay, I'm coming to Bali, I want to do A, B, C, D, E, F, and if he has 10 things and does 9 of them, success. But they're usually very specific programs. On the whole, and I'm not being sexist, just realistic, many women, when they travel with their husband or with their boyfriend or whatever, also have a list. But usually the first 9 on the 10 is, let's talk about our relationship. Do you love me? How can we make our relationship better? And the average man is thinking, lady, if I didn't love you, you wouldn't be in the car. If I didn't love you, you wouldn't be in a hotel room. And think about it. At home, we live parallel lives. We're with our spouse, our family, sometime, but then you go to do television, one goes to wash the dishes, one goes to mow the lawn, whatever it happens to be. What happens on vacation? I'm going to spend 24 hours with you, 7 days a week, in one hotel room with nothing more than one television. Do you know what that turns into? Chaos. Why am I telling that to you? Because the longer a vacation, the higher the probability of domestic violence. And there's nothing that is more dangerous from the perspective of policing than domestic violence. So one of the things I have to teach police is how do you get around the issue of domestic violence when it comes to travel. Remember, that person is drinking, that person may be on drugs, that person can't get away from his or her spouse, that person is annoyed, that person is upset. Voila, you got a crisis on your hands. Last but not least, in this very quick concept, is the issue of time. 99% of all tourism crises have to do with time. Why are people upset in an airport? Oh my God, I'm going to miss my flight. Why? It's not that they're upset about waiting to go through the line. If they're worried about what do I do if I miss my flight, which means I miss my next flight and I don't get home to get to work. If you can solve the problem of time, you can solve any problem. So the issues of time. I'm going to tell you a very good story about a gentleman by the name of Reuben Greenberg. I don't know if any of you have ever heard of him or not. He was the chief of police of Charleston, South Carolina. He was, Charleston, South Carolina is the #1 tourism city in the United States. It used to not be. It was a terrible city. And it was the police department that turned Charleston from a negative into a positive. Now let me tell you a little bit about Reuben Greenberg. He did not have an easy life. First of all, Charleston is a southern city with a lot of prejudice against racial prejudice. Reuben Greenberg was black. He was also an Orthodox Jew. He was also a police officer. When you are black and you are Jewish and you are the head of the police and you got to deal with the Ku Klux Klan or other white racists, you got a problem. He was able to actually get the support of white racists. How did he do it? He understood time. The first thing he said is, Charleston, South Carolina is so safe that if you get robbed while you're here, our police officers are carrying checkbooks and they will write a check for up to $400. And everyone thought it was crazy. And I remember calling Charleston and saying, how much money are you losing? And they said to me, last year we lost $4,000, but we made $500,000 on that. Is it worth investing $4,000 to make $496,000? The answer is absolutely yes. Charleston, because of Charleston police and the use of good tourism policing, went from probably the worst tourism city in the United States to the best. It now is a center for weddings from around the world, and many people from Japan come to get married in Charleston, South Carolina. They turned the city into total charm. Now that's by understanding what he understood was, one, people are not so upset about the loss of a camera. They're upset about sending in the documentation to the insurance company. They're upset about the time it takes to recover. What did he do? He took the element of time out. And by taking the element of time out, he was able to take the stress down. He was able to take the inhibitions down. He was able to take the anomic behavior down. He was able to take the fact that people had lost their minds when they were traveling to begin with. He understood the principles of basic tourism security and how that changes. But you cannot create tourism security if you don't understand first the tourist and understand the mindset of the people you're working with. What is tourism security? Well, the first thing is, whom are we protecting? One, we're obviously protecting visitors. But not all visitors are good. Some visitors come to be criminals. So we have to teach our police how to distinguish between the good tourists and the bad tourists. That's a very different type of concept. Secondly, tourism security is all about protecting the people in the tourism industry. It is dangerous often to work in a hotel. It can be dangerous to work as a waiter and you're carrying money at night to the bank. It can be dangerous to work as a taxi driver or an Uber driver. We have to figure out ways to protect the people who work in the industry because, again, not all tourists are good. Around the world, I'm sure this doesn't happen in Bali, but around the world, a housekeeper in a hotel has a higher probability of being assaulted than a police officer. Think about it. How many people wake up in the morning and say, I think I'll go rape a police officer? Very few. But how many people in the tourism industry work in hotels and they're illegal immigrants? Are they part of trafficking? Are they part of sex exploitation? And those people are afraid to speak to the police because they're afraid if they announce who they are, they're going to lose their livelihood. And so once again, they're easy victims, and we have to understand that. Next, tourism security is about taking care of location. How many people decide to take a towel as a souvenir from a hotel, or whatever little thing it is? Well, you know, one towel is not going to break the Marriott Hotel. But if everybody takes a towel, now you have a tremendous amount of pilferage. If everyone decides to steal salt shakers, or people on planes will say, I'm just taking a blanket as a souvenir. No, you're stealing. That blanket doesn't belong to you. And therefore, protecting a plane is just a location in the air. If we don't protect that part of the tourism industry, it can't survive economically. And therefore, we have to come up with ways to be able to do that. We have to protect in tourism security the economy. Tourism is all about being a business. And a business does not survive if it does not have a profit. It goes out of business. And if you have pilferage, or if you have a crime, or whatever it happens to be, your business is not going to survive. So there has to be a connection. And last but not least, we have to protect reputation. Remember, I started off saying, when an event takes place, the further you are from it, the longer it lasts and the worse it seems. Well, you know what? If you're coming to a place like Bali, you're traveling a long way to get here. So that means if there's an incident in Bali, by the time it gets to Australia, by the time it gets to the United States, we have a very different situation. It sounds like the whole island is in flames. It may not be, but by the time the media, which is not always honest, gets at some of this, they exaggerate. I work in Mexico. The difference between Mexico and Costa Rica. In Costa Rica, if I shoot you, it'll be on the last page on a small little article. In Mexico, if I sneeze, there'll be a headline saying, possible biochemical attack in Mexico City. That's a difference. Now, to give you one idea just how important tourism security is, and Jens and I were speaking about this at lunch a little bit, I'm just going to focus in on the Caribbean for just a few moments. The Caribbean is consistently losing market share. Why? There are really 4 reasons. One reason is that the climate in the Caribbean is irregular. From July through November, you can be wiped out by a hurricane. And therefore, to spend a lot of money and to be wiped out by a hurricane, you don't want to go. People don't want to chance it. 2, the Caribbean is overpriced. For what you get, it's not worth it. 3, customer service is horrendous. And I'm in the Caribbean all the time, and I often feel when I'm paying that I'm the enemy instead of the customer. But those 3 things are not the key element to losing market share. The real element is the lack of safety in the Caribbean. When I'm in Curacao on a Thursday afternoon, I know the jewelry store below the Marriott is going to get robbed. Why? Because every Thursday it gets robbed. It's just part of the normal cycle. When people are afraid of being shot on the street, when people are afraid they're going to be robbed, they don't want to come back. And those incidents travel quickly. How do people, the wealthier you are, the more education you have, the less you believe the written word, and the more you believe word of mouth. Think of an election. If you get some pamphlet, you look at it and throw it away. But if your friend sits down with you and says, vote for this candidate and not that candidate, you're going to pay a lot more attention to it. If someone comes back from a place and says, it was wonderful, that's great word of mouth advertising. If someone comes back and says, yeah, it's okay, but I really was afraid to go out after 8 o'clock at night, that's not such good advertising, to say the least. So that means we have to come up with ways to be able to determine that. I'm Jewish, our national sport is talking, so I have to be careful. How much time do I have? Just keep going? I'm finished. You tell me I'm done. All right. I'll just give you just one or two quick things, and because Jeffrey told me I'm done, I'm done. It's all right. He's Jewish too. So it's all right. You're a Jewish atheist. A few things we need to work with. One, you cannot have tourism security if you do not have a good responsibility with the courts. You have to have, if the police officer arrests you and the courts let you out, you've wasted your time. Two, you have to have good signage. For example, I admit I've only been here a day, but I've not seen one sign telling me where a police department is. Or if I lost my passport, what do I do? In other words, it is important that people know what to do in an emergency. And an emergency for me is different than an emergency for a local person from Bali. I don't have a bank here. I need a passport to get on my plane home. If my credit card doesn't work, I'm out of money. Those are key elements that a local person is not in quite the same situation. So we need to have ways of helping people to find. Now, security is not only negative, it's also positive. So I'm going to end with a story and a quote. And this is a quote, a story that took place in Disneyland. The officer, I'll tell you his name was Tim Wiggins. And one day he saw a woman, he worked at Disneyland, at Disney World, Disneyland in California. And he saw a woman sitting down and crying. And he went up to her, he's a police officer, he said, "Ma'am, what's the problem?" And she said, "I lost my passport." He said, "Did someone steal it?" "No, I just lost it." So she wasn't accusing anybody of a crime, but she lost her passport. He said, "What can I do?" She said, "I called my embassy, my consulate in Los Angeles. It's 4 o'clock and they told me they close at 5 and they will do nothing to help me." He said, "Don't worry, I will get you there." Because he was a tourism police officer, he had the right to make a decision on the spot. He took her in a patrol car, drove from Anaheim to Los Angeles, got there at 4:50, like 10 minutes, walked into her country's consulate and said, "Here she is, give her a passport." And she got a temporary passport to go home. Let me ask you, what was her opinion of the United States after that? Pretty high. What's her opinion of her own country? Pretty low. That's what tourism security is all about. It means changing things so that you leave a positive image in the person's mind rather than a negative. Now, some of the people told me this morning that I should give some sort of quote in Hebrew. So as you know, who started the tourism industry? You all know that. It was Moses. He took the first group tour from Egypt. It took 40 years, but he got there. And at the end of the tour, he said, "Hine natati lefanechem et chayim v'et hamovet, uvachartem b'chayim." Now, some of you, your Hebrew might be a little bit weak, so I'll translate. "Behold, I'm putting before you life or death. Choose life." That's what tourism security is all about. Choose life. When we choose security, when we choose safety, we're choosing life for the tourism industry. Thank you.
And the police just came to arrest everyone, so please stay inside. And we're going to start our session with Dr. Peter Tarlow. He brought his son, who is a criminal attorney from Texas. So if anyone needs any help, we got it covered. Peter, where are you? Okay, this is our attorney. His rate is about $1,500 an hour, and he takes cash.
All right, thank you, Jürgen. Yeah, we would like to invite Bapa Hari. He is the director of Vital Project and Object Security from Bali Government Police Office. And of course, this workshop on the safety and security with Dr. Peter Talo, along with her son, Nathanael.
I'm just going to wait till the police are able to come up here.
Yeah.
So
Pak Hari,
if my
mohon.
Canadian friends would let him, if my Canadian friends would be kind enough to. If my Canadian friends, si mes amis canadiens voulaient, merci, venir ici. This is going to be an interactive session. So if I can get people to come as close as possible, or at least somewhat in range, you're going to enjoy it more. So this is going to be a three-part session. The first part is I'm going to ask you some questions, and we're going to, hopefully there's another microphone that we can pass around. The second part is that we're going to talk a little bit about law and tourism and tourism safety. And then third part will be how to train your police force and how to determine what your priorities are. So we'll do it that way in three different parts. But the first part, and do we have someone with an extra microphone so people can go around? Hello, Jürgen or somebody? So what I'm going to ask you to do, what I'm going to ask starting to do is I'd like you to not, one, we've never taken the time to introduce each other, but secondly, tell me what you know or don't know or would like to know about tourism security. Because as you heard me speak yesterday, without security, there is no tourism. It will fall apart. But tourism security is very wide. It touches everything from medical issues to issues dealing with hotels. It deals with safety. It deals with security. I went through this hotel, and I hope I don't insult anybody by saying it, but if you had a good tourism security police department here, you would have picked up a number of safety irregularities. For example, when you go to the 6th floor to eat lunch, notice how slippery those floors would be if it's wet, and they're all the same color. That means it would be very easy for somebody to fall, and it's a hard marble. In the same way, think about the signage at this hotel and how hard it is to get around. Now those are, or if you're, at least in my bathroom, not only does the water go all over the place, but the floor is marble and it's incredibly easy to slip and break your head. Now, those are basic things that a good police department would indicate. One of the things a good tourism police department does, it knows the name of every manager of a hotel. It has gone through the hotel. It can evacuate the hotel in under 2 minutes. It knows exactly what problems are there and not there. That's just hotels. I'm also talking about attractions. I'm talking about restaurants. I'm talking about people on the street. I'm talking about airports. When I came into the airport, I never saw a police officer. I had no idea where, and luckily somebody met me. But if somebody had not met me, I would have not known where to go. The airplane gets you to the airport, but it's not the airline's responsibility to get you to the street. And therefore, that becomes an issue. In many parts of the world, when you get off of an airplane, you end up having a mass of people coming up to you. For example, in San Jose, Costa Rica, I'm constantly seeing people, especially women travelers, in tears. Because come here, I'm pushing you this way, that way. It doesn't work. If I cannot tell you how often I have stood at San Jose Airport, because I speak Spanish, and say, don't worry, I'll take care of you. I'll help you go where you go. That's part of tourism safety. Tourism safety refers also to how good your signage is, how simple it is to drive. If you are someone who's not used to driving on the left-hand side, they're confused. And yet there were very few signs. So we're talking a major area. We're talking about health. We're talking about the ability that if I get sick, who's going to help me? Each one of those are essential parts of tourism safety. So I'd like to begin with my friend from Slovenia, and I'm going to go through. Would you tell me something you'd like to know about tourism security? Tell us your name. I don't know where the guy is for the microphone, so I'll just do it.
My name?
Yes, you know your name, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Tanja Mihalic from Slovenia.
And what's one thing you'd like to know about tourism security?
Will they help me?
Okay. What does she mean by what will they help me? In other words, if I'm a tourist, am I in the same situation as a local person? Absolutely. I lose my passport. What do? All of a sudden, my credit card gets stolen. How do I handle it? Someone has picked my pocket. Where do I go? Those are all issues. Notice, when Jürgen began, he said, the police are here. We won't arrest you. What is the problem? We have to create positive images of the police, not negative. And how often do I see parents saying, if you're a bad boy or you're a bad girl, I'm going to call the police. Right away, you're creating a negative image. So therefore, we have to get beyond that negative image to create an image where the police, one, serve and only then protect. But the first part of tourism security is serving, then protecting. Okay, we're going to have my friend here from Montenegro. Something you'd like to learn about tourism security?
Yes, so Alexandra from Montenegro. I really like this issue about security, and I would like to know like the difference between regular police and tourism police, because in many countries I've seen that there is tourism police
Yes.
on site.
The question was, what is the difference between regular police and tourism police? It's very similar to medicine. Everyone who becomes an MD, a doctor, has gone through medical training. But then some people are specialists when it comes to the foot or the heart or the liver or the brain or whatever it happens to be. In the same way, everyone who goes through policing is a police officer. Everyone is a police officer. Now we have specialization. Some police, and then we have subspecialization. So we have, for example, a tourism police officer knows how do you handle a crowd? How do you control a football game? How do you know hotel security? How do you know working with a foreign tourist? In other words, they are specialists within the world of policing. So it's not that they're less police, they are full police officers, but who are specialists in the area of visitors. So very good question.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, ask.
As far as I know, we don't have it in Montenegro.
No, but we're going to have it.
Okay. Yes, I hope.
We're going to have it. Yes, and get next people here. Yeah. Would you like to answer the question or tell? Okay. Let's go to. What would you like to know about tourism police? Sir, does he speak English? I don't know what he said, but that's okay. What would you like to know about security?
When I can travel safely solo. I mean, I'm a woman, and if I go somewhere, I need to feel safe.
Excellent point. By the way, where those of you who are, here's a piece of information. Who is more at risk? A man or how many people think women when they travel? How many people think men? No, how many people? Let's try again. How many people think it is more dangerous for a single woman to travel than a single man? If you think so, raise your hand. How many people think it's more dangerous for a man than for a woman? And you know, and you're all wrong. The number one group of victims tends to be men, not women. What age group? What is the most dangerous time? When you're under 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 50, or 50 and above? How many people think under 20? No one. How many people think 20 to 30? 1, 2, okay, 3. Good. How many people think 30 to 50? How many think 50 and above? How many people think old people like me? The answer is 20 to 30. The person who is most at risk is a male traveling by himself between the ages of 20 and 30. Why? You tell me. Why is that? Okay, I'm going to help you. You have an idea?
In my opinion, at that age, people are open to try new things, include illegal things. That's why it makes them.
You're very much on point. Notice, most people, first of all, women are smarter than men. They think. Men tend not to think. Secondly, if you have sons and daughters, how do we raise them differently? When Nathaniel would go out to play, I'd say, okay, go out to play, be safe, come home at 6 o'clock. When my daughter went out to play, I said, don't speak to anyone. I gave all sorts of instructions. Young girls from the time they're born are taught safety. We rarely teach safety to young men. The group that believes it is infallible, that it cannot be defeated, that it's stronger than anyone, are young men. So they get themselves in trouble. But notice, the statistics do not tell the truth. Women will call a police department and say that they had whatever problem. Men do not say it. So most police statistics are wrong. I'm not saying that the police are lying. I'm saying they do not get all the information. A matter of fact, for every crime reported to police, there are probably 10 crimes that have not been reported. So if you read that it's 1 in 10,000, it's probably 10 in 10,000. In other words, most visitors do not report crime. Why? Think about it. If someone robs me here, do I know where to find the police? I know right now with Harry, but normally I wouldn't know. Would I know where to find a police officer? No, there are no police officers here. Do I speak the language? No. And if I'm leaving tomorrow, what is the chance, and I write a full police report, what's going to happen? Nothing. I've just wasted 3 hours of my last day in Bali accomplishing absolutely nothing. So you know what? Tourists don't go to the police. They don't report it. That's an issue. That when good tourism policing means that we find the visitor doesn't have to find us. And that's a completely different way of doing policing. Okay? So notice, the number one group, how many police departments, does your police department have a special section to take care of men? Officer Harry? Does your police department have a special section to take care of 25-year-old men? Probably not. No, I'm sure you don't. But we spend a lot of time protecting women who don't need the protection, and we spend no time protecting men who do need the protection. Notice the difference. Most crimes happen to young men. Very rarely do they happen to young women. When it happens to a young woman, they make a lot of noise. But men are ashamed that they were robbed or whatever, and therefore, you know what happens? They say nothing. For example, even in rape, between 15 and 20% of all rapes are against men. But a man won't say it, he'll just suffer. And so the statistics do not show what the reality is. And you know the famous statement, there's lies, lies, and statistics. So you have to be really careful in what you say. This gentleman over here.
I think I would just love to learn a few instances about what might be, from your experience, critical situations that many tourists are not very aware of.
Okay, what are some of the critical situations we have? One, what happens in a natural phenomena, a natural crisis? A major rainstorm, a hurricane, an earthquake. The local person knows what to do. The visitor has no idea what to do. And if the police have not been trained in helping that person is on their own. If you're here, and God forbid there's an earthquake right now, the locals can walk home or whatever they need to do. What is going to happen? What are you going to hear on the news? Major earthquake in Bali, hundreds of people dead, thousands of people, whatever. And you know what happens? My wife sitting at home or my family sitting at home, oh my God, he's dead. But the communications has just gone down. I can't communicate. So I am not only stressed because I'm dealing with an earthquake, I'm also stressed because my family, I know my family is worried about me and I can't communicate with them. And if the electricity goes down, if you're in your own house, you know what? You can go home. What happens if the electricity goes down? No gas, no credit card, no money. I live by my credit card. So all of a sudden, my entire life is changed radically. That's just one example. I can give you hundreds, but that's just one. Next person. Would you like to? Okay, this gentleman over here.
Well, sure, it's been enlightening. So, Dr. Tarlo, I think ensuring safety of tourists is paramount to the tourist industry, right?
Yes.
Maybe I would like to hear your insights of the key challenges in regard how, well, we have talked about the communities. Let's talk about the SMEs, right? And how can SMEs play the active role in enhancing the safety? And one more, I think it's interesting because we have the government people here. And to what extent should the SMEs collaborate with local authorities or law enforcement agencies to improve the safety standards and emergency response, like you said?
Excellent question. Okay, so the first part of it is, it's a two-way street. One, a good tourism security police knows the SMEs. I know your name. I visited your store. I visited your location. You can call upon me. In other words, when you call the police, you don't know who you're getting. You could get somebody who's good, or you could get somebody who's bad. Here are two organizations that save lives: medicine and police. What's the difference, at least in the United States? If you tell me all doctors are bad, I'll say, no, that's not true, because I know my doctor's name. I know who he is. He examined me. I have a relationship. If you tell me all police are bad, I don't know who they are. I don't know their name. I've never met them. That's part of tourism policing. If you're developing an SME, the tourism police should know your name and vice versa. They should come into your store or your location. Sir, what do you need? How can I help you? Here's my telephone number. And one of the things I teach police is they give out their cell phone number. If you need something, you don't call the police station, you call me. Now that changes the entire way you see things. Okay? Okay, you're not gonna ask a question. Can I ask a question? No? My friend here will definitely ask a
I
question.
always love asking questions.
Yes,
my
she's
whole
good.
life around that. Yeah, I believe in Socrates, always ask questions. I think the topic that was just raised brought up my interest is actually empathy. Empathy training for police, but also in industry. Empathy for other people, but also self-empathy, because police officers in particular are quite under a lot of pressure to deal with a lot of risk factors and having to deal with relationships which require empathy. And that is how important do you believe it? I know in Australia, a colleague of mine, police inspector, does training and has implemented that in Australia for police officers.
So there's a lot of parts to empathy. Let's talk about, for example, who is better, and again, this is a generalization. Okay, this is a generalization. On the whole, who deals better with stress, men or women? Wrong. Men. Think about it. When you go through customs, do you want a woman customs officer or do you want a male customs officer? Always a man. Why? Because women look at very particular things. Men tend to look at the broad picture. Now, on top of that, men, maybe because they're used to at home, we are trained to not listen. So if I say, where's the bathroom, sir? Where's the bathroom, sir? Where's the bathroom, sir? Where's the bathroom, sir? The woman gets frustrated in the end because she keeps listening. Men don't listen. Over there, it doesn't matter. Now, second part to this. In order to determine good police officers, again, that doesn't mean there are not women who are wonderful police officers in tourism and men who are terrible. But I'm only giving you a statistical guess, okay? The second part of picking someone is, have they studied other cultures? And the third part of this is, do you know a foreign language? One of the key elements I insist in tourism policing is making sure that everyone is at least bilingual. Better trilingual, but at least bilingual. Why? Because it's a struggle to learn to think in a different format. And therefore, if you are able, when you learn another language, it's not just to communicate, it's to understand the totality of the way that language thinks. How do you divide? In English, you can say I was, I am, I was, I will be. In Spanish, to say I was could be fui, era, tenía, tuve, hice, hacía. There are 8 ways to say I was in Spanish, and there's 1 way to say it in English. And each one of those ways is different in Spanish and a different meaning. When you learn a different language, you learn a different culture. You learn a different way to think. And therefore, good tourism policing means I can put myself in your shoes. You don't have to put yourself in my shoes. So for empathy, 1, I want people who are able to think in other cultures. It doesn't mean that women cannot be empathetic, but on the whole, most men are not afraid to touch someone, to put their arm around someone, to show a certain amount of empathy that we don't necessarily get with women police officers. Again, I want to emphasize, that doesn't mean a woman can't do it. It just means I'm giving a statistical guess. That's all I'm giving. In the end, you have to think about the individual. Okay, so let's stay over here and then we're going to switch over. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed. I wasn't me. Sir.
Thank you so much. But the first time, I'm very sorry if my language is not so.
I'll work with you. You'll get it good.
Yes, Dr. Charlo, what is your opinion? What is your opinion if the crime is being done by the foreign tourists.
Yes.
Because in Bali, I have data from January until the August of 2023. We have
I know the question.
29. We have 29 cases of crime, and in September we have 6 cases of, and the suspect is
a foreigner,
foreign tourists.
Yes. Not all tourists are good. Some tourists come specifically to commit crime. Other times it's crimes of passion. One of the things we know is, for example, many tourists they want to get a new camera, so they lose their camera on purpose. In other words, and then I make a police report so that I can call the insurance company and say someone stole my camera. Other times tourists will overdrink. They will get on drugs. They will even kill each other. First rule, you must always be a police officer first. Secondly, we work with the foreign government, with the consulate. That means that the tourism police have to know all the consulates in Bali or wherever you have to work. 3, and Nathaniel's going to talk about this in just a moment, you need to understand, be able to explain local law. The law of the land is the law the tourist has to live on. So because I'm a foreigner here, does not mean that I don't follow Indonesian law. When I'm in Indonesia, I have to follow Indonesian law. Now, we have to make it clear to people what it is, and police officers have discretion. For example, let me give you a problem in my town we have with German tourists. In the United States, you cannot go to the bathroom, especially a man, in public. In other words, you have to go to a restroom. You have to go to a bathroom. But we have a problem with German tourists who, if they need to urinate, they just go behind the building and they urinate. Now that is illegal in the United States.
But there is many in here.
Yes, the Germans like to urinate a lot.
There are some.
Yes, it's a.
Yes, I'm very sorry that there are so many foreign tourists do that.
Yes, you're right. So this is what we do. We give, for example, I'm just giving, many German tourists, they just don't know, okay? They're not trying to break the law. They just don't know. Maybe in Germany, people urinate on the street. I don't know. But in the United States, you can't do that. So we give a warning and we say, sir, Mr. German, you're in the United States. You must use the bathroom. You cannot do it the first time, but it's noted. We take the passport number down. If you do it a second time, you will go to jail. So that we make it clear. Now, we don't put them in jail for a long time. We put them in jail for a few hours, but it's enough to scare them. Okay? But so we have to understand what are the problems, what are the types of crime. Now, if someone urinates in public, no one's going to die. It's not like I shot you. It's just they went behind a building or a tree and urinated. So it's not, a terrible crime, but it still cannot be accepted. So we give them a warning, we teach them, and we give the warning both in English and German to make sure there's no misunderstanding. Yes, Moody.
Yeah, the challenge is what about if the challenge is in the policy, whereas yes, by law you can't do that, but then when it comes to enforcement, the policy on enforcing the consequences is not there. For example, yeah, how let's say the policing
in most countries, and I don't know Indonesia, but tourism police are given wide discretion. So it says the law may say this, but the police officer is given the chance to enforce the law or not to enforce the law as needed. So one of the things you have to do is when we develop tourism police is we have to train the police, but also train the politicians. And I'll talk about that a little bit later. Okay, questions here. And then I'm going to switch it over to Nathaniel.
Just one more, Dr. Peter
Yes.
Talo, sorry. When it comes to politician, how do we educate or train politician? Yeah, I mean, in your
It's
experience.
called elections. It's called elections. Okay?
Election. Oh, election.
Elections. In other words, I make it a major issue and I tell the oh, you're running for office? What do you know about tourism? Bali lives on tourism. Are you going to work with me or not? If not, you don't get my vote. Politicians are interested in three things: power, votes, and money. You take the votes away, there's no power or money.
Yeah, I would like to know the difference between safety and security.
Excellent question. What is the difference between safety and security? Actually, there's three terms: safety, security, and surety. So let me go over the difference. I once asked the question, I sent out a tourism newsletter that if anyone would like to get, you just let me know, it's for free. And so I asked the question, what is the difference between safety and security? I got probably 5,000 answers and everyone was different. That means nobody knows the answer. So I'm going to give you my answer, how I use it in the United States government. It doesn't mean it's perfect. It means it's what I do in the US government, nothing more. Security is when I am intentionally trying to harm you, either bodily, economically, or some form. In other words, I know that you could slip. I take away any signs saying dangerous, slippery road. I put poison in the buffet. I've done something to harm you one way or the other. Safety is something which is reflexive. In other words, I didn't see the stairs. Today, if you notice, it would be illegal in many countries. Going up and down the stage, there was no banister. If somebody tripped, they would fall. Now, if the police had been here, they would have given a fine to this hotel because you do not have stairs where there's no banister going up and down. But that's a safety issue. Nobody did it on purpose. But if there was a banister and I knew you were going to fall and I took it away, that's a security issue. Surety refers in tourism, safety, security, economic survival, and reputation. That means you have to work with somebody like Thomas Steinmetz to develop good reputation. Because if I have good safety and security and nobody knows about it, it doesn't help. So I have to have both do it and know it. Okay? So again, on the whole, safety is something that I do to myself or inadvertently. Security is something I do to you. It's causative. Okay, intentional. Now what I'm going to do first, I'm going to switch for a little while, then we're going to come back. But I'm going to ask my son Nathaniel if he would speak a little about, because we're really talking about law here. So I'm going to have him speak a little bit about law and security in tourism. And, you know, he's the Peter Tarlow new improved version.
I'm not as good looking, but I'm trying. Firstly, Nathaniel Tarlow, that's my name. I want to thank you all for having me. In particular, I want to thank Ratna for conducting the Master of Ceremonies job. I want to thank Moody for organizing this conference, and of course at her side, Ninik, wherever she is, there you are. I want to thank Thomas Steinmetz and the WTN, and I want to thank my dad. So I want to talk to you a little bit about some legalities and also about security, and we'll touch on some things. I'll try to organize some of what we've talked about in this conference in something of a chronologically intelligent way. So here in Indonesia, you have from Sumatra all the way to Papua, a large archipelago of islands with different languages. And one thing this country has done is made sure that there is a national language that unites everybody. And that is, of course, Bahasa Indonesia. So I want to say that the word security in Bahasa, it's securitas. Mentalitas, mentality is securitas, is security. And I can't stress to you enough how important mentality is. So we are here in Bali, for example, and when people talk about Indonesia worldwide, if you say, for example, hey, I went to Indonesia, to your friend back in your own foreign country, the first question they'll usually say is, oh, were you in Bali? Because people associate tourism to Indonesia heavily with tourism to Bali. So mentalitas. We here in Bali have to make sure that we understand that what goes on in Bali, good or bad, reflects on the entirety of the Republic of Indonesia. And therefore, you all here in Bali have a strong responsibility because you are the one carrying the Indonesian flag from a tourism standpoint throughout the whole world. If Bali is doing something right, Indonesia is doing something right. And if Bali's doing something wrong, Indonesia is doing something wrong. So I really want to impress upon everyone here today, not just from Bali, but from everywhere else in Indonesia, that it is in the entire country's best interests that Bali be a success, because this is the mirror that reflects Indonesia to the world. Now, we heard a lot about everything from climate change to capacity. Is that kapasitas in Bahasa Indonesia? We here in Bali have to think about kapasitas. And one of the things is that just as Bali is a reflection of all of Indonesia, and that's a rather limited piece of land that makes a reflection on the whole country, Bali is really largely reflected, as far as I can tell, from Uluwatu up through to Kuta, and then again, there's a pocket at Ubud. There's the whole rest of the island, and not a lot of people are getting there. So why am I talking about this? Okay, here in Bali, we have to make sure that we have the mentality to remember that capacity has the possibility to hurt the image of the island if we are too crowded in a place like the stretch from Uluwatu all the way up through Denpasar, that area. So even if you as a small or medium-sized enterprise, and beyond that, the government, the police, the tourism engine of Bali, both private sector and public sector, might just be thinking about your restaurant, your warung, your hotel. But if this area becomes too crowded and a tourist comes and said, hey, I came to Bali thinking it was going to be a peaceful, natural place, and it's so much traffic and it's so crowded, that reflects badly on the whole island and then the whole country. So it might actually make sense to promote Singaraja, or promote Ahmed, or promote Lombok, or promote Eastern Java, just to ease some of the crowding here in Bali, so Bali can protect its reputation as a peaceful place. Because we're here talking about security, and of course, Director Hari knows that if somebody is, let's say, has their purse stolen or has a motorbike accident, they're going to take home an unpleasant memory of Bali, and they might not come back. But hey, that's one reason. If they come to Bali, no motorbike accident, no loss of a purse, no loss of a mobile phone, but they just think it's too crowded or that it's too polluted or too noisy, they also might not come back to Bali. So regardless of the reason, if somebody doesn't want to come back, you don't get their business a second time, whether it's the stealing a mobile phone or whether it's just a perception that it's too crowded. So mentalitas is securitas, and we have to have the right mentality to secure, not just physically, but economically, what's going on in Bali for the sake of the island and for the sake of the country. So my dad talked about one of the mechanisms for making the law through the, of course, legal channels, through the legislative or executive powers that exist here, work to help tourism. If you, for example, as a political leader are not taking tourism seriously enough, then you as a voter should take that into account if you're living from tourism. So how do we get the attention of politicians? If you own, for example, one restaurant, you can approach a politician and say, hey, I own this restaurant. I'd like to know what's going on in this or that sector of security. What are you doing to help? Well, that's one option. What if you gather together 500 restaurants in an association, and then you approach that politician? Which is more powerful? One restaurant owner or 500 restaurant owners? So somebody or more than one person needs to do, on behalf of any sector of these small to medium-sized enterprises, some organizing to make sure that any one particular sector's interests economically are being heard by lawmakers, are getting to the desk of lawmakers. If you own a restaurant, get together with colleagues in a similar league. Let's say it's a medium price restaurant. Okay, fine, others in that category. And also have people from lower priced or higher priced restaurants join you. Yes, they might have a different market share, but people need to eat, and restaurants are in the business of feeding them. So it's very important that people in different sectors that affect tourism reach out to others and really organize collectively, because the police, for example, have a lot of work to do. They've got to keep traffic flowing. They've got to keep people physically safe. They've got to respond in the event of a crime or a natural disaster. So if you have an issue that is important to you, it's not their job to come and knock on your door and say, are you okay, all the time. They don't have the manpower for that. It's your job to make sure the police are informed about what's going on in the community. They cannot be everywhere at once. It is your job as members of the community to be the eyes and ears of the police. That's critically important. Sure, it is their job to be tapped into things, but it's your job to make their job even easier. I also want to talk about the fact that, as Director Hari has pointed out, a lot of the situations that they're having to deal with in their capacity as law enforcement are being brought up by tourists who, knowingly or unknowingly, are not behaving right. And I'm sorry to say that when people have a few too many bintongs, they just leave their common sense and their decency at home. And maybe a thought to consider is two things. One thing is, upon arrival in Bali, maybe a printed form, perhaps in English, maybe you could have some other languages to give to arrivals when they arrive, of just 10 rules. 10 rules to follow in Bali, and just hand them out as people wait in line to go through passport control. Some people might read them, some people might not, but let's get that information out there. And another idea would be to train ambassadors from the Balinese community to be at particular sites of touristic interest, for example, temples in Ubud or beaches here in Uluwatu. And if they see something wrong, to be trained to approach a tourist who's not behaving himself or herself and say, hey, excuse me, politely, here in Bali, we'd ask that you not engage in this type of behavior. We're happy to have you here. We respect you. Please respect our ways. And have somebody approach and do that. It's going to seem a little weird at first, and I know Indonesians can be shy about approaching foreigners, but let's train people to do that, because if you do it in a way that is tactful and diplomatic and polite, sooner or later, that person who receives the message is going to have to make a choice. Do I want to offend my hosts, or do I want to conduct myself? And some of these people are just not doing it knowingly. So let's train a corps of ambassadors who can go to people and politely correct their behavior in a way that preserves the dignity of the people of the island and preserves the dignity of the tourist as well. Remember, we've heard speakers say to us, it's not just about the memories you take home, it's about the impression you give the locals. And we, as tourists, have a responsibility to our hosts. So let's train our hosts to train us, to gently guide us when we're not acting right. Another thing is that, what are we selling here in Bali? We are selling the beauty of the island and the culture of the island. Now, we addressed respecting the culture with the possibility of enacting a policy of giving out forms with 10 rules to follow or 10 suggestions and training some ambassadors, but we also protect the beauty of the island. So we need to impress upon everybody who's visiting this island that plastic is a problem, not just because it's unsightly on the sidewalk, but because it creates damage in the ocean. We need to impress upon people that throwing cigarette butts or whatever else they do is also a problem. It starts small, but it gets bigger. And we need to make sure that rubbish and environmental control measures are in place. Rubbish control measures and environmental control measures, excuse me. So mentalitas, of course, as I was saying, is securitas. We have to make sure that our mentality is right. And I want to impress upon the people who are in this room that we recognize here at WTN that you're here because you care about your community, you care about tourism, you care about the economy, you care about the people, and you care about the country. So you all are in a good position to reach out to people that you know through various methods, interpersonal interaction, social media, trade organizations that either exist or that you can start in order to connect and make these networks so that politicians and lawmakers can know and understand what your concerns are as people in the field, people who own restaurants, people who own tour companies, people who rent out motorbikes. It's your job to make sure that they hear you. Now, I want to take a moment also to discuss some other concerns that we are going to have to address, okay? We talked about capacity. We talked about how that impacts the environment. We talked about how that's bringing tourists to the island. I want you to understand the future is now. And I know how cliche that sounds, but two things are going on and have been going on, but are really picking up speed that I want to talk to you about. Number one is the existence of social media and what factor it plays and what role it plays in bringing people to Bali, both good and bad. And number two is the fact that emerging economies are producing a lot more tourists. When I was a child, decades ago, Indonesians really were not traveling to foreign countries. Now Indonesia is slated to be the 5th largest economy in the world by the year 2050, and you see travel agents all over Indonesia, Jakarta, here, other places, advertising trips to Europe. Years ago, you just didn't see that. If Indonesians are traveling to European countries, you can bet that other emerging economies are traveling to Bali. So tourist numbers are about to go up, way up. We talked about capacity. We need to manage that capacity. Earlier I mentioned, hey, let's promote Lombok. Hey, let's promote East Java, because this place might just get too crowded. And if it's too crowded, people will use, here it is, social media to say, hey, I went to Bali, kind of disappointed. It was so much traffic. And as I mentioned earlier, not all of Bali is Kuta. Not all of Bali is Uluwatu. Let's make sure we're spreading people out throughout Bali and throughout neighboring islands so that we preserve the reputation of this country as a peaceful, green, natural place. And if we aren't careful and we just let people come and just stay I mean, we can't force them, but we don't encourage people to go beyond certain tourist corridors and certain tourist hotspots, we're going to start losing some business and losing some reputation. And I don't want to see that. And I know that you all really don't want to see that. So there is an interest in making sure as capacity ramps up that we manage it intelligently. Now, as for social media, some people come to Bali because they saw it on Instagram. They don't even know why they come here. They just feel like they kind of have to because their friend came here. That's an opportunity. But it's also what we call in English a double-edged sword, something that can cut for you or something that can cut against you. If they come and Bali lives up to what they thought they were going to get based on social media, great, you've accomplished your mission. They came, they were happy, they go home, they tell people, oh, Indonesia was great, Bali was great. But if they come with their expectations raised from social media and we don't meet them, or we disappoint them, not only has Bali lost, some of its reputation and another repeat tourist who might not come, but Indonesia too takes a hit. So it's important that we remember we are living in a day and age where travel has never been easier, tourist numbers have never been higher, countries providing tourists that list has expanded, and social media is playing such a big role. So we can use social media, for example, to try to ease some of the congestion here by promoting some other areas in order to spread that around. In addition, places like Singaraja or places like Ahmed deserve some of these tourism rupiah as well. So let's help them get it. Let's do that. I want to again stress mentalitas is securitas. We have to make sure that we have the right mentality. And the right mentality is a community-minded mentality about Bali as a community. It's not just your restaurant, your hotel. It's your island. It's your country. And it's important that we make sure that we use networks of similarly minded people and change the thinking, change the mentalitas to protect what we have here on this island, and to encourage those who make laws and make policy to hear what those needs are. It is incumbent upon you all to connect with each other, to connect with other tourism professionals in order to safeguard this island and this country's reputation in the world. So it's going to be up to people like you all who drive this country's tourism engine to appeal to lawmakers, to hand out those forms at the airport, to train that corps of ambassadors to be at tourism sites, and to make sure that you change the culture of this island even more so to accommodate the ever-growing numbers of tourists who are arriving from different countries that before didn't produce tourists. And let's also remember, countries that haven't produced tourists in the past are producing new tourists today. And some of them are new to travel and don't always behave in a way that an experienced tourist might know already how to behave. So this is another challenge we have to face. It is incumbent upon people to make sure that they have the right way of thinking here in Bali so that they can safeguard their own economic revenue generator for themselves and for Indonesia. Are there any questions I can take? Any suggestions? Any thoughts? Anyone? Okay, thank you all for listening. I appreciate your attention.
How much time do we have, Jürgen? It doesn't matter, we can go on. Pardon? We're in Indonesia, so there's no concept of time. So by 7 o'clock, you want me to end? For those of you who are interested in tourism security, I've written about 10 books on it. I just brought one. This is Tourism-Oriented Policing and Protection Services. So this is kind of a manual for police departments and how to do tourism security, step by step. I'm gonna let, is it Chief Harry or thank you so much. I can't give it to you, it's my daughter's, but you can look at it. You can't steal it. I'll have to call the police. But you can look at it now. Yes, I would love to give it to you, but actually I didn't know I was going to be seeing you, so I grabbed my daughter's copy at home, so I had to give it back to her. So it was at least give you an idea of some of the issues. So let's talk a little bit about developing safety and security. Nathaniel brought up some of the concepts of Bali, but they're basic concepts that we need to talk about. And we started talking about some of them. Before I finish though, did anybody here have a question before I switched over? Nope, okay. So first of all, let me go over a little bit again, the basis of tourism security. You're going to protect the visitor, and who do you protect the visitor from? One, we protect visitors against from themselves. Most visitors don't think. So we do stupid things. We leave our telephone on the table. We leave the doors open. By the way, Officer Harry, what group is most prone to be robbed when they travel? What profession? Take a guess. Police officers. Yes, yes. Police officers believe they cannot be robbed. But when they travel, you're not a police officer. And so what happens is when I'm at police conferences, the police leave their doors open at a hotel. The police walk around. How many police officers walk around with their phone in their back pocket when they travel? What is the easiest place to steal a phone? Back pocket. How many police officers keep their wallet in their back pocket when they travel? What is the easy, pardon? Yes, what is the, what is the easy? Yes, it should be in your front pocket with 2 rubber bands around it. Okay, but notice, people don't think. So 1 is protecting visitors against themselves. 2 is protecting visitors against the locals. Because if I want to rob you and I'm a local, I speak the local language. I know the local layout. You don't. 3, you want to protect visitors against other visitors. There, for example, if you have a festival, if you suppose, I don't know, do you have festivals here in Bali? Do you have festivals in Bali? Okay, if you have a festival, you know what? And I'm a pickpocket, what do? No. The first thing I do is I visit that festival twice, so I know where the police are, I know how often you come, I study you. And then when I'm going to attack, I'm still a visitor, I'm a tourist, but you know what? I'm coming for the purpose of robbing. In terrorism, which is the other side of tourism security, no terrorist ever goes just accidentally. They study the location. I know how many police there are. I know where they are. I know how often they're on patrol. I've studied, I know their schedule. And you know what? Often the police just publish it. It doesn't take much to figure it out. But I'm going to know every single thing about you. So if I'm a tourist who comes for the purpose of harming, I don't come just once. I don't come twice. I come 3 times. For example, in India, you remember the terrible things that took place in Mumbai. I was there the year before. I said to them, you have to allow the police to be in the hotel. The head of the hotel, which is the Gates of India, said, no, I don't want any police officers in the hotel. It'll scare people. What happened? The terrorists came, they paid for rooms, they stayed there 3 days, they studied everything about the hotel, and then when they attacked, the police were on the outside and knew nothing, and the terrorists were on the inside and knew every part of that hotel. Who had the advantage? Obviously the terrorists. Exactly. It doesn't matter where it is. It's always the same pattern. In a case of when I'm coming to do harm, either on the criminal side or the terrorist side, I study it. I'm a professional. Let me show you how professional they are. In Las Vegas, I ran a tourism security conference for 27 years. COVID killed it in the end, but up till COVID, we lasted 27 years. We have people from police officers from 42 countries. This year, I'll be in United Arab Emirates, speaking to 20,000 police officers at the International Police Conference. Every year, I had a pickpocket who was going to attack a police officer. I told the police officer, he's going to steal your watch, your wallet, and your telephone. So you now know exactly what I'm going to do. I told the police officer, this is the man who's going to do it. So you know who's going to attack you, and you know what he's going to attack you. And then I told that gentleman there, you have 5 minutes to do the robbery. So you know the time frame. Who do you think won every year? The police officer or the pickpocket? The pickpocket. Because they're truly professionals, that's all they do. That's all they do, they study it. If you go to jail in Las Vegas and you talk to the pickpockets, they want you to arrest them. You know why? It's a convention. They plan when they're going to get arrested. They know who's going to get arrested. And that's where the city of Las Vegas pays for them to be able to talk to each other, and they share notes. It's not, we think of criminals as just doing something, blah, blah, blah. No, these are hardened professionals. They know exactly what they're doing, and they know exactly how they're doing it. And it's thought through. And the difference is we give very little training to police, and we give a tremendous amount. They get, I don't train them, but they have a tremendous amount of training to the criminals. Notice the difference between the two. Notice the difference between the two. So first, we protect the tourist against him or herself. Secondly, we protect the tourist against other visitors. Thirdly, whom else is a threat to the tourist? Whom else is a threat to the tourist? Have any of you ever been on a cab? Anybody ever take a taxi? The tourism industry steals. The tourism industry steals. A taxi cab driver is part of the tourism industry. In Honolulu, I did a study on if you go from in Waikiki, from the airport to the main hotel section of Honolulu. When I did the study, I don't know what the cost is right now, but it should cost you someplace around $40 to get from the airport to the hotel section. If you spoke English with a sort of Hawaiian accent, it was about $40. Could be 38 or 42, depending on but in that range. If you spoke English, but with not a local accent, it was about 45. If you spoke English with a heavy accent, it was about $49. If you didn't speak English, it was about $50. Now, that's only stealing $10, but that's per ride. And that's called a crime of dispersion. In other words, it's a very small crime, but it's passed through the system. So nobody is going to go and write to the police and say, he stole $10 from me. But let's say if you have 10 passengers a day, that's $100. 6 days a week, $600. $600 times 4 weeks a month, $2,400. Let's just say they only work 10 months, $24,000 multiplied by 5,000 police officers. Now we're in the millions of dollars. And it gnaws at the system and destroys it. Next, or for example, I buy a tour. I wanted to see Bali. I did this in Canada when I was training for the Olympics. So I take a tour in Vancouver, Canada. It's a 2-hour tour. So we left, we started taking the tour. And about after half an hour, he says, we're now taking a break at this store. And he keeps me at that store for at least half an hour. And we don't leave until we buy things at his stupid store, which I then discover is owned by his cousin. Very common. You know what? That's stealing. I paid for 2 hours. I ended up with nothing more than 1 hour. It's a gentle stealing. It's a stealing. By the way, hotels do the same. I pay for a full night, 24 hours at a hotel, but I can't check in till 4 and I got to leave at 11. They just took how much of my time away? That's stealing. We don't say it, but it is. And then every little thing you need, I charge you extra. How many things? Oh, well, did you want a pillow? That'll be extra. Did you want a blanket? That'll be extra. Now I'm exaggerating, but you understand my point. How often in the tourism industry do you buy the basic thing and then there are all these little extras, we call visitor plus? That's stealing. We have to, a good tourism police officer knows the law and he knows when to crack down on the tourism industry. That's part of the training that you have to give. We have to train tourism police against not not only protecting against other visitors, protecting against themselves, protecting against the industry, but also protecting people who are working in the industry. Who has a more dangerous job? A police officer or a hotel maid? The hotel maid. How many people are going to rob a police officer who's on duty or rape him? Very few. But hotel maids are often working illegally. They don't have permission, and they're afraid to report anything. And so they're easily put into situations that are very dangerous. So when we're doing protecting visitors, it's not just the visitor against himself or herself, the visitor against other visitors, the visitor against the industry. It's also the visitor can be a threat to the people working in the industry. In airlines, one of the things that flight attendants report is that they are sexually harassed by passengers. The passenger accidentally hits them in the rear end. But it's maybe one time, okay. 2 times, it's already a pattern. 3 times, it's now assault. How many people turn on flight attendants and start screaming at them? And you know something? If the plane is late, the flight attendant cannot make that plane go any faster. No matter what she or he does, that plane is going to arrive when it's going to arrive. But people start screaming at them and haranguing them. Those are the types of things that we have to teach, and not only teach, but we have to learn. Now, one of the things I hear in tourism security is that we have to teach the public. You know what? You're not going to teach the public, ever. It's never going to happen. Why is it not going to happen? Because I'm on vacation. I've emptied my mind. I don't want to think. I want you to think. So you know what? Good tourism policing knows how to structure it so that when the visitor is not thinking, I'm thinking before it happens. That means you have to know enough psychology, enough sociology, enough counseling to be able to deal with reality on a regular basis. Okay. The next thing our police have to know is how to protect property and reputation. Now, somebody today was telling me a very beautiful story about this, well, you know who she was, but she's from Australia. And she was in Tasmania, which is either at the bottom of the world or the top of the world, depending upon which way you call the globe. And she sees a couple very upset and crying. And the waitress brings him over to speak to a young man. And he seems to settle them down. And so she's not here now, but our friend said, could I ask what's going on? Well, there was no hotel space at all in Tasmania, 0. And this was a couple from France. And so they spoke to the local police officer, and he said they were going to just sleep on the street or sleep in a car. There was nothing they could do. The police officer said, don't worry, I'll bring you home to my house. You'll sleep in my house. Think how he changed the reputation. Could that, if you were a French couple, could you imagine a French police officer bringing you home? Never. But this guy, with one action, those people went all over social media to talk how great the Tasmanian police were. Now, it's a little dangerous to bring somebody home you don't know, and I understand that, but I guess Australia's safe, so he didn't worry. Or he saw that they were in terrible shape. The first part of good policing is empathy. When you're in tourism, is the love of the human being. In the Bible, it says, "V'ahavta l'reacha k'mocha." Love your neighbor as yourself, but it does not say that. That's a mistranslation. What it says when it says "V'ahavta l'reacha k'mocha" is love your neighbor for your own sake. When I am good to you, I'm helping myself. I'm not just helping you, I'm making a stronger society. The English mistranslates the Hebrew.
But the concept is the beginning of policing. When I treat you well, I have a better chance of you treating other people well. It doesn't mean you'll always do it. There are some people who are just miserable. I work in the prison system in the United States. And one day we had a hot dog festival. And all the inmates could have as many hot dogs as they wanted. You want 10 hot dogs? 10 hot dogs. 20 hot dogs? 20 hot dogs. As many as you want. 3 of my prisoners stole hot dogs. So I said to myself, this makes no sense. Because 1, all the hot dogs are free. 2, I can't sell them to you because you can have as many free hot dogs as you want. And 3, you can't store hot dogs. What are you going to do? Dig a hole in the ground? So I said to them, why did you steal the hot dogs when the hot dogs have no value? And their answer was, it wasn't any fun getting it for free. We wanted to be able to have a challenge of stealing. Those people should stay in jail because I will never reform them. On the other hand, there are people that I can work with who can make a mistake, but I can help them become productive citizens again. So we have to be able to, in good policing, understand those roles. Now, tourism policing is very complicated. Again, I've written 10 books on it. Each book is different. I could lecture you for 2 hours or 5 hours or 10 hours. Actually, when I teach police courses, they're often for 5 days or 6 days. It means understanding how airports work, transportation works, how hotels work, how airlines work, how restaurants work, how the law works, how ports work, if you have seaports. Each one of those is different. It means understanding the culture of where your people are coming. If in Montenegro you mainly get Europeans, that's one culture. If you're getting Russians, that may be a different culture. If you're getting people from the Middle East, that's a different culture. If you go and you see people from Japan who come out of a society that's very honest, if you're in Hawaii, people will say, oh, I don't know how much it is. Take what you need. In other words, they trust the shop owner because that's how it is in Japan. You say that in New York City, the guy will take everything. You're lucky if you have any pants when it's over. Okay? Different cultures have different ways of doing it. That means when I work with police, I have to know where our visitors are coming from, what are the problems. If you are in Bali, you're getting Australians, that's different from Russians, that's different from Americans, that's different from Latin Americans. Brazilians do not understand lines. The idea of standing on line to a Brazilian is stupid. People who are from Latin America think, well, if you don't see me steal it, I'm not stealing it. You are stealing it, okay? But they have, to them, it's not stealing, it's just a souvenir. I took the mattress, I took the television, remote controls, pardon? Yeah, no, it's stealing, it's stealing. They're doing it, but they claim it's not, okay? That means I have to know, if I have a group coming in from Latin America, I have to I'm going to check the hotel room before they leave to see if the remote control is in the room. If it's with Americans, they probably could care less. But so you need to understand the culture of each place. If you're in Kenya, one of the things that we see, a major problem is Americans, when they get to Kenya, they do not believe they are actually in the wild. They think that when they see lions, they can get out of the car and take a picture. And you say, you can't do that. You cannot, you're in the lion's home. The lion is not in your home. Pardon? Pardon? Yeah, okay. Yes, so people, but they don't believe they're really in the wild. That's protecting the tourist against himself. So one of the things that's clear about tourism security is you have to develop the security on the general principles, but then on the needs of each place. If I'm in Bali, I need to think about beach security, known as aquatic security. If I'm in Kansas in the United States, there's no ocean. I don't have to worry about that. But on the other hand, people will not know how to deal with a tornado. If I'm in Kenya, I got to teach people, don't get out of the car when you're on a safari. Stay in the car or you're going to die. But if you're in Conroe, Texas, where it has animal park, nobody worries about it because, you know, they tame the lions. They put, you know, whatever is food into stuff into their food. This is the understanding that makes tourism wonderful, but it makes it also exciting. So this was just a little bit of an introduction, but I wanted to give you some of the key elements. If you're interested, please write to me and I'll put you on my tourism newsletter. And it's free. You can have in English, Spanish, or Portuguese. I don't write Indonesian, I'm sorry. So I can't do that. But, and I hope that you learned something from this session. So thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next program will be presentation by Evergreen College Toronto, Canada, regarding the scholarship program for Indonesia, universities and vocational institution, together with PATA Indonesia chapter and as well as Phonics. We would like to invite to the stage Mr. Dean Awad, the president of Evergreen College, please. Ms. Linda Cook, the academic director. Would you like to sit on the chair? Yeah. And Ibu Ningsih Chandra, Secretary General of PATA Indonesia Chapter.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you today? I'm happy to be with you here today. It was a great pleasure to be at the WTN. I feel very excited to be with you here today. Thank you for Moody for inviting us. We came all the way just to be with you here and to be offering the scholarship for Indonesian students. So we came to offer a great program and great scholarship for the students, and they will have the chance to work and study in Canada for 2 years. And if they would like to continue, we have another opportunity for them to work and study in New York as well with our partner college in New York. So we have a good program for the students. I have here with me Linda. She's our academic director. She's gonna present for you today our program, our services to our students, and the scholarship that we are giving to the Indonesian student. Thanks a lot for the invitation again. And I have actually a small gift for Moody. So if you wanna come, Moody.
Ready for our slideshow? Program. Good afternoon, everyone. Big thank you to Moody and her team, to the WTN for hosting this event and for inviting us to be a part of it. It's been very enlightening, very enjoyable to listen to all of your speeches, especially about sustainable tourism. I think that's a wonderful initiative, and I wish all of you all the best with that project. We are here as a college from Toronto, Ontario, Canada, and we are on our second visit to Indonesia. We were here in October of 2019, And we made some wonderful connections with students, with agents, and with colleges here. And then unfortunately, 6 months later, of course, there was a pandemic, and all of the seeds we planted and the wonderful connections that we made, we're hoping to come back and renew the strength of that now. Our college is a career college. It's a vocational school. It's a private college. We're located in the central part of downtown Toronto, the financial district. And of course, Toronto is the largest city in Canada, and Toronto is the financial center of Canada as well. So including the financial center, of course, is where the conventions, the hotels, and all of the tourism and events take place there where we are. So our campus is in a very central location. We have campuses outside of the central core, but that's where our head office is. Please, if you ever are in Toronto or down our way, please come and visit Evergreen College. We'd love to host you. So our programs include hospitality. We have 2 hospitality programs, along with health, with social services, with childcare, IT, business, clinical research, and of course, as we say, medical programs and hospitality programs. So with this initiative for medical tourism, Evergreen College is very well positioned to host students from Indonesia who would like to gain Canadian credentials, either to stay in Canada or ideally to come back here and help build your businesses back home with Canadian international credentials. So that's really why we're here, to fit into all of your initiatives, to join with colleges, to join with hosts who may be interested in reciprocal agreements with us in Canada. We will also be going to the Philippines on our tour this time, and there's a convention there called Edu Canada, where the same kind of initiatives are in place. So that's why we're here today. We were very, very kindly invited by Moody and her team, and Theo is here, and to join us in our tour and to meet some of the partners and potential partners here. So we'll be we're in Bali, we'll be in Jakarta, Yogyakarta, and Bandung. Yes, so very, very much enjoying it so far. Aside from a little bit of jet lag, we're 12 hours back there in Toronto. So bear with us. I don't think we'll actually nod off, but we might be a little bit below our sharp point here today. So thank you for coming. Thank you for showing up. And we do have a presentation. If we could have that on the screen, that would be great. So we could share a little bit about our college with you. And please feel free to drop over to our table, pick up our business cards, and go to our website and find out a little bit more about our college. We'll just wait for the tech to come up. While that's happening, would anybody like to say anything? Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Linda. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm glad to see you back after lunch. Yeah, I hope you are still awake. Yeah, I'm Ningsi Chandra from PATA Indonesia chapter. We are happy to be able to assist World Tourism Network Indonesia, led by Ms. Moody. And also we are happy to be able to partner later on to assist our partner tourism school in Indonesia, in several cities in Indonesia, to try to collaborate with the program offered by Evergreen College Toronto. So far, we have managed to organize campus visit to several university and college in Denpasar, in Bali. In Yogyakarta, there will be 2 institutions, a university that has a tourism faculty, and also in Jakarta, there will be 7, if I'm not mistaken, 2 each day from the 9th to the 11th of October. And then on the 12th of October, there will be several in Bandung, because Bandung is only 2.5 hours drive from Jakarta. So we managed to see several campus later on the 12th of October. We do hope that we can continue this program later on to assist our young generation to be able to get experience, to widen their knowledge, and also have good experience in the industry, to learn more from their fellow friends in the campus of Evergreen, and also to be able to get more experience from their employers or during their what do you call internship, because Evergreen College offer scholarships which involve internship program and get income, right? Earn some money for those students who will be able to get their visa and permit to do their scholarship program in Evergreen campus in Toronto. Now, with this also, I would like to let FONUS, because FONUS also have some campus, what do you call, partner in Bali, yeah, several of them, and they are interested also to collaborate with Evergreen College. Please, Pak.
Thank you for time, Ibu Nisi. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. Thank you to Ibu Mudi for the opportunity given to PONUS. PONUS is a new association for hospitality industry. PONUS is Professional Hospitality Nusantara. Just newly built, is under Bali Tourism Board. So I'm also part of the Bali Tourism Board committee on behalf of the association and all the members. We would like to say thank you to everyone, to Evergreen College, Mr. Dean, Mrs. Linda, and everyone from committee of WTN. This opportunity is to give us to develop our local talents and give the opportunity to have overseas experience for young Balinese people. In a few days to go, starting on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we will accompany Evergreen College to visit some campus in Bali, especially in Denpasar. So on the first day, we have two campus from University of Triat Mahamulya. The second one is Polytechnic International Bali. And the second day, on Tuesday, we will visit three different campuses. The first one is Sekolah Pariwisata Bali and Institute Perhotelan Bali. And the second one is the University of Dianapura. And the last one on the second day is LPK Elizabeth in Denpasar. And the last one of the biggest university in Bali, Polytechnic Pariwisata Bali, Poltekpar Bali, will be visit on the third day, and then we will share all the opportunity and the scholarship program from Evergreen College to everyone in the campus. Hopefully in the coming months, a lot of our young Balinese people, they gain and then they develop their skill to learn about hospitality in Toronto, Canada. So we wish that this program will be successful, and thank you very much for everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The slides are ready? Yes, when you are. Yeah. 7 videos. It's a PowerPoint. Ah, technology. Don't we love it? Just taught online for 3 years. I said to everyone, I'm a cave woman. I can't teach online, and it all works out in the end. Yeah. If I can do it, anyone could do it. Yeah, there may be a video. So while we're waiting, because, you know, we don't want any dead space. So the primary programs that we're here to discuss with potential partners is our hospitality program. So we have two, and our school is modular based, which is a great thing for students who are coming from overseas. Most of our students are international students. We do have domestic students as well. But if they're coming from overseas, the wait is not that long because we teach in a cycle. So it's a modular-based program. So a student can come in at any module. This is an individual course, and there are multiple courses, but they're taught chronologically. And so that means that when a student joins our college, they don't have to wait longer than about a month before they can actually enter at any point in the program. And then they complete the whole cycle, and then they go for internship. So it's skills-based. Of course, they have to learn and pass the theory, but while they're studying, they can work 20 hours a week and be paid, and in school 20 hours a week. And then when they finish their theory, they go for the internship, which is 50% of the program. So it's very practical-based, employment-based program for them. So when they come in, they join our theory class, they attend school 20 hours a week, they can have a paid job in the sector. They can start looking for hotel jobs, even restaurants and tourism, and study 20 hours a week. And then after they finish all their theory, they have the opportunity to spend 40 hours a week working in the field. We have two programs. One is 1 year, so 6 months of theory and 6 months of internship. And the other program, that's called hospitality operations. And then hospitality management is 2 years. So it's a year of theory and a year of internship. So 50-50. So how that works then is that they have all that time that they can actually be working from the time they arrive in Canada. So it's a very attractive opportunity for students, whether they decide to stay in Canada, they'd like to live and work there, make it their home. We would love to have them, or they want to learn and get an international credential from Canada and then move back home and build the tourism industry here. Everybody wins either way, I think, really. So yes, here's our presentation, and thank you very much for scrambling. Good job. So here we are. So this is our scholarship and job-oriented diploma programs. And I was just mentioning that the 2-year program is called Hospitality Management, and it includes some more modules along the lines of managing a hotel and some of those administrative and management functions. So here's our table of contents. Here, as you can see, we have our president and founder, Din Awad. We are celebrating our 20th year as a college. That's better. We're celebrating our 20th year as a college. So we've been in operation since 2003. And this was Din's dream, to create a college where international students would be at home and would be able to learn skills and knowledge, and also the conduct and the expectations of Canadian employers, and be able to just ramp right off into a career as soon as they finish with us. So we're very diverse, just like Canada, just like Toronto, and we have accessible learning environment. We're currently hybrid, so they can study online as well. And we have a downtown Toronto head office campus and campuses in the suburbs, which makes it easier for students to commute because rents are a little bit cheaper and you don't have to head all the way downtown to come to school. The moment online, except for some required practical classes. So our programs are healthcare, business, community support or social services, technology, hospitality, and we also do corporate training and workshops, which are upon request, and we can provide faculty to do workshops at the workplace if they wish. So our team, of course, this is our team here in Indonesia, Ningsi, Moody, and Theo, and we're very privileged to be part of this. Thank you so much. I'm the academic director at Evergreen College, so I support all the faculty and students in their goals and their outcomes. And so our programs that we're focusing on here, hospitality operations and hospitality management, as I've described. So hospitality operations, as we say, entry-level positions in the field, and it is a 1-year program for those that want something quick. Our scholarships make it extremely attractive for students who really don't want to spend a lot of money on academics. It enables them to get their skills and hands-on very quickly. And that's the one 6 months in class and 6 months out. Hospitality management is 1 year in class and 1 year out. And our programs are paid not by semester, but by the program. So on our website, if you go there, you can see what the content of the programs are, and our team can explain about the scholarships and the fees. Of course, why would anyone want to study in Canada? Well, aside from a little hiccup lately with India, usually people see Canada as a welcoming, safe, peaceful, polite country. And that's absolutely true. Most of us weren't born there. I wasn't born there, but I chose it as my home, and I'm very happy that I did. So it's multicultural, diverse, from anywhere in the world. If you arrive in Toronto, you'll find a community there. The restaurants that you like, the clubs, the sports, the people that are familiar to you. You'll hear your language spoken. And that's something that's very attractive for international students. So yes, this is and of course, tons of jobs. It's a very, very big, busy city. And for hospitality, as many of you may know, it's a destination for conventions and so on. Of course, we have the magnificent Niagara Falls, we have the CN Tower, but aside from those, we have beautiful, lively neighborhoods with fabulous restaurants and entertainment. So we do have suburban campuses. We're currently operating out of our downtown Toronto head office, but students who have to attend live classes will be closer to their campus if they are living in the suburbs. These are names that you may not recognize, but yeah, these are the areas that we serve. Of course, you can't be south of Toronto, you'd be in the lake. So it's only Toronto, north, east, and west of the city. And I may turn this over to Din. The scholarship is definitely a jewel in our crown, something we're very proud of, because our goal and our passion, of course, is to make education accessible for people who aren't necessarily intending to sit in a university classroom and get a master's, an academic master's. We think of ourselves as trainers in a way. We're training people for the jobs, and our faculty are industry professionals who have worked and managed in the field that they're teaching. So their passion for imparting that education to the students is palpable, but it also is their drive, but the confidence that students have because they know that the person teaching them is an industry professional and an expert in the field. So along with that, yes, I'll invite Din to talk about the scholarship program.
Actually, Indonesian student in one of the nicest students that we ever see in our campus. They are polite, they are hardworking students, and they know their way. So we see a lot of success story from Indonesian students. So that's why we really are happy to offer a scholarship for Indonesian students to increase the number of Indonesian students in our campus. So we have a very generous scholarship for the students, and we are touring many colleges and universities in different cities in Indonesia to offer this scholarship for them. So it is a great opportunity for the students, and will be also a great opportunity for us because we will have a hardworking, dedicated student, and they will represent well Evergreen College. So that's why we offer the scholarship for Indonesian students.
Thank you, Din. Yes, so this is an initiative where, I mean, it really is a generous scholarship. It's almost half, price for the tuition for our program. So we won't go into numbers right now. That's not the purpose of this. But if anybody's interested in learning more, please feel free to grab a business card and connect with us. We've just put up, this is a tiny glimpse of some of our partners, but as you can see, it spans from luxury hotels to fast food and everything in between. And as we all know, the tourism industry, you know better than us probably, but the tourism industry has rebounded very fast. Toronto, you could hardly move on Saturday, last Saturday. We had our convocation ceremony and people said, I'm running late because of the traffic. And it's because we had Vladimir Zelensky from Ukraine was in Canada at the time, but also because there are sports, there's entertainment, shows, galleries, hotels, restaurants. It really is a lively, safe city for entertainment. So yes, a lot of our partners here, business and technology partners, we put a glimpse of those. Again, you can't fit much on a screen, but we have hundreds of employers and preceptors. And actually, as far as employment opportunities go, I get calls and emails all the time from employers. Can we come to your classroom and do a presentation? We'd like to do a job fair at your school. Please send us resumes. We're hiring. And it's because we do have a very strong reputation with the employers out there. And also because, you know, they feel confident that they can, that our students will be ready to come on board and work for them right away. And there are tons of jobs out there. Now, I'll never say to a student, we guarantee you a job, obviously, but at the moment in hospitality, the jobs are theirs to lose. The restaurants and hotels are desperate for people. When you walk around in Toronto, there are blackboards outside the pubs that say all positions, hiring all positions, and they can't find people. So it's a nice problem for me to have, but I honestly don't have enough students to satisfy all of the demand that's out there right now. So it's as close as you really get to a guaranteed job opportunity, especially in hospitality. Healthcare is very strong for us. We have healthcare programs, personal support worker, medical administration, clinical research, and of course, the social services and childcare. So for those students who aren't the hospitality ones, we have lots of programs for them to consider as well for their future. So yes, that's really us. I think that we're very well positioned to train Indonesian students to come back maybe to Indonesia and work in that medical tourism field, which I know will be a big success here in Indonesia. I'm sure it will. So thank you very much for your time and attention. Do we have any more slides? I think we're done, right? Yeah, so if there are any questions, of course, we're happy to answer them now. You don't have to wait and reach out to us later. So we'll be happy to take questions, this panel. Thank you very much for your time. Yes, hand up. Yes, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Nila from one of the international private university in Indonesia, from Swiss German University. I think, Linda, we met yesterday. So just a brief questions. My university is actually having or delivering the double degree program with some partners in Germany as well as in Switzerland, which is delivering collaborations with La Rose as well as the IMI. My question, is it possible to, let's say, combining our program with your program, or is it supposed to be like a different option for our student if we would like to, let's say, combining our program with your one-year program that you just mentioned? Thank you.
Absolutely. Jim will answer that. Yeah, thanks.
Yes, actually, we are pretty open, okay, to discuss all of this opportunity between us. So we will have the time just to stay with the management and discuss all the academic details. And we are looking for one college in one city that can deliver our program locally in the city. So we have to find the right partner here. And we came during this visit to choose the right partner for us. Yeah,
Right, thank you.
you're welcome.
Any other questions? I would like to take this moment just to introduce Brian Hunt. He's our associate with us today. Sorry, Brian. And just to also to underscore the fact that we do embrace partnerships both beyond our borders of Canada and within Canada as well, and within North America. It's one of our strengths that we're able to partner with public colleges. We're a private college, and these only strengthen our offerings to our students, which of course, really that's what it's all about. You know, all of you in the hotel industry, it's about your guests. And for us, it's about the students. They're our customers, and they have high expectations, and they've taken a huge leap by deciding to continue their education. Some of our students haven't been in school for years, and they've, you know, raised their families and all of this. A very human industry, and they come to us and they're nervous and they're motivated and all of those mixed emotions. And if we can't do for them what they're expecting, then what good are we? Why are we doing this? I've been in the private career college field for 17 years myself. And prior to that, I had a long career in healthcare, in medical lab. And I switched to education because I really feel inside that if we can train people to go out there and be the best for the employers, then the employers also benefit. But most of all, the students are the ones that benefit. And that's what it's all about. You know, if we aren't graduating qualified, employable people, then we can't call ourselves a career college. But that's exactly what we do. And the testimonials from our students really do highlight the fact that, yes, we're doing it right. So, you know, the Indonesian students that come to us are fabulous, serious, as Din said. And they know they've got their eye on the prize, and they work hard, and they're serious students, and they succeed, not because of us. We're there to facilitate their goals, but because of their own drive, their own ambition, and their own goal setting, right? Going towards that goal. And we're there every step of the way for them. We have small teams, we have small classes, so we can be agile and responsive to students' needs. And that's something I'm very proud of. Our faculty are incredible. They really care about each individual student. And so we're very happy to be partnering with Georgian College, which is about an hour and a half north of Toronto, and it's a public college, and we have with us our friend and colleague, Brian Hunt.
Actually, we believe in the Indonesian market for international students to come in Canada and explore the life, the work experience, the study. And also we invite our partner, Georgian College, just to know more about Indonesia, know more about the students. So we have here today the Dean of Hospitality, Brian Hunt, and he will join us in the tour. Mustafa Aydin is the partnership manager for Georgian College. We need more Canadian college to come to Indonesia and to understand more about the students from Indonesia and just see what we saw in the Indonesian students. They will welcome more students in Canada, and maybe we will offer some program here in Indonesia under the Canadian credential, okay, to be more affordable to the student instead of coming all the way to Canada. So we will be able to offer an affordable education to a Canadian with Canadian credential here in Indonesia. So I really appreciate your time today. Thank you, and I wish you a good time for the rest of the day.
Yes, a question, yes. Yes.
Just a very quick question, someone having worked in education system. And I always love the internationalization of exchange programs because education happens also informally. And I always promoted that particular component way back in 20 years ago, formal to informal education. Of course, travel and tourism is informal, very highly valuable. So would you be envisioning also exchange programs or exchanges for Canadian students to come to Indonesia to actually experience from a tourist perspective the life and the education they can get here within the formal educational framework? That's just my question.
As I explained before, we are open, okay, to to explore many opportunity for Indonesian students, either through student exchange. A student can come and study in our campuses in Canada, or by bringing the education here, the Canadian education, to the student in Indonesia. So we are pretty open. So yeah, we are in a discovery. We came 2019, but unfortunately, after we have a very successful visit, the COVID is hit. As my friend Brian has said, this is the end of the story each time. The COVID is hit.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions? I think it's time for us to wrap up. Did the police find their way here?
Yes, yes,
They
over
did.
here.
I was going to say they need a cop directing traffic. Okay, so they've arrived. So that's perfect. So I think that wraps this up. Please don't be afraid to visit our website. As I said, come and find out a little bit more about Evergreen College on your own time. And thank you for your time and attention. It's been a real privilege to present to you today and to be part of all of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Very enlightening, and we're really happy you're here all the way from Toronto, and we hope we can do a lot of good together. Thank you.
I'm going to talk about choosing death, Peter. I told you I'm an atheist, I don't follow. And it's dangerous to be an atheist in Bali. It's a non-security situation. Look, I think you know I'm going to talk about climate change. I want to put the word existential before you think about climate change. Tanya, in your presentation this morning, you said there's not much differentiation between climate change and the SDGs and ecotourism and responsible tourism, and you indicated that it was not a special issue. And I want to explain to you why it is a special issue. It's a special issue because all of the world's climate scientists and a lot of the politicians are telling us that it's existential. And issues around responsible tourism and sustainable tourism are not that. And that's why I think climate change is the most fundamental issue that we're facing in tourism. And if you have any doubts about that, you probably would be well advised to go and have another coffee. If you think that signing the Glasgow Declaration and committing to net zero in 2050 is an adequate tourism response to climate change, again, you're in the wrong place. And if you think IATA, WTTC, and UNWTO are taking us far enough, fast enough, you're also in the wrong place. But if you believe what you hear outside the tourism bubbles, that humanity is facing a code-red existential crisis, you came to the right session. The warning signals are everywhere. It's the wildfires on Maui. It's the floods in Libya. It's the crazy air pollution in Canada and in Beijing. It's in the Pacific and the Indian Oceans, where the waves are lapping at the hotels. It's in the Mediterranean, where the traditional summer peaks are becoming too hot to handle. It's in the Caribbean, Peter, where hurricanes come harder and they come more often. And it's here in Bali, where you had the intensive floods so recently. It's not just at tourism destinations. Origin markets are also hit, making traditionally predictable traffic patterns unpredictable. It's not only that you don't want to go to a place where there's been a crime, or, as you put it, Peter, or there's been a particular adverse climate impact, you may be having to deal with that same thing at home. So you choose not to take a vacation, not because you don't want to spend a week in a room with your wife. I can empathize with this. But because the place you came from or the place you're going to is just inhospitable and dangerous. And that is without the global tipping points of melting ice sheets at both poles and thawing tundra in Siberia. If you had read the newspapers last week, you would have seen that the Swiss glaciers lost 10% of their ice in 2 years. I mean, this is reality. This is the new reality. And if you've built your entire lifestyle and economy on traditional patterns, it's time to think about big change and to think fast. Our world is screaming for climate action now, not just by 2030 or 2050. The IPCC says if we don't peak emissions, real emissions, not offset emissions, I'm going to give up smoking, I'll pay somebody in Africa to stop smoking, and I'll keep smoking. Not dodgy offsets, but real stuff. We're supposed to peak in 2025 to have any chance of hitting 1.5 in 2050, when if we miss that target, life for my kids, your kids, becomes intolerable. That's the difference. Even more significantly, tourism finds itself in the firing line, not because we're special, not because we are a unique sector, but because we're the same as every other sector. With the difference, I would say, that our product has mostly been built on predictable weather. And if there's one thing that climate change is showing, it's that we will not have predictable weather anymore going forward. Michael Mann, the lead climate scientist who did the hockey stick curve, he says, make the most of this year because it's the best one you're ever going to get. There is nothing in the geophysical makeup of the planet which is going to help the situation until we reduce this blanket that we've put around the planet, which is creating global warming, which the fossil fuel companies have known about for 30 or 40 years and have simply paid PR companies to tell us it's all our problems. Your personal carbon footprint that you worry so much about was engineered inside BP, if you didn't know that. Now, let me just say, I'm going to talk about this thing. It's a pity. We should move the chairs because this It's okay. I just want people to see because we've been talking about Trihitica Karana and Plan B. This, before I talk about this, I just want to say that what we have been trying to do in SunX, which is a small not-for-profit organization that I set up with the great Maurice Strong, who was the father of sustainable development, who was warning about climate change in 1972, saying it's the most serious problem that mankind has, who set up the UNFCCC in order to do this. We've been trying to put in place a program which would help the tourism sector to at least understand this phenomenon much better and to prepare themselves to do something about it. We've been educating young people. We've so far put 100 through a diploma course, which we've started with the Institute for Tourism Studies in Malta. And we've taken in the last year 50 young people from the world's poorest countries because we realize we can make no difference to the thinking in the OECD countries. We can make no difference in the thinking in Australia, in the United States, in China, Japan. But we can make a difference in those countries which are the most exposed to climate change, the least capable of dealing with it because they don't have any resources, and for the most part, for whom tourism is perhaps the one lifeline that they have to a better future. So we've decided we focus on the poor countries, and this year we're training 50 young people, graduates, in a 300-hour course on climate-friendly travel. That is travel which responds to Paris 1.5 and incorporates the relevant SDGs. And the relevant SDGs will be different for every country. If you're in Saudi Arabia, you think about things related to life on land. If you're in Bali, you might think more about life underwater, and so on and so forth. And we're training these young people, and we are next year we've just given scholarships to another 50 from small island states. And after a year, we put them into an internship where they establish chapters in their own countries and where they reach out to young people like themselves, because this is not going to be a problem that we have to deal with. It's a problem that our kids are going to have to deal with. So we're training young people to bring together more young people and then to reach out to the tourism industry in their countries. And we've set up a registry in which tourism companies can identify their climate action, let the public see whether they're doing anything or not doing anything. It's all online. And we're providing support for them to develop their own climate action plans. And we're a rinky-dinky small organization on a tiny budget. But we're focused on doing some stuff that will make a difference. And now, here in Bali, well, let me just say one thing. With the Minister of Tourism in Malta, yesterday, I guess it was, we launched the first 50 chapters in the LDC countries. Thank you. And now, here in Bali, we're doing something else. We're launching two social enterprise companies. The first one, and I'll deal with it later with this, the first one is designed to help countries and communities develop a plan B for the future. Every country has a tourism plan A. Every community has a tourism plan A. And I would bet you that it doesn't take into account the realities that the climate scientists are telling us we have to consider. So we've developed a mechanism, and I'm happy to tell you it's based on work that I was fortunate enough to do in a study commissioned by Gert Ardika. I was here with Gert after the Bali bombings. I was then still working for UNWTO. I was in New Zealand. We heard about the bombings and we decided somebody should come up and give some support. And I was the person who came up, and I spent a lot of time with Minister Ardika at the time. And afterwards, he agreed we should, with the University of Victoria in Australia, undertake a major study of green growth in Bali. And green growth was all the fashion at that stage, so this was the logic. When we did this study, I just want to talk about a couple of things we did. First thing, I don't think this had been done before, we did a survey of residents and their attitudes towards tourism. Residents, not just visitors, and we surveyed visitors. And then we worked with Agung, whose second name I could never pronounce anyhow, who runs Udayana University, and we brought together focus groups of local people, and we bounced ideas off them. I think we had 8 different focal groups. And at the end, we came up with a framework which started, it's a bottom-up and top-down framework. It started with foundations, and the reason I wanted to show you this and move the chair is because the foundation on which we built this concept, and just imagine this is a McKinsey report, it's not in a Balinese temple, it's just some squares. This is in a Balinese temple, and the base is Trihita Karana development. And because that's the base here, but if you go to Sri Lanka, Alston, wherever you are, you'll find it's a different cultural dimension, which nevertheless has the same elements in it for the most part. This interlinking between humanity and the world and spirituality. And this is in every local culture, but it's different. So you have to create a different base. And if you look at all these little boxes, they cover the complexity that is tourism. That's, this is what the scientists call, it's a wicked problem, because you have to solve all of these pieces. And as somebody mentioned, they're not all under the control of a single department. Some of them are in planning, some of them are in environment. Tourism ministers, for the most part, have limited authority. And so to put a game plan together with these objectives of livelihood, visitor economy, environment, low carbon, and authenticity, you need to pull in all of these components. And there's probably more, but this just was to give, and we had a steering committee for this, and the steering committee came partly from the ministry in Jakarta, partly from the people here, and we reported this back, and when we produced the report, this was the basis of it. And this has never been used. Why was it never used? Because shortly after we presented this report, the government changed. And the government changed, and I had lunch with the new minister somewhere, Dubai, I think, World Economic Forum. And she said, I've had a brief on your report. She said, it's very good work, but of course, I can't use it. And I said, why can't you use it, Minister? And she said, well, it came from the previous government. And this is the reality. But I have continued to believe that this was not my work. I worked with a guy called Terry DeLacy. He was the lead scientist on this. And we spent a lot of time in Bali. There were no Zoom meetings in those days. So we came to Bali very often. I can remember maybe 10 times in the year when we produced the report. We had one of our students was sitting here for the whole of the 2 years that we worked on this report, and it was never used. And it had climate, I've marked in red. It had climate and it had strategies, reduce emissions and resilience. And let me share something else with you. All of this crap, let me call it crap, around the famous Glasgow Declaration, this was UK government nonsense. You've seen how fast they walk away from it after 2 years. Yes, okay, but that was when we had the conference in Glasgow. Now we want to drill oil fields in the North Sea. That's different. We don't want to be exposed to the Russians. And you can't sort of understand it until you look at your grandkids and say, the consequence of this is going to be my grandkids are probably not going to get a decent life. And this is the challenge that we're facing. And this is why responding to climate change is not just a question of having a conference, writing a report, going on television and making nice statements. That's easy stuff. The hard stuff is going through all of these things. And first of all, it's not emission reduction, it's resilience. Because if this is real and it's going to hit us every year more and more, people in Bali should start to think about the floods. And what are we going to do if there are more floods and the tourist season's on? What if the tourism season changes because the heat changes? These are fundamental questions. You may not have the answers, but I think tourism people have an obligation to ask the questions. And with respect, not to ask them by coming together and listening to some clown like me talk for too long, I think, Thomas, but talk for about the issue, but actually having working groups like we had to put this together, looking at options that say, yes, this is what the statistics say we're going to do next year and the year after, but what if the floods come back? Do we have a contingency plan? I don't think tourism people are truly thinking in these terms. So one of our social enterprise companies is going to go out there and work with communities in the poor countries, not in the OECD countries, in LDCs and SIDS, small island developing states. And we're going to do it at a reasonably low cost. We're going to put a chunk of the money into a fund, a good purpose fund, which is going to help to build capacity in those countries. And we're not doing it because we think we're going to make a lot of money out of it. We're doing it because we think it's the right thing to do and we can do it. And the second social enterprise, which we're going to talk about today, is going to be discussed by my friend and colleague, Jed Brown, who's not particularly well dressed today, as am I. And he's going to talk about another thing that we're launching, which we call the Climate Friendly Travel Club. And this is reaching out to consumers. And this is basically, and I'm not going to steal Jed's thunder because he's going to describe it to you, but this is a way of saying to consumers, if you care with us about these issues, we've got a way to engage you that will not ask you to tick a box and throw $10 to an airline and you don't know where it goes to, but will actually say to you, we'll invest that funds for you and give you it back in the form of holidays in those countries who need it. And now, before I sit down, I'm going to do one last thing. There was a senator, a Roman senator, whose name I always forget, but I think it was Agrippa. and he never gave a speech without saying, Carthage must be destroyed. And he kept saying it until Hannibal took the elephants over the Alps and they fought the Roman wars, Carthaginian wars. One last thought. There's been a lot of talk today about aviation. You need aviation in Bali. Small island states need aviation for tourism. Least developing countries need aviation. There is no mechanism for poor countries to get sustainable aviation fuel, which the airlines tell us is the only way they can get the oil companies to produce a fuel that they can use, which is non-polluting. It'll be like the COVID vaccine. The people who get it the last will be the poorest. So, if WTN can do anything in this world, Thomas, and I have a lot of doubts, but if it can, you didn't mind me saying that, did you? If it can, make the case for a guarantee of sustainable aviation fuel for small island states and for developing countries, because tourism is their lifeline. And you can guarantee that you will not get that coming from IATA, ICAO, WTTC, UNWTO. I've sat in all of them in a reasonably high level position, and they would never ever contemplate doing that. So these are my remarks today. Before I finish, I hope, because Alan's very smart. He's smart enough not to be here during my presentation. And he got my friend Alston to come up and sing. And what he didn't tell you is that Alston really is one of the most respected and well-known singers in this region, the king of Asian pop, I think he was called at some stage. And we became firm friends many years ago when he produced this wonderful movie, video and song, which he allowed us at UNWTO. I pushed my friend Frangeli, I think it was Frangeli at the time, might have been Rifai, it was Frangeli, that we could show this video, and we had the British Minister of Creative Industries there, and Alston came on in a very serious discussion which had not before been subjected to this kind of thing. So I would like to leave you today to listen to the climate change song that we introduced together in 2000 something or other, long time ago, long before people were talking about this. And it also says you don't have to be as annoying as I am, as I know I can be when I speak to you, and to be as lecturing and all of that. You can also tell the story in a better way, and Alston is going to do it. And you are going to make the music for us. Thank you.
This song was written in 2001, I think.
The world with all its wonders gives us Spain without the rain. Have you ever stopped to wonder, could we change this climate change in a land just like no other, where the mountains reach the sea? We must try to help each other bring the change for the world to see. Deep inside, there's a feeling of the way it used to be. And if we all get together, bring the change, don't let it be. In a land just like no other, there's a place for you and me. We will try to help each other. We will change for the world to see. If you ever know why the birds just flew away, or why the river left the stream, why the mountains keep falling to the ground, when the wind just blew them all away. If the world with all its wonders gives us strength without the rain, have you ever stopped to wonder, could we take this climate change? Could we take this climate change?
Thank you very much, Austin, for the voice.
Good morning. Like the advertisement on the airline, I would like everybody to know this is an emergency discussion, so please turn off your mobile phones. It is actually, I want to just give 2 minutes of context for you, Minister, because we had a spirited discussion yesterday, and I made the unwelcome point that the biggest issue facing tourism at the moment is climate change. And as you think about developing a new product, what you have to think is that there's a challenge which is inevitable, not for tourism, but for Indonesia and for every country in the world. And this is going to be COVID on steroids, because there's nobody inventing a vaccine. The only vaccine is to reduce what we've been putting up there for the past 75, 100 years. And the people who put it up there are spending a lot of money to make sure that we don't reduce it fast enough to save our kids. That's the reality. So amongst the discussion of medical tourism and other stuff, which is really important, it's a subset of what is coming down the pike. And I said yesterday, and I repeat today, however bad this year has been in everywhere, and here in Bali, even months ago, when you had floods, when you're not getting floods, when it's going to be hotter than it's been before, and tourists who came for a certain climate are going to stop and think, hey, I'm not sure I want to be there when it's like that. The change is going to be coming from all sides at the same time, and Indonesia will not be the only country, but you will have to look at it from your perspective. And yesterday I had the opportunity to talk about an initiative that I've been involved in for 1,000 years on how do you make an intelligent response to climate change. And we have been working, thanks to the government of Malta, for the past 5 years to put in place a system that we call climate-friendly travel. And some of the people have heard this yesterday. I apologize. Climate-friendly travel simply means that when you're developing products, marketing, destination management, you factor in at the beginning that you have to adapt to the climate change, number one, and number two, at the same time, and probably under instructions from a different ministry, you have to do things which help to reduce Indonesia's overall carbon, not the tourism carbon, Indonesia's overall carbon, and we're just a small subset of that. We think we're the center of attention, but if you talk to people who are in the Ministry of Agriculture, they say they're the center of attention. And what we've been trying to do in SunX Malta is to create a framework, starting with young people, educating them, building a registry for strong ambitions in this field, for people, companies and communities to register what they're doing, to think about it, to develop plans. I talked yesterday about developing a plan B. You have already in the ministry, I worked with them for many, many years. I told people yesterday, I was a good friend of Minister Ardika. I did a 2.5-year major study of Bali, a green growth plan for Bali. And we built a system based on Trihita Karana at the base. And so all of this we discussed yesterday. And I am working with the Minister of Tourism in Malta to try to make this a global system. We're taking these young people that we've trained and we're turning them around and saying, now you run a chapter in your own country. So last week, 2 days ago, we launched 50 chapters in the least developed countries of the world. And next year, the same time, we launch another 50 in small island states. So we're trying to find a response, and we're just one of 100 people who are doing the same thing. And there's a part of this system, and it is a system which nobody has really focused on. We get a lot of marketing hype about green travel. We get a lot of, if I can say so, bullshit about carbon offsetting and paying for the airlines, you know, click here and get the insurance, click here and sit next to the person you came on the trip with, click here and buy a carbon offset. You know, that's how the industry operates. We think we need to be educating consumers. And what we're going to talk about today is one of 2 social enterprises that we've put together. One of them is designed to help countries think through a plan B. Think through, because you'll have to do it. We won't do it. You'll have to do it. And we want you to think about it before somebody's coming along from the UN or elsewhere and say, these are the standards you have to meet. Because you're going to have to change your system, and it's your system across Indonesia, and particularly here in Bali, because it's a focal point for entry into tourism into the country. So today, we're going to do something which is a second major release, which is we are going to talk about a climate-friendly travel club for consumers. And I'm going to stop speaking. You'll be relieved to hear. Thomas will be particularly relieved to hear. And Peter will be even more relieved to hear. And I'm going to ask Jed Brown to come up here. And Jed Brown, who you heard speak from the floor yesterday, is a man with a lot of experience in the tourism sector. He was the marketing director for Roots for many years, which is the place where the airlines and the airports talk about their coming frequencies every year. He was the founder of something called Low Season Traveler, which was a revolutionary idea of persuading hotels to come together to attract people during the off season using some sort of common thinking. And he's a Manchester United fan, so he can't be all bad. Jed has got a short presentation, and then we're going to sign an MOU, which I haven't seen yet. We're going to sign an MOU with Thomas, which he's going to pull out of his back pocket. And then you don't have to listen to me anymore today. So with that, I'm going to invite Jed to come up here and do what he's been aching to do for the past 2 days.
Good morning. Good to see you all. I'd like to start off just to say a few words of thanks actually to Jürgen and to Moody, and also to Peter, of course, as well, for putting on this fantastic event and for allowing us to be here and to speak to so many people. Yesterday was a great day for those of you that were here. Really enjoyed yesterday. We talked about some very important topics, which actually are topics which we've been talking about at the Sun program for quite some time. We heard about small island states and the importance of small island states. And that's something that, as Jeffrey just mentioned, that we're quite passionate about. We talked about social enterprises yesterday. Jens was talking about that. We're very passionate about socially conscious enterprises. And indeed, you know, we've created a couple of social enterprises as well. And we also talked, we talked as well, I think, a little bit more about the importance of climate-friendly travel, you know, about how the environment is changing really rapidly. And that's something that obviously is very close to our heart, as Jeffrey has mentioned a few times. Jeffrey mentioned just before as well, and I just think it's important for us all to understand this, that yesterday we had some spirited conversations, and we did. And sometimes, I don't know about you, but it feels a little bit uncomfortable. It feels a little bit uncomfortable when we're maybe having a different opinion and disagreeing about certain things. And I think something that I've learned since joining the Sun program is we have weekly meetings. We have more than weekly meetings, actually. And a lot of the conversations, they're really uncomfortable. We disagree quite a lot. And I think at times I can be as disagreeable as Jeffrey can be. And we all do disagree quite a lot. But that's something that we celebrate. It's important. When you're talking about the environment, you have to have the difficult conversations. And it does feel uncomfortable. But nevertheless, it's important to have those conversations anyway. So I just wanted to put a bit of context on that we shouldn't be afraid to have difficult conversations and feel uncomfortable. And there's no, you know, again, when we have those conversations at the Sun program, that we know we're all coming from it from the same place. We all know what we want to achieve, and that's a good future for our kids. And that's the starting point. So therefore, you know, when you understand that, you know it's not personal. It's just a different way. Maybe we have a different opinion of getting there, but ultimately we're on the same page. So we do have those difficult discussions. Right, I'll get into the presentation now. You'll be glad to know. There we go. So yes, my name is Jed Brown. As you can see, I'm the co-founder and CEO of this climate-friendly travel club, the founder of Low Season Traveller, as you heard, and I'm also the executive director on the World Tourism Association for Culture and Heritage as well. And I've entitled this Travel, We Have a Problem, which I think we all know about. And that problem is, how can something that does so much good, and we know how much good it does. You've seen this slide a million times, I'm quite sure, about how tourism is worth 9% of the GDP, 1 in 11 jobs worldwide, 1.5 trillion in exports, 30% of services. It does some incredible good. It increases peace, we were hearing yesterday. How can it have effects that do so much harm, frankly? And what you can see here is, you can see that picture at the top left there was taken in Kenya. And I don't know if anybody's been to Kenya. I know we have somebody here from Kenya who's going to be speaking later. But you have sometimes up to 30 safari vehicles all around a single kill in Kenya. Tourists go home. We've got protests. We're starting to see a lot more of that, and it's coming back again now, in particular in Europe, but certainly in Asia as well. Santorini, absolutely overrun. When you look at the picture of Santorini, by the way, and also Barcelona in the bottom left, I always think, what's it like to live there? You know, we were talking yesterday, it was Peter that mentioned it, and he said travel is about making memories. And that's a very traveler-centric view of things. It's not just about the traveler, it's about the people that live in these destinations that we also have a responsibility for in our industry. So when I look at some of those pictures of so-called over-tourism, I always think, what's the life of the locals like? Must be absolutely horrendous, frankly. And just a point on that, over-tourism, you hear this term again and again. It's an absolute misnomer. Please be under no illusions. If anything is going to be over or under anything, it requires one thing. Anybody know what that one thing is? A point of reference. It needs a point of reference. I always say I'm overweight. How do I know that I'm overweight? Because physicians, thank you, physicians have told us that for a man, a male of my height and my life choices, that there is a range of a perfect healthy weight. And if I'm over that range, I'm overweight. If I'm under that range, I'm underweight. In tourism, what is the optimum number of visitors for Bali? What is it? We should know that. And if we don't, we can't say that Bali would suffer from over-tourism or Barcelona would suffer from over-tourism because we don't know what the optimum number is. So that's what, again, we were talking about yesterday with regards to carrying capacity, understanding what the limits are, because there are limits. You can't just keep welcoming more and more tourists. That's not going to work. So yeah, we're in an industry where the poorest and the most vulnerable are hit the hardest. There's two graphics here, and I put them on one slide, thinking I was being clever, cutting down the number of slides, but of course it means that you can't read them, so I'll have to tell you what you've got. On the left-hand side, you've got a map which loosely shows the world's wealth. Where you see the dark green and the different shades of green, they're relatively wealthy. They're doing okay. Where you see the reds and the oranges, they're actually the poorest countries in the world. And obviously we have a little bit of a split, broadly speaking, between the Northern Hemisphere and the Southern Hemisphere. On the second one, we see the per capita CO2 emissions from aviation and tourism for 2018. And the darker the orange or the red, the more that that country is emitting. And really, this was just to highlight that what we know already, and we spoke about again, Jeffrey mentioned it yesterday, is that the world's poorest and most vulnerable are the ones that are hit hardest by climate change, and they're the least responsible for climate change as well, which is, of course, massively unfair. But that's something that we consider. We're in an industry where tourism absolutely needs aviation. We talked about this yesterday. The aircraft fleet size globally, commercial fleet, is going to double by 2040. How do we know that? Really easily accessible on Airbus and Boeing. If you go onto their company reports, you can see what they're projecting. So again, they're looking to double global visitation in the next, 20 years, less than 20 years. And that's really interesting because we know that there isn't enough sustainable aviation fuel. So when we're talking about the future of aviation, there's a lot of talk about hydrogen and there's a lot of talk about electric. We're nowhere near those solutions. That's way, way, way down the line. The best chance we have right now is sustainable aviation fuel. Today, there is enough sustainable aviation fuel for 5% of the world's flights, just 5%. And that's a big problem because that means you've got a resource that's really limited in its supply, and yet the demand is incredibly high. And that's why it's 5 times the cost of regular aviation fuel. And that's a big problem because who do you think has got the money for that small 5% amount that we're currently able to produce at the moment? The big guys, the big guys. Do you think it's the small island destinations? Do you think it's the least developed countries on earth? No way, no way. They're way, way down the pecking order. That's something that we need to work towards. So yeah, and aviation is not climate friendly. We know this, I'm not telling you anything new. But what's interesting is relating to the other slide, we're looking, the airlines are saying we're going to double our fleet size in the next 20 years, less than 20 years. Yet we know the IPCC, and Jeffrey labors this point time and again, and he's absolutely right. Nobody seems to be picking out on that first target 2025 peak greenhouse gas emissions, can't even say it. Everybody's focused on 2030 and 2050 targets, because that's further down the line. We don't need to worry about that. Might be well gone by then. I might be retired by then. It's not a problem for me, a problem for somebody else. They can deal with it. The first one is peaking by 2025. Do you think that the world's airlines are sitting around right now figuring, right, in 2 years' time, we're not going to be able to fly any new routes anywhere. We'll have to peak. They're not thinking that at all. So we have a big problem.
The real challenge we have globally is that mankind produces 4,000 times as many emissions as we did in the industrial era. And most of these carbon offset projects are about planting trees. There is not room on the planet to plant 4,000 times as many trees. It simply can't be the answer. And the problem with it is it's the easy solution. It's the solution that if you're sitting in the C-suite, you can write a check and check the box and have a marketing message that I've offset on my car. But you really haven't done anything.
That's Scott Kirby, the CEO for United Airlines. The airlines know that offsetting, to quote Jeffrey, and he's quite right, is bullshit. It is. We know it is. You know, it's utter garbage. It's just too easy. You book your flight and pay an extra, what, £30, and all of a sudden that's fine, and it's going to ease your conscience. It's absolute garbage, and we need to start calling this out, calling out for what it is. That's not the answer. Offsetting 100% is not the answer. And these are the kind of things that we've been thinking about when we created the Climate Friendly Travel Club. So what we've created is a social enterprise that will make travel better, fairer, more resilient for everybody. It's a loyalty club for climate conscious travelers. So what we're in a sense trying to do is to get the growing number of climate conscious travelers and put them together with climate conscious organizations, of which, by the way, most of these are SMEs. We were talking a lot yesterday about SMEs. That's all of our registry members. Most of them are SMEs, and they need help, and that's why we give them that help. And that's why we're trying to introduce them to an audience who will appreciate their efforts in this particular field. We focus on destinations that actually really need tourism. Those are the least developed countries on Earth, the LDCs, as defined by the United Nations, and the SIDS, the small island developing states. So what we do is we created, on the club, we have all of the destinations. We'll be featuring all of the destinations from the least developed countries and the small island developing states. And we've assigned them a little badge. And what that's telling each one of our members is that if you book travel to one of these destinations, your travel is having a real impact. Something else that we've been talking about is we talk all the time about having our travel make an impact, not mindless travel. I was nearly going to think of having a slogan against mindless travel, and I still would like to do something like that. But it's about having more meaningful travel experiences. But what this stuff also does is it gets us thinking about having a positive return on the emissions that we are using. So we know when we fly, we're creating emissions, and we know that that's not good. At least let it be worthwhile. At least let it be worthwhile. If you travel to these destinations, you are boosting their economy in a very positive way. And it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. Nobody else, to be absolutely clear, no other travel organization in the world focuses on the LDCs and the SIDS nations. We're the first to do that. And that's something that we're all incredibly proud of. This is a snapshot for how we position them. And by the way, at this point, I will say, I know there's a lot of people here with mobile phones, and you've probably got them in your hand, and maybe you're checking your emails or whatever else, and that's cool. But please do go on climatefriendlytravelclub.com, and you can have a look at the site for yourself. We've opened it up today so that you can all actually see exactly how it's presented. And it's a beautiful, beautiful site. But as you can see here, this is how we show off the badges. Sorry, I'm pointing at the back. It's because I can see the screen. You can see how we show the badges so that people can see where these destinations fit with regards to the LDCs and the SIDS. So we support climate conscious partners. All of the partners that we've got, they're all signed up to the SunX registry. So they're absolutely committed to Paris 1.5. They're working incredibly hard on their own sustainability journey. And that's all of the properties, that's their entryway into the club. Once they get into the club as well, and once they're part of the registry, We also do, I do a podcast with them. We do the Climate Friendly Travel podcast. We've built up a huge following now. It's on iTunes and Spotify. If that's your thing, please do join. Because what we do is we speak to each one of these property owners, for the most part, and operators, and we ask them, how are you doing on your journey? What were the quick wins? What are the struggles that you have on the ground? And it's really, really eye-opening. It's been great for me from a personal point of view because I get to speak to owners on the ground at the coalface on a weekly basis. And I get to hear it from them, and they're from all over the world. So I get a really good holistic picture as to exactly what's going on. And here's the great thing is, our registry members, they also get that picture because they're learning from each other through the podcast. They listen to the podcast and they learn, oh, right, yeah, they're doing this. Maybe we can do that as well. It's an exchange of ideas. It's really great if you get a chance. So our properties are all on a sustainability journey. Another point I will make is that they're all on a sustainability journey, and some of them are far more advanced than others on that journey, and some are just starting out. But the ones that are advanced, they would also say, when I say, you guys are amazing, they're doing everything, I think. I say, what do you have to do now? They say, oh, no, we've only just started. We're not doing enough. That's what they all have in common. We're not doing enough. We need to be doing more. And it always makes me, I'm kind of humbled by it, really, because they are so utterly driven. If I may dare say so, possibly more than the big guys are. But they seem to take it really personally, and it's to be commended. So we're helping these small, medium enterprises, yet again, to get direct bookings. Why direct bookings? Why is that important? It's not to deliberately alienate travel agencies in the Northern Hemisphere, the wealthy North. Far from it. What we are trying to do, though, is make sure that there's no economic leakage, because it's the right thing to do, that more of the travelers' money remains in the destination rather than leaking back to Booking.com HQ in the Netherlands or Expedia HQ in the US. That's patently wrong. We want the money to stay in these destinations, especially the LDCs and the SIDSs, because it's the right thing to do, So we support climate conscious properties, and we put them in touch with climate conscious travelers, and that's our members. This is a membership who are passionately dedicated to doing the right thing by the climate and by the environment. And that's our core audience, and that's who we're looking out for.
Everyone has a travel story, something memorable and impactful. All of us are travelers looking for that perfect something, and we're all interested in planning with more sustainability and climate-friendly objectives in mind. I'm Jeff Kistrick, CEO and co-founder of eTN, and we're helping with responsible and destination travel planning using personalization, AI, and data-driven recommendations to enhance the local travel experience. eTN was founded around the core objective of supporting local businesses, merchants, and attractions. We do this by directing travelers to these locations that may be off the beaten path and away from the crowds. And our goal is really to support these local economies. We're very honored to be part of the Climate Friendly Travel Club and look forward to supporting their initiatives through innovation and partner collaboration. Our goal is to help everyone in the club feel and act like a local wherever they go.
So that's Jeff Kishuk there. I mentioned before, and Jeffrey mentioned it yesterday, he didn't refer to us as an SME, I think he referred to us as we're a 2-bit organization. But we're an SME. And what we do as an SME, and I'm sure all of you will appreciate it as well, is we join together with others. We form partnerships because together we can be stronger. And the guys at eTN, they approached us and said, we want to help you. And we said, okay, what do you guys do? What they do, they've got a really cool tool which they have allowed us to use and integrate, whereby it automatically creates mini itineraries for anywhere in the world, only using locally owned and run businesses. Locally owned and run businesses. Again, talking about keeping more of the money in the location. So when you're looking for restaurants or anything else, it's not going to recommend any of the big chains from the US or Europe or anywhere else. It's only going to recommend the locally owned and run ones. And that's something, again, just feels right, doesn't it? Feels right. Feels like it's the right thing to do. And that's because we've got travelers who want to experience the local culture and the local people as well while they're there. So that's one of our partners. I want to introduce you to another partner now.
I'm Prerna
sustainable eco-hotels based out of India. We have personally visited and verified more than 250 eco-hotels all across the country in India. And all these hotels are made up of mud, wood, bamboo, stone, or local architecture. And most importantly, all of them have a minimum of 33% tree coverage inside their hotels. They also fulfill sustainable measures like rainwater harvesting, composting, solar panels, they grow their own vegetables, fruits, and many others. I'm glad to be an early participator of Climate Friendly Club, and I'm happy to be a part of Climate Friendly Travel Club. And all the best to Jeffrey, Jed, and Hans for this lovely venture. Thank you so much.
So that's Prerna from Ecoplo. Their properties, the 250 properties that she was talking about that are made of all natural materials, they're utterly wonderful. I mean, that really, they've got character. You feel like you're really in India when you're in those properties. They're absolutely first class, but they're all small, independently owned and run. Very hard then to compete with the big guys. How do you get them? That's why we're working with them, so that we can actually put them in front of climate conscious travelers who appreciate their efforts. And that relationship is one which we value greatly with Prerna. She's an absolute visionary, by the way. She's an amazing lady. And the last one I'd like to show you, the last partnership, is another one that's really important to us. This is going to be coming online probably in the next couple of weeks. But one of the things that we're really passionate about is for our travelers to understand what the environmental indicators are for each destination that they visit. So yes, you can look up the hotels and find out, what they're doing in terms of sustainability and responsibility. But what about the actual country that you're going to? What can you do with those? This is the next partner we've got.
Hello, I'm Tarek, co-founder and CEO of Secure.com, where we are using satellite data to quantify the tourism impact on the environment. We are very happy to support the climate friendly travel club of like-minded people who fully understand the climate emergency and who are action. We hope that you will enjoy the launch event and that you enjoy it.
So with Flockio, what they do there is satellite data. They identify environmental factors. So they can track air pollution, they can track water usage and water availability, air quality, traffic pollution, you name it. And they're using that satellite data, they can zero in to down within 1 kilometer. Okay, so where that's really cool is we've been working with them on making sure that each one of our destinations, we highlight the environmental indicators. No other organization that we're aware of in the world highlights the environmental factors and indicators which travelers should be aware of that particular destination. We're the first ones to do that, and we're doing it through the guys at Flockio. You see the main environmental indicators here. This is for the case of Sri Lanka. And if you can't read it, it's got human development score, GDP share of tourism score, environmental performance rank, and sustainable tourism development rank. And then over on the far end, this is what we're working on right now. You're going to have an interactive map of the destination where you can zero in to down to 1 kilometer, and it shows you 5 different factors. You've got a tourism index, you've got protected areas, you've got water pressure, air quality, and I can't read this. And I can't read urbanization is the other one. So that people can see what are the environmental factors at play in each of those destinations. Why do we do that? Because it's right that travelers are informed about this stuff. They need to know where they're going so that they can research before they get there and be better prepared. So one of the last, we're getting towards the end now, don't worry. One of the last things that we wanted to talk about is the mechanics of this. And the mechanics are that for a traveler to join the Climate Friendly Travel Club, it costs just 60 euros a year, which is, I would say, negligible. And what we're trying, we're not trying to sort of compete, but what we're trying to do is outline that that's really represents amazing value for money, given all that they're supporting, the least developed countries, the small island developing states, and so on. At the moment, this side here, and I get that it's very small, so I'll help you with this. This is an emissions calculator from Aviation Emissions. And it tells you that my flight from Manchester to Denpasar return was 6,954 kilograms of CO2 and I can offset that for 160 euros, and then it didn't happen. Apparently, that's how it works. I think with the offsetting. The offsetting is absolute garbage. Naturally, it makes you feel good. Feels like I've done it. I've done my bit. I've paid 160 pounds. It was that easy. There's been no meaningful change in the environment whatsoever. Let's make no bones about that. And your money's gone. Where's it gone? What's that 160 pounds done? Who knows? I don't care. I've offset. It's not my problem. Come on, it's garbage. Versus what we're offering, and we're offering them a tool in the coming weeks where they can work out what their emissions were, and we'll create an amount. The money will be used for good causes, and that will be also to basically promote SAF justice, which is what we'll be advocating for very strongly for the least developed nations. You get your money back. So that's 60 pounds or 60 euros that you pay, you get it back in points to spend with climate-friendly travel partners. So you're creating this virtuous circle, which feels good as well, but it's more meaningful. And also you're supporting climate justice, of course. And that's, in a nutshell, is our solution. Oops. Next button. So in summary, we actively support climate-conscious properties, and the entry point for that, if there's any climate-conscious properties here, is to join the SUNEX registry. We focus on the LDC and the SIDS nations because it's the right thing to do, and they need our help, and they need travelers' help. We're for climate justice for the least developed nations on Earth. We're for sustainable aviation fuel justice because honestly, they're not going to get a look in unless we help them. They will not get that sustainable aviation fuel, and that will set them back massively. And that's a very, very dangerous place to be. And of course, we support climate conscious travelers. And we believe that we are genuinely creating a better future for the global travel industry. And one thing to remember, we are a social enterprise. Jens was talking about social enterprises yesterday. We are a social enterprise. 25% of all of our proceeds go straight back into things like helping the chapters and all of the other good work that the SUNEX program does. So, you know, we're not just purely about profit or anything else. We're about putting it back in and giving it back. That's our solution. Please, please join up yourselves to the Climate Friendly Travel Club and spread the word, and happy to speak to any of you afterwards if you'd like to have a chat. That's me. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, now comes the fun part. Jeffrey and I, we put our heads together, and World Tourism Network is about, of course, small and medium-sized enterprises and businesses. So we joined hands with this climate-friendly travel program. We will promote the club on WTN, on our website, on our media, and we actually will give our members a choice to also become a member of the travel-friendly travel club. So there will be a lot of synergies. And what we also do, Jeffrey and I, we've been running an organization called the International Coalition of Tourism Partners, what started actually with the Indonesian Coalition of Tourism Partners 20-some years ago. So we will bring the climate part into World Tourism Network under the ICTP umbrella, so it becomes an integrated part of WTN, but it's not interfering with any of the other projects. So we keep it separate and very prominent this way. And what we're going to do, you're going to say a few seconds, we're going to just sign this MOU here, and it's going to start as of today.
Thank you. Says I've just put 100 euros to World Tourism Network.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will go to the next part. I give it back to, actually, you're going to know, we have a lady from Kenya. Give us a little bit of a feedback before we start with our panel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the main agenda of today's conference, panel discussion. I would like to call to come to the stage Deputy for Tourism Products and Events, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Vincent. Chairman of Bali Medical Tourism Association, BMTA, Dr. Gede Patra, silakan. Jakarta Anti-Aging Center, Indonesia Healthcare Tourism Promotion Board, Dr. Widya Murni. Silakan ke atas. Ya, silakan duduk. Institute for Integrated Regenerative Medicine, Dr. Janeti. President of World Tourism Network, Dr. Peter Tarlo. Chameleon Strategic Bangkok, Thailand, Jens Ranher. General Manager Turkish Airlines Indonesia, Haji Osgun. General Manager of Garuda Indonesia Denpasar Office, Bapak Ade Norman. And this panel will be moderated by Jürgen Stemmens. Please, time is yours, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, thank you very much for being on this panel. I think please go ahead. It's very timely to talk about medical tourism. Medical tourism was not known a while ago, and in many areas in the world, medical tourism is more about spas, what is beauty and relaxation in a hot tub. There's also, it's not directly medical tourism. That's more like wellness tourism. So today, I think we're going to hear a little bit more about wellness and medical tourism. I'm really glad we have an international audience that knows something about it. I know Bali has some exciting developments in this field. Our friend from Turkey has been a leading country in the world to medical tourism. I tell you myself, I'm trying to get my implants finally done in Turkey. And of course, the United States, Peter, he teaches medical tourism. So he knows a lot about it. So it's going to be a really good panel. I think we have limited time, of course. We're late like always, but that's Indonesian time. So we're going to be okay. Maybe what we could do is go around and so everyone can introduce yourself and let us know your comments and your thoughts maybe about the subject in place, or give us any information you think it's important, maybe 5 minutes, and then we can go around, maybe get some questions or some interaction before we get some lunch. So why don't we start, maybe easiest just to go around with Mr. Haji Osgun, and I don't speak Turkish. I told him before, I've been to Istanbul a million times. It's one of my most favorite cities, but I don't speak Turkish even as a German. So I hope I pronounced this correctly. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome today. My name is Haji Ömer Özgün. You can call me Ömer. I'm Deputy General Manager, Turkish Airlines in Indonesia. I've been living here for 5 years in Jakarta, actually. So we can speak English, Turkish, or Bahasa, no problem. You know, Turkish Airlines flies more countries than any other airlines in the world. We fly 344 worldwide destinations with 429 aircraft. Because of Istanbul's location, one of the most convenient place in the world for transit flight. So it makes us one of the most convenient airline company for tourism and also business purpose trip and also medical tourism as well. Istanbul is one of the best destination in the world for medical tourism. So for Istanbul or for Indonesia, what purpose you want to fly as medical tourism or wellness tourism to Indonesia or to Istanbul? Turkish Airlines provide one of the best service, and also Turkish Airlines provides good benefits and price for this purpose. So if you have any question, then after that I will try to reply you. So thank you coming here tonight.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Jens.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks again for WTN for inviting me to this fantastic event. It's great to be here. My name is Jens Trainhardt. I'm the former CEO of Barbados Tourism for the last 2 years in the Caribbean, and previously I was the executive director of the Mekong Tourism Coordinating Office based in Bangkok for the past 8 years. And I'm the founding partner of Chameleon Strategies, which is a bespoke strategy consulting firm really focusing on destination management. And as it relates to destination management, I think wellness and medical tourism is an important component when it comes to product development and experience development. I think it's important to differentiate, though, between medical tourism and wellness tourism. I think especially in countries like, Korea, Thailand, and other ones, I think medical tourism is a important revenue owner for economic development. Living in Thailand, living in Bangkok, obviously there are top class hospitals, probably some of the best in the world, that have outstanding services, but obviously also provide a very good price value system that motivates people from all over the world, if it is from the US or the Middle East, to come to Thailand to get medical treatments, combined with obviously good weather, good service, and maybe a post or pre-vacation. So I think Thailand has been positioning itself really as a medical tourism destination. For me, I think the whole notion of wellness tourism is probably more interesting when it comes to destination management. I spoke yesterday about social enterprises, and even with our experience Mekong collection that we developed in the Greater Mekong sub-region, comprising of countries from Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Thailand, Vietnam, and parts of China, we had wellness tourism experiences there that go into the wellness area, from massages, blind people, where really it's developing people and giving back to the social system. So I believe that wellness tourism, really to create experiences, but then giving back to the community and building sustainability, can be a very important component. Thank you.
Hello, a very good morning to everyone. And I'd like to thank WTN for inviting us, and also especially to Ibu Mudi. Basically, I'm from two parts of the world, from Malaysia and also from Sweden. And we actually, I'm in practice for the past 34 years as a modern medicine. I was trained in modern medicine, that's allopathic medicine, where we are based in pharmaceutical intervention. But for the last 20 over years, I've been focusing more on natural medicine. And those days we started with the word anti-aging medicine, and then we evolved to now integrative medicine, where a lot of modalities, if you heard of functional medicine, energy medicine, aesthetic medicine, it's all under that. So what we do is that we give the patients a choice if they want to go the pharmaceutical way or the natural medicine way. And it's a choice for people because, as you know, the fourth leading cause of death today is actually at ADR, which is adverse drug reactions. It's the fourth leading cause of death, is giving people the wrong medications. So we are in this part of the world where natural medicine, we date back to 7,000 years, actually, especially when it comes to herbal medicine. And this is where I think a lot of these plants are indigenous to Southeast Asia. And this is where we can actually do it in a very systematic approach, in a very professional platform. But it's also there in other parts of the world, other continents like Australia, right? And in Europe, where we use herbs. So this integrative medicine is just not about eliminating or leaving out modern medicine. It's about the synergy of diversity in medicine, what suits the patients best. So for the past over 20 years, I've been in this space of being an educator in nutritional medicine, in natural medicine, in herbal medicine, in aesthetic medicine, because all this can be done the natural way. And actually in Indonesia, they have one of the best traditional medicine. And we are speaking about integration in a very, very professional platform. I think coming to this forum, which is tourism, it's fantastic. There's no better land than this. Come for a holiday and come for natural medicine in an integrative medicine manner. I have lots to speak about, but since we're running out of time, you could catch me later for lunch or anything like that. And I'll pass it to my peer, Dr. Vidya. She will speak from the Indonesian landscape. Okay, thank you.
Hello, very good morning. Thank you, Ibu Moody and World Travel Network for inviting me. I'm Dr. Vidya from Jakarta Anti-Aging Center. Just as what Dr. Janity said, that I'm also practicing integrative and functional medicine. We try to find the root of cause. And if we work for the health tourism, we're not working only for the sickness, but also for the healthy people. Maybe some of the travelers are not getting well, so they might try how to become healthier while they travel in Bali. In pandemic, we have so many things to learn that if we don't have an optimum healthy life, we cannot become the traveler. So we have to educate the traveler and all the stakeholders that how to keep healthier so we can go travel all over the world, and how to become healthier and how to revitalize your sickness while you are in Bali. So we will help the network here, the World Travel Network, and we are starting to the kickoff for today, and we see that maybe the next year we have to evaluate what have we done and what should we do for the demanding market. So we are ready to help the World Travel Network working for Bali as a health tourism destination.
Thank you very much. And we're giving it to Deputy for Tourism Products and Event from the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, Vincentius Gemado.
Okay, thank you, moderator. I'm very happy to be part of this session here. And I am one of the deputies in the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, responsible for the tourism products and events organization. What makes me happy to be one of these participants today, that now Indonesia is really trying to differentiate and to diversify the products of tourism. Why? Because one of the key success factors of tourism is how you differentiate and how you diversify your products. Well, as far as the health tourism is concerned, if you look at the global statistics, okay, this kind of tourism has grown to 10%, 10.8% in the last 4 years. And it's believed to be growing by even 16% until 2025. Okay. Moreover, if you look, I'd just like to take the example for Malaysia. Okay, you know how many people, Indonesian people, go to Malaysia for health tourism, medical, and for wellness. Okay. So from 1.2 people for health tourism in Malaysia, 60% are from Indonesia. 60% from Indonesia. So there is a leakage. Okay. So based on this, okay, a few years ago, the President of Indonesia, His Excellency Joko Widodo, is thinking hard how to develop this health tourism, medical and wellness. Okay? So based on this, in the short term, the goals of Indonesia health tourism, which also included the wellness and medical, okay, to prepare Indonesia as a primary health tourism destination and to gain trust of Indonesian. This is very important. Okay, how to get trust from Indonesian people themselves. Okay, because this is the main point. They still believe that Penang or some other cities in Malaysia the best for wellness, for health tourism. Okay? So the first thing that we need to gain the trust and the conscious or the awareness from the Indonesian people themselves. Okay, and these goals were also driven by the shift in tourism trends. Yeah, now one of the global trends in tourism that people are trying to find the healthy destinations, so clean destinations, and also they concern more about health now. So this is also one of a driver. Okay? And if we try to lay on the groundwork, okay, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy and the Ministry of Health, okay, already signed the MOU, okay, in 2017. And the development of promotion of health tourism until 2025 will primarily focus on medical tourism and wellness tourism. So these are two new products that we are going to focus on until 2025. Okay? And according to the surveys carried out by both ministries, Indonesians seek treatment for various disease areas overseas, driven by a combination of trust, quality perception, convenience, and adequate supply. It is also noted that the type of service that most Indonesians look at are medical checkups. I think this is very important to note. Also, there are 10 key provinces with highest outbound spending on medical tourism. They are Jakarta, Bali, Riau Islands, okay, Riau, East Kalimantan, North Sumatra, South Sumatra, South Sulawesi, East Java, and Central Sulawesi. And those are, looking for the tourism from Malaysia. Okay? So some of the most notable quick win programs the Indonesian government is trying to follow. Okay, the first, establishing a branding logo for health tourism. Okay, organizing hospitality training by appointing the tourism polytechnic in Bandung. Okay, to provide hospitality development assistance for human resource. Okay, and also encouraging the formation of medical tourism management entities or bodies in several regions, whose role is to develop and promote the potential of regional medical tourism. Currently, it has been formed in 4 locations, namely in North Sumatra, province of Bali, North Sulawesi, and Malang City. Okay, so we try this as a template, and later on we try to amplify this in many provinces. Okay, so organizing the upcoming business also. Okay, so on 10 of October, we are going to have a Indonesia Health Tourism Expo Forum. Okay, and this activity will be held in Jakarta. That brings together providers, okay, medical and wellness, with buyers, travel and tourism, to make contacts and also business contracts in the context of developing Indonesian health tourism. I think you are also invited to join this forum. Okay, there will be a B2B forum. Okay, and also I'd like to announce that the development of the special economic zone on health tourism in Sanur. Okay, this is led by the Ministry of State-owned enterprises, and is mainly designed to further facilitate Indonesians with integrated world-class health facilities. So we are going to have a new area for the medical and wellness tourism in Sanur. Okay, and soon it will be, I think, officially inaugurated by the president. I think maybe in February next year. And this also will be integrated into MICE facilities. So I think that's the information that I'm going to share with you today, and we really need your ideas, insights into understanding more how to develop the wellness and medical tourism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And one of the things we wanted to do at World Tourism Network is to establish an online forum. Anyone can put their input in, and hopefully we can share this with you and other stakeholders to exchange ideas. I think we're talking here about medical tourism now, both on the domestic and on the international part. So it becomes a really interesting discussion. Dr. Peter Tarlow is president of our organization. And I know he knows a lot about medical tourism because he tells me that he takes a lot of time to keep me alive every day.
Yes, I do. Good morning. What I'm going to do, as our time is very limited, is tell you about two particular parts of the world that are now quite sophisticated in medical tourism, what they're doing correctly and what mistakes they're doing. And the reason I tell that to you is so that you can avoid those mistakes as you develop medical tourism here. Before I begin, though, I do want to thank my friends from Turkish Airlines, which were kind enough to bring me here. Thank you for 2 wonderful flights. So if you have not been on Turkish Airlines, I strongly suggest you go. A little bit of tourism is all about advertising. So I'm going to speak about Mexico, and I'm going to speak about Houston, Texas. Both of them have fantastic programs when it comes to medical tourism. They're similar and they're different. Let me first tell you just a few moments about Mexico. Mexico is incredibly lucky in that it's right on the border with the United States and in easy contact with much of Latin America. Therefore, geographically, it is easy to get to Mexico. Large numbers of Mexican doctors do very well along the border with the United States, and people can drive for the day, see a doctor or see a dentist, and come back. That's something you cannot do in Indonesia, but it's an advantage that Mexico does have. Mexico has terrific facilities, but it has 2 or 3 problems. The first problem is Mexico, much of it has a reputation for lack of security. And therefore, people are afraid to go and bring their families. And that creates an issue for medical tourism. Secondly, and this is very important for a place like Indonesia, it's not just performing an operation or doing an implant or getting a crown. When you go back, if you don't have a corresponding doctor in the nation from which the person is coming, the cost savings will immediately be eliminated. Thus, for example, you can go to Mexico and get an implant, an extremely high level of medical levels for 1/4 of the price in the United States. But every time you need an adjustment, because an implant in dentistry is never successful the first time, you're going to have to go to your American dentist who will not recognize the Mexican dentist. So you end up either having to fly back to Mexico, or you have to do the whole process all over again. So that is something that we've now taken into consideration. And we have learned the importance of connecting every doctor in Mexico with a doctor in the United States, so that if a person needs a follow-up, they're able to get it at home, and it's not going to cost them more money than they thought they were saving. Houston, Texas. Houston, Texas never realized that it was in medicine. It's one of the great medical centers of the world. Jürgen comes from Hawaii, which has the worst medicine in the United States. I come from Texas, which has some of the best medicine in the world, not in the United States. If you've ever been to the medical centers in Houston, they're worlds, literally cities and cities of specialists and the top equipment in the world. People come from, especially Latin America, to Houston. Why? Because we are a bilingual state. Very few of us don't speak English and Spanish equally. Most of our doctors speak English and Spanish. So someone coming from Mexico can easily speak in his or her own language and not feel uncomfortable. On the other hand, Houston made a big mistake. which we're now only rectifying. And that is people, you have to understand the culture of the country from which you're drawing. So the problem in Houston was we were treating the patient. We should have been treating the entire family. So when someone comes from Latin America, they bring their entire family. But you cannot sit in a hospital room for 4 days while the patient is recovering. So now we've learned to have special tourism to take families of patients to wherever, to shopping, because people love to shop in the Galleria in Houston. Clothing in the United States is very inexpensive. People, we've developed a restaurant program. We've developed bilingual cultural areas. So that, for example, people can go to church or synagogue or mosque while they're visiting. So we now understand that medical tourism is not just about medicine, it's also about the culture that evolves around the patient. And therefore that becomes an essential part in your SMEs and your development of economics. One or two very quick suggestions. One, the number one key to medical tourism is good knowledge of the language of the area from which you're coming. If you're going to draw people, for example, from the United States, your doctors have to speak fluent English without an accent. If you're drawing people from France, the same from French. From Germany, the same from German or whatever. Secondly, understand the culture of from where people are coming. Thirdly, culture depends on food. So if I bring someone from the Muslim world, for example, or the Jewish world to Houston or to Mexico, and they serve them pork, you just destroyed everything you wanted to create. If you do not understand holidays, if you do not understand the religions, if you do not understand the food requirements, you're going to fail. But if you do understand those, you're going to be very successful. So again, this is, I can speak for 2 hours, I won't, but this is give you just a few pointers on, you're just beginning your medical tourism, learn the mistakes from others and make it therefore successful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Gede Patra. I'm a chairman of the Bali Medical Tourism Association. So what I said yesterday, then I start to learn about the health tourism. Yeah, but learning by doing. This is my concept. And we divide, in health tourism, we divide into two groups. The first is healthcare tourism or medical wellness, and the other side is medical tourism based on the treatment for the sick people. And we look because Bali have opportunity for create this program because first is Bali is famous for the tourism destination, and then we are as the river place from the west, Nusa Tenggara, East Nusa Tenggara, Papua, including that in the medical tourism, we have 17 members, operators, that they have a center of excellence. And some of the center of excellence has already have response from the local people, including from the foreigners. Special for the plastic surgery, for the dental, it's come from the Australia. Yeah. And for the medical wellness, we start in the last 4 months, we create that we make integrated, we support that wellness, Balinese wellness is already famous in the world. But sometimes the people, the customer need that there is a evidence base. For this, we make the program, we call that a medical wellness. So we integrated between the medical and then the wellness, and then the Balinese traditional medicine, including herb, and then for the culture and resort. Because we make there two-way, so the customer can come to resort, and then they have the wellness program in the resort. And if they would like to have medical services, they can contact for the hospital or clinic who have relation with the resort. The second way, that they come to the hospital, but they would like to follow the wellness program in the resort. So this is, we try to make the program, and we start that once again, Bali we look that have opportunity, and the regulation now is more completely. And for the medical tourism, we have a regulation from the Minister of Health, and then for the medical wellness, from the Minister of Health and Minister of Tourism, that what from the Minister of Tourism said that they are signed MOU between the Minister of Health and Minister of Tourism. So once again, this is we start to learn, and we know that there is a challenges for this, especially we are in Bali. This is about the accreditation, especially international accreditation. Mostly our members is already national accreditation with the highest level standard. And the second is about the human resource, because for the specialist doctor, they can practice in the 3 places. So sometimes this is make the problem in the services. And the second about the price. The price we compare with the Malaysia, Thailand, a little bit higher because there is a tax, the high tax for the medical. So it's make that our price like that. And then the health insurance. And the last is about the promotion, because in medical, there is an ethical for promotion. So this is why we hope that in this moment from the tourism sector can help me to promote what we have in Bali, so the people will be knows about the Bali. I think that's all. Thank you.
Very interesting. And I think Mr. Alan Norman, Garuda Airlines.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ade Nurman, and I'm from Garuda Indonesia, Bali. So I'm going to share a bit about Garuda Indonesia in Bali. Currently, we have direct route for international from Bali. We have 5 routes to Sydney, Melbourne, Singapore, Japan, and Korea. And talk about the medical tourism. For now, we use bigger aircraft for also Jakarta to Bali, so it will comply with the need for tourists that need the medical equipment in our aircraft, like a wheelchair or stretcher, and the others medical needs like oxygen bottle and others. As for this for this year, we also have several recognition from the globally as a Skytrack 5-star COVID safety rating, and then the most punctual airlines in the world from 2023, and World Best Cabin Crew into 2023. This achievement, we hope that can make to support the quality tourism from now and the medical tourism. Maybe that's all from us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I say I have to quite fascinated by the responses, and I have tons of questions. So I don't know. I think we have enough time. But the 2 doctors talked about treatment. Maybe we in this panel we will leave the domestic part out because it's a domestic issue, and maybe concentrate on the international opportunities in medical tourism. Now, and I can say that I have a lot out of my own experience because I ended up in a hospital a year and a half ago in the Philippines. And when I came home to Hawaii, I couldn't get any doctor's appointments for follow-up. So my flesh-eating bacteria came back, and I had to get a very expensive treatment. I got it back under control. And finally, they only got it under control in Germany. So when I went to Germany, I saw all kinds of other specialists like cardiologists, and they came up with different things and solutions. And when I took these reports back to Hawaii, they're all in German. I speak German. For me, it was no big deal. But the doctors don't speak German, and the insurance companies don't speak German. All of a sudden, they said they cannot cover it because I could not have a uterus. I said, well, I never said I had a uterus. So we had, there's a lot of miscoordination, I think, between treatment providers in another country and treatment providers at home. Now, how would you see you can overcome the problem? If you have a medical tourist getting treatment in your facility, they need follow-ups. And what Peter rightfully say, how can this follow-up be communicated effectively so they don't have to come back and get the same treatment again?
No, sir. At the moment, everybody is borderless. So I also have a patient from abroad, let's say from Arab. And after I give my treatment, and we also can do the communication with the doctor through the email or through Zoom meeting, and they also can be treated by their doctor in their place. So no need to come back to having the same treatment with me, but we need to follow up. So what is the development and what need to be for further treatment in their place?
And I'm sure.
Jürgen, if I can add something to this, I think you don't want to, you're confusing a number of issues. In Jürgen's case, it was an emergency. We had to see a doctor in the Philippines. That is not medical tourism. That is the issue of finding a doctor because you're sick while on tour. Medical tourism is I choose to go to a place to get an operation because I want to combine it either with a vacation or with less expense. Those are two very different concepts. So you want to distinguish between those two. In either case, though, if we're talking about medical tourism, the doctor must have, prior to your coming, a corresponding doctor in the home country so that you're able to follow up. Now, that's not the same thing as in Jürgen's case, where he ended up just by accident going to a doctor. So do not confuse those. You will make a major economic mistake if you do. Secondly, you have to know which countries, if medical tourism is a form of tourism, the emphasis is on the tourism, not on the medicine. Therefore, you have to be able to find ways to bring people here. You're promoting it. For example, once a year in Mexico, we have a convention of medical tourism where I have 500 doctors coming together talking about how they can work together to bring in people from their key markets, which tends to be Canada, the United States, and Brazil. So therefore, it has to be in English and in Portuguese, but it's already pre-planned. If you do not build a good base, you will collapse. If you build a good base, you will succeed. But if you don't start from the point of medicine, you start from the point of the customer and the tourism, and then the medicine is what you're getting afterwards.
And you have a very good point, Peter.
May I comment?
Yes, please.
Yes. Basically, yes, there's a huge, sharp distinction between an acutely you're seeking for a medical emergency and a planned. So the planned one is what we're talking about, medical tourism. Exactly. May I comment? I see a lot of Indonesian patients. I'm in Kuala Lumpur, all right? And I think they like to come to Malaysia is because we have the same culture, we speak the same language, and we understand your superstitions, your fears, your worries, your anxieties, and we know how to have the holistic approach. That is why even they're very rich, they could actually fly to US and pay USD, but they like to come to Malaysia because they have that relationship where we understand the culture. So this is why, like you say, if you have a planned thing, like in integrative medicine, we can do from sick care, from sickness, the whole spectrum, from sickness to wellness. Like what Dr. Vidya says, wellness is a huge industry. It's going to be bigger than sick care because sick care is very expensive. You need a lot of capital investment to build hospitals. State-of-the-art hospitals cost a lot of money. Whereas in Indonesia, you already have the whole infrastructure for a wonderful wellness, a medical wellness program. And this is where we can help because we do have the expertise. So instead of them having this leakage to fly out to Malaysia, we bring a team and people could stay back here And this is where, I mean, it's a win-win situation. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So would you design medical tourism, non-emergency medical tourism treatment is best when you can conclude this treatment on the specific trip? Or can you do a treatment what needs a lot of follow-up treatment? So if you're talking about alternate medicine, you may have to take alternate medicine for some time for it to kick in. It's not going to kick in 1 week, right?
Yeah, we have to be ready for whatever the people need. Maybe some of them need the acute treatment, so they need the ordinary hospital, but we also will provide the very special need that might not here at the moment. So we will provide them because of the demand is very high. So you might need the spa, but you need also the doctor who can treat the wellness inside out. So you not only need massage, but the doctor that can keep you healthier forever, not only today.
That's health medicine versus medical tourism.
Right, right.
Yes.
And that, of course, would need some kind of communication in form of a report in English that is readable around the world at your home doctors. If it's not only Malaysia and Indonesia, it's a different matter. So you can actually get the follow-up. And when you come back to Bali the next year, you can continue your treatment fine.
If the patient keep the trust on you, they will try to find you wherever they are. So let's build the good network.
And do you think such networks are possible in form, you mentioned Zoom, Viber, WhatsApp, to establish, would that be a good idea for doctors to establish with the patients?
Surely.
And that's really what I wanted to come out. World Tourism Network is a network. And I think this could be a good ambition. Doctors are all small and medium-sized businesses, for the most part, 90% of the part. So there is a mission to help facilitate and find partners who can build an effective network between certain medical destinations and home destinations.
Careful, you're making a big mistake. Most doctors in another country will not get on a Zoom meeting.
I was getting to that.
If you're going to build it on Zoom, you're going to fail.
I agree.
Let me point out that very.
I agree with you,
Yes.
because the first time it has to be in person.
Yes.
It has to be in person because it's just a Zoom thing,
Yes.
and you can't even feel. We have another thing called energy medicine and integrative medicine. You will know the spirits of the patient.
Yes.
So that's the other holistic approach. I totally agree. It has to be one in person, then you can follow up on digital. Yeah, you could do that.
But again, you have to, you're doing this backwards. You're going to end up failing if you do this, you continue on this level. You're doing it backwards. First, you build the tourism part of it, and you build the relationship part of it, and then you add the medicine. If you go the other direction, you're going to fail. I cannot, in 2 or 3 years, just like Jeffrey says, in 10 years, you'll have a climate crisis or whatever, age we're talking about. In the same way, I'm warning you, if you build a roof without a foundation, the roof will collapse. First, you build the foundation, and then you build the roof. And we have to be very careful. For example, we have a gentleman here from Turkish Airlines. You cannot have medical tourism if you do not have a relationship with the airline. Suppose I want to come to Indonesia for whatever operation it is. But if I can't get here, or if the airline will not care for me, or will not provide a stretcher, or whatever it is, your tourism will collapse. So one of the parts you have to deal with is transportation. How do you work with the airlines? How will the airlines provide special food if that's needed? That's a key part if you're talking medical tourism. If you're talking medicine, I'm just going to my local doctor. If you're talking health, wellness, I'm going because I want to stay well. Those are different. But if you're talking medical tourism, if Jürgen is going to go to get an implant and he ends up with a toothache on the plane, he can end up having a heart attack. That's a problem. So he has to think through what are the issues dealing with not only being in a place, but also how does he get there? How long does he stay? Is he working with the airline? Is he going to be able to see a follow-up dentist in Hawaii? Will the dentist in Hawaii recognize the dentist in Turkey? You have to start from the ground up and then build. I'm sorry if I'm beating this into you, but again, I don't want you to fail. I want you to succeed.
No, and this is definitely the most important point. It's networking because it's not all about competing. The home network is there. Tourists are not going to move to a destination. They go to a destination to enjoy this destination and get medical treatment possibly, or wellness treatment. And that's why I found the special zone, what is in process here in Bali. Maybe we can tell us a little bit more. What does this special zone do for international inbound medical tourism? Is it a zone what is tax-free? In some instances, what has certain facilities that are not available someplace else, or certain partnerships? What are the plans for this?
Well, thank you. I think there are almost 8 or 10 facilities or instances that we are providing in the special economic zone for tourism, and including the tax, including also the goods, okay, coming in. They will get a special tax for it, and even the free. Okay, so that's why the government is really pushing this special economic zone for the medical tourism, and it is also by purpose to put it in Bali, because Bali is the barometer of Indonesia tourism in general, and Bali is also globally known. Okay, and what is interesting in Bali, that actually one question that is quite challenging to work for him, yeah, because he has a lot of experience in Mexico, right? Yeah. Because we are developing now a special economic zone for medical tourism in Sanur. Okay, how to convince, okay, the members of the family, okay, to follow the tourism product, because psychologically when they come for medical tourism, they think about the patient. Okay, maybe they don't think about how to enjoy the shopping or the food and so on. How, from your experience, how can you convince their family?
First of all, again, distinguish. One is I'm coming because I'm choosing an elective medical treatment, and the other is I need the medical treatment. Those are two different things. You have to have things available. For example, we work very hard. When you check into the hospital, we sit down with a counselor. We tell you what is available. We tell you, while you're here, you're having a good time makes your loved one heal faster, because there's a psychology to this. We know very carefully that if the family is in pain because the patient is going through an operation, then the patient is worried about his family and not about getting better. So you want the patient to feel that the family is being taken care of. In the same way, for example, when you choose an airline, let me give you, if you don't want a low-cost airline, for example, when you go use Turkish, I'm sorry if I'm beating up on you or saying nice things, but Turkish Airlines is very good on customer service. They're very good on taking care of people who need a little bit of extra help. You want that type of airline. You don't want an airline that's just a bus in the air. You want someone that's going to give personalized service. Medical tourism is about security for the family and security for the patient. But that means you have to have activities for both and develop a relationship with both. And the patient If the patient is not worried about his or her family, then they're going to not have the same fears and worries that if they were worried. So right from the beginning, you let them know while you're healing, we're there to take care of your family. And a place like Indonesia, you're great at this. This is what you do.
I think our time is about. Okay, yeah, that's why I wanted to go and get questions. Go ahead.
I don't think they have noted
to you because you're from the government, so he's the perfect guy.
Okay, I think this is very interesting question. Okay, so the government now is trying to, make some facilities for the tourists coming to Indonesia for medical tourism. Okay, among others, like we try to provide a special line in immigration, so there's no queue for that, and also we try also to have the special visa. Okay, to let them, feel comfortable while they are coming in for a medical checkup or medical visa. Like that. We learned a lot from Malaysia, the best practices now. So we try to also implement in Indonesia. Not yet, because it is still in the process of development. So I'm quite optimistic after February, once the inauguration of the special economic zone for medical tourism is officially opened by the president. I think we are thinking about this visa. Thank you.
So stay well for the next year.
I think
we have to promote from now on.
Yeah. Maybe this is my experience when to run the medical tourism. There is a patient from the East Timor-Leste come to Bali, and there is no special visa for that. But I make a coordination and collaboration with the immigration, that because this is there is a special way to keep the patient come to our hospital. Yeah, like this. Yeah.
All countries that do medical tourism
Yeah.
do have medical visas. The reason being, when you get back on an airline, and that I'm sure Turkish knows about it, that when you go as a medical patient, when you get back on an airline, you already had a procedure. There's a letter from the doctor which needs authorization to board the plane again, because that same patient can have some problem on the flight. So there are things that happen. There is a need for a special medical visa.
Yeah, for the critical patient, they usually there is a team for the emergency case. Yeah, so the team will be consist of.
No, I'm not talking.
Okay.
I'm not talking about that.
Yeah.
It is a necessity by airlines.
Okay.
That if you've had a medical procedure, you do need a medical clearance, yes, to get back on a plane. Otherwise, they will not take you on. And I've seen this happen before. Yeah.
Yes. So country to country, the rules and regulation can change, and there is thematic system, and the other countries handling team check the regulation. If your situation is available to board, they accept. But if there is remarks, this passenger has this kind of condition, they need to show this kind of a paper based on the which country you start to travel. This change.
Medical visa and a special permission to go back, and they ran into problems. So they had so many problems that they made a law that you cannot, if you have come on a medical visa, you do need to have clearance from your doctor giving your condition or what procedure you had before you can board a flight. India does not
also you
allow
need fit
any
to fly
medical
report.
passengers to go back with all those all those information.
And of course, every country is different, of course.
I'm saying, no,
Right.
the only reason that it happened is because they didn't have this rule, but they started having problems. That's the reason they
Right.
brought that rule
Yeah,
up.
if you had-
I'm just saying, as that's what you need to look at as well.
If you have any medical operation, also your doctor has to provide fit to fly report. Without fit to fly report, you
won't
cannot
get it.
accept.
Yes.
And I think Jens had
Also, I want to give another example. Like in Turkey, there are some medical organizations and they provide full package for customer. It includes airline ticket, and also travel agencies provide any hotels or something like that. Then you can buy whole package. Then they provide all kind of documents they need. Then as a patient, you fly to Istanbul or another country, you got your treatment and you can visit some area that you want to see. Then after that, with all documents that you need, then you can back to your country, and also you can continue your relation with doctor and hospital as well. I think the full package is more useful for customer and patients, I think.
Maybe just to add, Thailand just implemented a special visa for medical tourism. So I think it is an important point, and it has really elevated Thailand as a medical tourism destination. It allows medical tourists to stay longer, and it can also be, I think, connected to family members as well. So very important what Peter said before. It's not just the patient, but it's the entire ecosystem around it as well. So I think it's a very important point, the medical visa.
And of course, there is another addition to this. If something does go wrong, and there are all of a sudden expenses a tourist did not budget for, because you, of course, when you come for medical tourism, you know pretty much how much you pay. You have this money available. But what about if there's a catastrophic situation emerging out of this? Would insurance companies cover this? Should doctors that treat medical tourism be connected to major insurance networks, such in the US Blue Cross Blue Shield? What is the contingency plan to make sure, no matter what happens during medical tourism, if something goes wrong, what would be a plan B?
And there's a second part to that, and that is lawsuits. Because if something goes wrong, that patient may start wanting to sue or looking for legal procedures. So you have to have not only, but that's not the country's responsibility, that's the ministry's responsibility to work with insurance companies around the world. In other words, for example, and my insurance covers me wherever I am in the world. So I don't have to worry. And other places that maybe, for example, have a national tourism, national insurance, they may or may not cover you if you go out of your country. The second part of it is you have to be prepared for lawsuits because there are legal issues. And for example, if there's malpractice on the part of the doctor, both the local institutions and international institutions need to be looking at that. So what I'm saying is, again, what we're saying here is you look first at the basis, and that is the tourism part. Then you add the medical part to it. You don't do it the other direction, or it will blow up in your face.
And any more questions, please?
I'd just like to make a few comments here too, and obviously the speakers have addressed the spectrum, and the last few discussion points raised the issue that we're coming very much from a medical perspective. Already we're talking health tourism as an umbrella term, and we have a spectrum from wellness to medical, and I think those points were made by various speakers. Very important when we talk tourism. Already we're focusing on medical tourism at the moment, which is very specific. I watched a webinar not too long ago on health tourism, and one point that was made actually by Taleb, Dr. Taleb Rifai, is exactly what we just talked about. You know, the critical incidents, the systems approach, the system approach, you know, what's been talked about from that legal perspective, all of that needs to be addressed. But coming back to tourism, we're looking at supply and demand. Now we're looking at special interest tourism across spectrum from wellness to health tourism. What is the special interest? What is the niche part of the tourism within that framework of health tourism? Let's look at that from a demand side and how are we supplying that. We talk about wellness tourism. We exist in body, mind, and soul. We travel in body, mind, and soul, right? That's where the holistic approach comes in. Very important to bear in mind if we're talking tourism. What is the attraction for tourists to come to Bali, to Indonesia, compared to, say, going to Germany? I lived in Dubai. I went to Germany. All the Arabs, a lot of them go to Germany for medical tourism, right? And they've got fantastic facilities in Dubai, may I say, right? So what is the attraction to go to a country from a tourism point of view? So this is what I think now we should possibly also look at, rather than getting focused on the medical tourism. Just one point, so if we can elaborate on the tourism aspect, because it's a tourism conference, how can we combine that and be aware of that spectrum as to supply and demand, whoever is involved from all the various SMEs perspectives? That's just my comment.
May I add on the visa part, because I had taken patients from Indonesia to Germany for stem cell treatments, okay? And I have written letters and they got the visa based on from the doctor's recommendation for stem cell treatment in Germany. And the other thing I would like to commence my experience 25 years ago, but commercial airlines. I've accompanied patients from New York to Kuala Lumpur, and airlines are fantastic. Once you have a doctor's letter, they know what to do exactly. They have all the backup and everything. So I believe in even commercial airlines, it's all prepared. So all this thing about medical tourism is just not from the medical part, the doctors. Every surrounding stakeholder plays a vital role in the whole support of the industry of medical tourism. So we cannot stand alone, just the medical people. You're absolutely right, it's the airlines, the hospitality, the visas, and all of that. And I think medical tourism has been there because I've been in that for so many years. And it's well facilitated, but it's just maybe not stipulated that well yet. And this is where maybe you guys can come in your experience, how to really write down the rules and make it very friendly for people, for patients, to know that this is it's not a stressful process, but it is, it's all there. It's just that we need to get together and put it all nicely on the paper.
It needs the international coordination and cooperation, and that would be a big mission to accomplish. But the world is easy. It's easy these days to communicate and find these type of agreements. And it probably takes also for governments to sometimes understand we really should look at our country from outside a little bit than from inside, because you wanted to get tourists from outside who don't understand the inside. So all of this can work in harmony. And I think we're pretty much out of time. Lunch is ready. But if there's any last question, we would entertain it. If there isn't, we're going to meet back here at 1 o'clock.
Where do they go for lunch?
Yes, we're going to go for lunch. And
Where?
Well, that's what's going to be our master of ceremony telling you right now. But I just wanted to say, Peter, who's very hungry, but when he gets back at 1 o'clock or 1:15, because we're now already 15 minutes past, he's going to have his session on safety and security. So it's going to be, I can guarantee you, I've been at a number of events Peter's talked to, one at the Hawaii Convention Center, and he had the worst slot of any session. You would not believe, people did not go for lunch because they wanted to say, no, please go on. So you got to come back here at, is it 1 o'clock or 1:15? 1:15.
It's already 1.
And where is lunch?
12. It's at Pandawa in the 6th floor.
6th floor.
Seems like yesterday.
Okay.
It's Pandawa.
All right.
Take
Thank
care.
you, everybody.
Thank you.
Right.
See you soon.
Once again, round of applause for the panelists. Thank you very much. Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, lunch will be at the Pandawa room. You take the elevator to the 6th floor. Thank you.
And of course, I didn't want to forget this, but after Peter's session, it's going to get equally interesting when we hear from Evergreen College in Canada. They came all the way from Canada, and we're talking about education and other issues before there is a signing of an MOU and a conclusion with a cocktail tonight. Thank you. Well, I don't really think I need to speak too long because we have a coffee break and snacks, and we're going to meet whoever wants to attend, as you said, at 5 o'clock for cocktails. So we have plenty of time to talk to each other. It's not such a big group here left, but regardless, I wanted to thank everyone for coming out and everyone for staying, who's here, is staying to the end. It's wonderful. We're really excited. Everyone at World Tourism Network is excited. We had now more than 100,000 people actually looking parts of our streams for the last 2 days. So our message went way beyond our own walls here, what is good. And we hope we can achieve a lot after this conference, going step by step through all these different subjects we had discussed and touched here during our event. We're going to be learning a lot out of this, and hopefully we're going to have a lot of more steps to go, branch out, other events in Indonesia and other countries around the world. And again, from my end, thank you very much for coming to Bali, and we see you outside at the coffee break, and at 5 o'clock we have transportation to have some cocktails in Nusa Dua. Thank you. Terima kasih. And of course, I mean, we're not at the very end. I wanted to thank again everyone who is involved here from our team in Indonesia. You have been absolutely fantastic. That goes without saying. It's not only Moody, it's everyone else who has been involved and tirelessly worked on this. And these are really the heroes. All of you should get our Hero Award, and I'll see that we do something on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Kindly enjoy the coffee. And we have, so please do let us know, because we only have a transport good for 20 people, but maybe we have some other cars around, but kindly let us know who is going. Okay, leaving for Museum Pacifica at 5 p.m. from the lobby. Thank you very much.
Are you ready to connect to a perfect journey with Turkish Airlines? To feel refreshed? To discover unforgettable flavors? To connect to a journey that's perfect because of you.
I'm going to talk about choosing death, Peter. I told you I'm an atheist, I don't follow. And it's dangerous to be an atheist in Bali. It's a non-security situation. Look, I think you know I'm going to talk about climate change. I want to put the word existential before you think about climate change. Tanya, in your presentation this morning, you said there's not much differentiation between climate change and the SDGs and ecotourism and responsible tourism, and you indicated that it was not a special issue. And I want to explain to you why it is a special issue. It's a special issue because all of the world's climate scientists and a lot of the politicians are telling us that it's existential. And issues around responsible tourism and sustainable tourism are not that. And that's why I think climate change is the most fundamental issue that we're facing in tourism. And if you have any doubts about that, you probably would be well advised to go and have another coffee. If you think that signing the Glasgow Declaration and committing to net zero in 2050 is an adequate tourism response to climate change, again, you're in the wrong place. And if you think IATA, WTTC, and UNWTO are taking us far enough, fast enough, you're also in the wrong place. But if you believe what you hear outside the tourism bubbles, that humanity is facing a code red existential crisis, you came to the right session. The warning signals are everywhere. It's the wildfires on Maui. It's the floods in Libya. It's the crazy air pollution in Canada and in Beijing. It's in the Pacific and the Indian Oceans, where the waves are lapping at the hotels. It's in the Mediterranean, where the traditional summer peaks are becoming too hot to handle. It's in the Caribbean, Peter, where hurricanes come harder and they come more often. And it's here in Bali, where you had the intensive floods so recently. It's not just at tourism destinations. Origin markets are also hit, making traditionally predictable traffic patterns unpredictable. It's not only that you don't want to go to a place where there's been a crime, or, as you put it, Peter, or there's been a particular adverse climate impact, you may be having to deal with that same thing at home. So you choose not to take a vacation, not because you don't want to spend a week in a room with your wife, I can empathize with this. But because the place you came from or the place you're going to is just inhospitable and dangerous. And that is without the global tipping point of melting ice sheets at both poles and thawing tundra in Siberia. If you had read the newspapers last week, you would have seen that the Swiss glaciers lost 10% of their ice in 2 years. I mean, this is reality. This is the new reality. And if you've built your entire lifestyle and economy on traditional patterns, it's time to think about big change and to think fast. Our world is screaming for climate action now, not just by 2030 or 2050. The IPCC says if we don't peak emissions, real emissions, not offset emissions, I'm going to give up smoking, I'll pay somebody in Africa to stop smoking, and I'll keep smoking. Not dodgy offsets, but real stuff. We're supposed to peak in 2025 to have any chance of hitting 1.5 in 2050, when if we miss that target, life for my kids, your kids, becomes intolerable. That's the difference. Even more significantly, tourism finds itself in the firing line, not because we're special, not because we are a unique sector, but because we're the same as every other sector. With the difference, I would say, that our product has mostly been built on predictable weather. And if there's one thing that climate change is showing, it's that we will not have predictable weather anymore going forward. Michael Mann, the lead climate scientist who did the hockey stick curve, he says, make the most of this year because it's the best one you're ever going to get. There is nothing in the geophysical makeup of the planet which is going to help the situation until we reduce this blanket that we've put around the planet, which is creating global warming, which the fossil fuel companies have known about for 30 or 40 years and have simply paid PR companies to tell us it's all our problems. Your personal carbon footprint that you worry so much about was engineered inside BP, if you didn't know that. Now, let me just say, I'm going to talk about this thing. It's a pity. We should move the chairs because, wow, this I just want people to see, because we've been talking about tree hitting around and Plan B. This, before I talk about this, I just want to say that what we have been trying to do in SunX, which is a small not-for-profit organization that I set up with the great Maurice Strong, who was the father of sustainable development, who was warning about climate change in 1972, saying it's the most serious problem that mankind has, who set up the UNFCCC in order to do this. We've been trying to put in place a program which would help the tourism sector to at least understand this phenomenon much better and to prepare themselves to do something about it. we've been educating young people. We've so far put 100 through a diploma course, which we've started with the Institute for Tourism Studies in Malta. And we've taken in the last year 50 young people from the world's poorest countries, because we realize we can make no difference to the thinking in the OECD countries. We can make no difference in the thinking in Australia, in the United States, in China, Japan. But we can make a difference in those countries which are the most exposed to climate change, the least capable of dealing with it because they don't have any resources, and for the most part, for whom tourism is perhaps the one lifeline that they have to a better future. So we've decided we focus on the poor countries, and this year we're training 50 young people, graduates, in a 300-hour course on climate-friendly travel. That is travel which responds to Paris 1.5 and incorporates the relevant SDGs. And the relevant SDGs will be different for every country. If you're in Saudi Arabia, you think about things related to life on land. If you're in Bali, you might think more about life underwater, and so on and so forth. And we're training these young people, and we are next year we've just given scholarships to another 50 from small island states. And after a year, we put them into an internship where they establish chapters in their own countries and where they reach out to young people like themselves, because this is not going to be a problem that we have to deal with. It's a problem that our kids are going to have to deal with. So we're training young people to bring together more young people and then to reach out to the tourism industry in their countries. And we've set up a registry in which tourism companies can identify their climate action, let the public see whether they're doing anything or not doing anything. It's all online. And we're providing support for them to develop their own climate action plans. And we're a rinky-dinky small organization on a tiny budget, but we're focused on doing some stuff that will make a difference. And now, here in Bali, well, let me just say one thing. With the Minister of Tourism in Malta, yesterday, I guess it was, we launched the first 50 chapters in the LDC countries. Thank you. And now, here in Bali, we're doing something else. We're launching 2 social enterprise companies. The first one, and I'll deal with it later with this, the first one is designed to help countries and communities develop a plan B for the future. Every country has a tourism plan A. Every community has a tourism plan A. And I would bet you that it doesn't take into account the realities that the climate scientists are telling us we have to consider. So we've developed a mechanism, and I'm happy to tell you it's based on work that I was fortunate enough to do in a study commissioned by Gert Ardika. I was here with Gert after the Bali bombings. I was then still working for UNWTO. I was in New Zealand. We heard about the bombings and we decided somebody should come up and give some support. And I was the person who came up, and I spent a lot of time with Minister Ardika at the time. And afterwards, he agreed we should, with the University of Victoria in Australia, undertake a major study of green growth in Bali. And green growth was all the fashion at that stage, so this was the logic. When we did this study, I just want to talk about a couple of things we did. First thing, I don't think this had been done before, we did a survey of residents and their attitudes towards tourism. Residents, not just visitors, and we surveyed visitors. And then we worked with Agum, whose second name I could never pronounce anyhow, who runs Udayana University, and we brought together focus groups of local people, and we bounced ideas off them. I think we had 8 different focal groups. And at the end, we came up with a framework which started, it's a bottom-up and top-down framework. It started with foundations, and the reason I wanted to show you this and move the chair is because the foundation on which we built this concept, and just imagine this is a McKinsey report, it's not in a Balinese temple, it's just some squares. This is in a Balinese temple, and the base is Trihitakarana development. And because that's the base here, but if you go to Sri Lanka, Alston, wherever you are, you'll find it's a different cultural dimension, which nevertheless has the same elements in it for the most part. This interlinking between humanity and the world and spirituality. And this is in every local culture, but it's different. So you have to create a different base. And if you look at all these little boxes, they cover the complexity that is tourism. That's, you know, this is what the scientists call, it's a wicked problem, because you have to solve all of these pieces. And as somebody mentioned, they're not all under the control of a single department. Some of them are in planning, some of them are in environment. Tourism ministers, for the most part, have limited authority. And so to put a game plan together with these objectives of livelihood, visitor economy, environment, low carbon, and authenticity, you need to pull in all of these components. And there's probably more, but this just was to give, and we had a steering committee for this, and the steering committee came partly from the ministry in Jakarta, partly from the people here, and we reported this back, and when we produced the report, this was the basis of it. And this has never been used. Why was it never used? Because shortly after we presented this report, the government changed. And the government changed, and I had lunch with the new minister somewhere, Dubai, I think, World Economic Forum. And she said, I've had to brief on your report. She said, it's very good work, but of course, I can't use it. And I said, why can't you use it, Minister? And she said, well, it came from the previous government. And this is the reality. But I have continued to believe that this was not my work. I worked with a guy called Terry DeLacy. He was the lead scientist on this. And we spent a lot of time in Bali. There were no Zoom meetings in those days. So we came to Bali very often. I can remember maybe 10 times in the year when we produced the report. We had one of our students was sitting here for the whole of the 2 years that we worked on this report, and it was never used. And it had climate, I've marked in red. It had climate and it had strategies, reduce emissions and resilience. And let me share something else with you. All of this crap, let me call it crap, around the famous Glasgow Declaration, this was UK government nonsense. You've seen how fast they walk away from it after 2 years. Yes, okay, but that was when we had the conference in Glasgow. Now we want to drill oil fields in the North Sea. That's different. We don't want to be exposed to the Russians. And you can't sort of understand it until you look at your grandkids and say, the consequence of this is going to be my grandkids are probably not going to get a decent life. And this is the challenge that we're facing. And this is why responding to climate change is not just a question of having a conference, writing a report, going on television and making nice statements. That's easy stuff. The hard stuff is going through all of these things. And first of all, it's not emission reduction, it's resilience. Because if this is real and it's going to hit us every year more and more, people in Bali should start to think about the floods. And what are we going to do if there are more floods and the tourist season's on? What if the tourism season changes because the heat changes? These are fundamental questions. You may not have the answers, but I think tourism people have an obligation to ask the questions. And with respect, not to ask them by coming together and listening to some clown like me talk for too long, I think, Thomas, but talk about the issue, but actually having working groups like we had to put this together, looking at options that say, yes, this is what the statistics say we're going to do next year and the year after, but what if the floods come back? Do we have a contingency plan? I don't think tourism people are truly thinking in these terms. So one of our social enterprise companies is going to go out there and work with communities in the poor countries, not in the OECD countries, in LDCs and SIDS, small island developing states. And we're going to do it at a reasonably low cost. We're going to put a chunk of the money into a fund, a good purpose fund, which is going to help to build capacity in those countries. And we're not doing it because we think we're going to make a lot of money out of it. We're doing it because we think it's the right thing to do and we can do it. And the second social enterprise, which we're going to talk about today, is going to be discussed by my friend and colleague, Jed Brown, who's not particularly well dressed today, as am I. And he's going to talk about another thing that we're launching, which we call the Climate Friendly Travel Club. And this is reaching out to consumers. And this is basically, and I'm not going to steal Jed's thunder because he's going to describe it to you, but this is a way of saying to consumers, if you care with us about these issues, we've got a way to engage you that will not ask you to tick a box and throw $10 to an airline and you don't know where it goes to, but will actually say to you, we'll invest that funds for you and give you it back in the form of holidays in those countries who need it. And now, before I sit down, I'm going to do one last thing. There was a senator, a Roman senator, whose name I always forget, but I think it was Agrippa. And he never gave a speech without saying, Carthage must be destroyed. And he kept saying it until Hannibal took the elephants over the Alps and they fought the Roman wars, Carthaginian wars. One last thought. There's been a lot of talk today about aviation. You need aviation in Bali. Small island states need aviation for tourism. Least developing countries need aviation. There is no mechanism for poor countries to get sustainable aviation fuel, which the airlines tell us is the only way they can get the oil companies to produce a fuel that they can use, which is non-polluting. It'll be like the COVID vaccine. The people who get it the last will be the poorest. So if WTN can do anything in this world, Thomas, and I have a lot of doubts, but if it can, didn't mind me saying that, if it can, make the case for a guarantee of sustainable aviation fuel for small island states and for developing countries, because tourism is their lifeline. And you can guarantee that you will not get that coming from IATA, ICAO, WTTC, UNWTO. I've sat in all of them in a reasonably high level position, and they would never ever contemplate doing that. So these are my remarks today. Before I finish, I hope, because Alan's very smart. He's smart enough not to be here during my presentation. And he got my friend Alston to come up and sing. And what he didn't tell you is that Alston really is one of the most respected and well-known singers in this region, the king of Asian pop, I think he was called at some stage. And we became firm friends many years ago when he produced this wonderful movie, video and song, which he allowed us at UNWTO. I pushed my friend Frangeli, I think it was Frangeli at the time, might have been Riffai, it was Frangeli, that we could show this video, and we had the British Minister of Creative Industries there, and Alston came on in a very serious discussion which had not before been subjected to this kind of thing. So I would like to leave you today to listen to the climate change song that we introduced together in 2000 something or other, long time ago, long before people were talking about this. And it also says you don't have to be as annoying as I am, as I know I can be when I speak to you, and to be as lecturing and all of that. You can also tell the story in a better way, and Alston is going to do that. And you are going to make the music for us. Thank you.